4. What is good, everybody? What is good, everybody? This is Maurice Delp, and I got my babe on the side too.
Hi.
She co-hosting it with me too. You know, everybody know who Kelly is, and I'm gonna holler at the chat room in a minute. But what's good, everybody, man?
Lisa's always saying you got locked in the closet or something crazy.
I got locked in the closet. All right, I'm gonna put y'all on timeout. Y'all keep talking that shit.
Hey,
See,
John.
don't get me to be petty right now already. What's up, John? That's my sand nigga right there. Sand nigga. He come from the Middle Eastern.
You know, I probably
Middle
do it
Eastern nigga.
faster than you.
What?
Shout out the chat room.
Go shout out the chat room, because I'm kind of like,
Because you'll be like,
because I'll make a story every fucking shit that I say.
Okay. What's up, Carolyn? Hey, Ego. Gary, all the way from Australia. Nick. I see somebody over on Twitter. Maga Titan.
What's up, Maga Titan?
DJ Moss. I'm looking on StreamYard, so if I miss somebody, I apologize.
What's up, DJ Moss?
Did I say I said Nacho, right? Nacho, I got a question for you. What's up, Broken Patriot?
BP?
I think I said everybody.
You said everybody?
Oh, Josh Connor said
What's up,
first.
What up, Josh Connor? We got Sweet Janine.
John Francis always says good vid. That's his words of the night, every night. Oh, Petra, hey, how you doing, dear? I think I got everybody.
We all got everybody.
Oh, there's Sweet Jenna. Truth out there. Hey, how you doing? Thanks for coming. You must be new. It's nice to see you. That's about it.
That's about it.
I hope everybody ate good. Oh, Nacho said, what's the question? My question is, I seen your video. Did you ever go to the NFAC? Or is that just a video that you posted? I was wondering if you got some footage. It's cracking, Ego. You being crazy tonight?
Ego crazy. What the Ego? You been taking some? What you been? You had some mushrooms today, Ego?
Dropped some acid today.
Drop some acid or something. You crazy ass white boy.
Now, as everybody knows, YouTube got sued. We can't play any music, which sucks ass. Okay, that's okay. Your phone jammed, so I didn't get any footage. Oh, that sucks.
Oh, got you.
That fucking sucks.
Yeah,
That's
damn.
serious. I remember you saying that you had anticipated on going. I've seen your video, so I wanted to ask.
Next time, to bring 2 phones when you go into an important event. Anything can happen. Bring your 2 phones. I have 2 extra phones. God damn it. See, you learn from this shit, nigga. How you make sure you have a battery charger when you go into a protest. You do not want to run out of this shit. I got an 8-hour charger. You got to get you got to have it at all times if you want some footage of anything out there. The way shit going, you gonna want some footage.
Hi, Solovi.
Gary, why you gotta say I unfriend Nacho? I don't give a fuck if you unfriend him on Facebook. Fuck Nacho, fuck you. All right? Y'all motherfuckers.
Damn. You know what? YouTube could have done that shit.
Hey, I actually got a revolution. He's in the he's in the back end somewhere, but I don't feel like being that petty tonight. I don't feel like because he gonna get crazy, and I'm not in that much.
It's not BLM. It is.
It's not BLM, but he wrote the Revolution in Milwaukee.
It's called the People's Revolution.
I'm not gonna be that petty and bring him on. I won't do that. I ain't petty tonight because he gonna go in.
You're petty every night.
I'm petty. See, y'all want to hear him? Look at
Oh shit!
Look at me. No, I ain't doing this tonight. I gotta get up early in the morning. I ain't being that petty tonight.
And have
Same for one of my rumbles.
flamethrowers in here.
Because I got two other people that believe the same thing he believes. Him and Dre get along good.
I believe I can fly.
And Justin J. Actually, he knows J Mac.
J Mac
was on the other day. He knows
awesome.
J Mac. They real cool. We part of a roasting group for years ago, so they kind of petty too. He kind of petty.
Got to bring him back.
Well, check your ass.
Hopefully he'll fall through one day.
But I admit that dude back in the background, he can't out roast me because he got the newer jokes. I got the older jokes. So I'll give it to you, you'll get me on the newer jokes. Nigga, I would roast you. Back in the days, I'd have got you though. With the old jokes.
Oh, whoa.
You would have got me though.
You know what, Lisa?
That's just your thing.
We just laid around today. We didn't really do too much.
You will get me, man.
The NFAC left their event before it even started because they got scared. Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck did they get scared of? What happened? Oh shit, Nacho, I got to hear this. I was also still wondering about what you were gonna say last night on the panel. I was kind of half asleep, but I heard something about Breonna Taylor, but you couldn't get all the words out. She said, I need a good laugh and a
Candace
bong
Owens
rip.
did destroy Cardi B.
She slaughtered her.
She slaughtered Cardi B.
Very very nice.
I don't agree with everything Candace Owens said, but she slaughtered Cardi B. Yeah, everything. I should show that shit to y'all.
In a nice way.
But I ain't gonna do that. Y'all see what y'all do.
Oh, Second Amendment guys showed up and they got scared and left. Is that what happened? Yeah, damn.
Hey, who was here at the end of my panel last night? It was lit, lad. That the last 20 minutes of Rumble, it turned into a Sunday Night Rumble at the last 20 minutes. Real life and
Yeah, I know. I wish I had $1 for every bitch I heard.
Oh my God, I was like, oh shit, that was lit. They was going at it. You talking about you bitch ass? I was like, oh shit, she was going off on this motherfucker. They go back from blog talk radio. People have history on YouTube.
Look, Nacho said that Grandmaster Jay had a paintball vest on at the event. He said the NFAC got scared and left when the Second Amendment guys showed up.
I'm gonna get him I'm gonna get the one of the Revolution as a guest on my show real soon. I actually talked to Ray. I want to get Ray. I'm getting Ray. He said he got some people, so we're gonna do a panel, yo. Because that'd be too easy. Me and him friends and shit. If we one-on-one trying to argue, you know what I'm saying? We want to get the, everybody.
Okay.
We get too caught up in friendship and won't even debate.
Oh, I have to check that out.
Too.
See, Mo's being rude and just talking in the background. He's not. He doesn't even.
That's my little brother.
Do you realize you're live?
Yeah, I know that.
You can't get like 8 people.
Yeah, we're gonna do the 8 people thing for you. But I'm gonna get Red. You give me 2 more people, man. It's gonna be a black on black one. The black Trump supporters versus the Revolution.
No, it ain't versus the Revolution, man. Don't try to single us out.
I said versus.
No, fuck that.
I put the Revolution versus the.
Oh my God, that's funny.
We do different. Our causes.
All right,
the same cause, but it's different.
Look,
how we do it.
He said, if AD is on the panel, I'm not joining. He overtalks and likes to hear himself talk only.
Bro. We are.
Yeah.
We're about love too.
Yeah, we gotta get some other because we can talk about friendship that we won't even debate.
It's too much shit going on that shouldn't be going on. It's a way you attack the system. Not make yourself look bad. That's what we try to do.
Yeah. But I am gonna do I'm actually gonna work on this real fast, a 4-on-4 with them, the Revolution. But they do yell BLM. They do yell it. But that's gonna be, a classic. But I'm gonna get a moderator. It's gonna be really a 4-on-4, but add an extra person, like a 9th person, to moderate it. You dig? You get that, baby. Have someone moderate it. That's good to have someone moderate that, right?
Yeah, probably. AD is passionate about survival. Yeah, he's passionate about self-preservation.
Tell my goddamn business online because I sold a cigarette. They don't. I do laugh. Yeah, AD is passionate about survival, and I respect AD for that.
Well, guess what? I figured out the mute button and the put in the backyard button.
Yeah, Gary, you said you were moderated. No, you already fucking Australia. You're in Australia. I ain't no Australia. Moderate this shit. Yeah, that's what Gary mind. He's an Australian. He cool. He only call everybody mate. He's the word mate. He ain't have no Australian moderate this shit. Fuck out of here.
You got everybody on here talking.
No, I'm just talking in the chat room. You know, I haven't opened up a panel. My panel be lit. It'd be up to 10 people on that motherfucker. You know, I fucked up.
Okay, I'll check that out.
Tina Turner.
I hate my shit. I said I'm gonna have
Hey, grab me a beat while you up. Darth Vader. You talking about Dre?
What?
Thanks, man.
He said, ha, get fucked, Maurice Delk.
Who the Australian motherfucker? See, you got them Australians, some cocky motherfuckers. But hey, I like y'all though. But y'all petty as fuck too.
Yes. I am. If I'm here, I was not here. But if I'm here, I'm gonna mute your motherfucking ass. Bottom line.
All right, she gonna be the mute one. She gonna go on a mute party on your asses. Mute party. We gonna party like it was 1999.
Yeah, with the mute button. All that hollering. God damn. What's up, Kelly Unknown? Oh, fella's here.
Oh shit, we got a fella in the house.
DJ Isolated. That's a good name. DJ Isolated.
DJ Isolated.
You said Mo mutes you anyway?
I'm your who?
I don't know. You mute Nacho?
I do mute people. I muted him many times. I mute people. Shit, don't think I muted Uber guy before. The Uber guy. All right, everybody. Let's get one at a time, everybody. I do mute.
Oh, okay.
I
didn't think you knew that button.
Everybody, if Mo mute, press 1. I do mute people. I don't hesitate. I'm just not mute happy, but I mute people when I want you to shut the fuck up. You know, when it's your panel, you got the power to do it. I saw that. Jay Foster, use your real name. I'll mute everybody.
Oh, okay. You're back on Facebook, huh? Yeah, fella. Some people don't know how to do that, though. That's the irritating fucking part.
Do what?
Listen or shut the fuck up. One of the two.
Yep. Fella, since I know you, you always was a loud talking, arguing person. You was like young, 11 years old, arguing with people.
Yeah, but he will let you talk.
He will let you talk.
Yeah.
Fella used to argue with his own. Look, him and his mama had debates. They go in like, oh shoot. Fella be handing his mama some with the debates.
Yeah, there's so many names for Facebook. Fedbook, Fuckbook. What? That's what RRC calls it. The Fuckbook. I've heard Fedbook for a long time now.
You're right. Nacho, I have banned you before. I did. I blocked you before.
So stupid. You ain't black if Mo hasn't muted banned you.
I blocked you in the Uber Guy channel before. I did. You know what I'm saying? That was back in the days and whatever. He's unblocked now and everything. You know, cool. But he mind for me again. I mind for him. Look, we put bullshit aside. That's called being grown folks. Grown folk.
Yeah. Just like the other night when everybody was hollering. When we took the stream offline, it turned into a good conversation after everybody cussed each other out. You know, got past.
Sometimes we need to cuss each other out to get our point across. Sometimes we need to do that. You get everything out, and then all right, let's get back to normal now. Like before this panel came on, me and the nose was like yelling and shit, screaming. I'm going. Then I got to the point I started being petty on him. Like then we went at it and everything's calmed down and he cool. Damn, I wish I had that passion right now. See how to put him on here to be petty. No, I will get him on here. He's gonna be part of the panel.
Freckle brothers tend to block. Oh my god. That's crazy. I debate with cats. Yeah, they're hard to debate with. What? Ashes are falling where he is. I wonder where the hell he's at. Marf. I've heard that name before. Maybe I've been in a chat room. I don't know. Is that's a different guy from Snafu?
Yeah.
I assume. Yeah, Marfugel or something. I don't know. I can't remember. Let me not slaughter his name.
I don't give a fuck. I call your name wrong. If it look like that to me, I'm gonna call you that. You see Ego John, right? Right, Phil? Yeah, who's banned laughing? Must be a new guy in here. No more masturbating. You know, but last night was kind of lit at the end. Oh shit. It was so lit, I want to screen share it. But I ain't gonna do that.
Oh my god. Okay, got it, Carolyn. So I kind of got his name right.
Hey fella, he's in the chat room. Ego's in there. He's under a different name.
It says Ego. It says Ego something.
Yeah, he's in here, Phil.
Thank you, Lisa, but nobody listens any fucking way. That's why I'm like, okay, mute button is gonna become my friend.
They're gonna be like, damn it.
Because I am the HBIC.
The head bitch in charge. Next.
Since Mo won't be the mean guy, I'm gonna be the mean chick.
John said, he said, real life was triggered. She was. I was like, oh shit. She's like a bitch, motherfucker, shut the fuck up, bitch. I'm like, oh shit. That bad be the good old days.
Me and her talk fine. Somebody pissed her off. What's up, Balanced Life?
Oh shit. Hey, thanks, Melvin. I still call you Melvin. You know you Mario, Yoshi and shit. You still Melvin to me. Shout out to Melvin, man. Knew Melvin for like 4 years. Melvin Stewart. That's my name.
I know I'm too nice to be mean. Damn it. And everybody else gets to drink. It's so easy to be a bitch when you're drunk. But I don't like to really drink like that.
Well, don't have a cigarette. You can be a bitch. When you got no cigarettes.
Oh, you know, yeah.
Get your nicotine fit and get on there and talk shit. I ain't got no cigarettes. I'm finna get stupid. God damn it. I'm finna get crazy with you. My Newports are not here.
Oh, look, he has over 1,200 views on your meme video. Yeah, you know what? When Mo first saw it, he said, this is potentially going to be a viral video.
I said that.
When it had about 13 views.
On that,
that one video that you saw, you said, this is on, whatever you said to be viral.
Mm-hmm. I can tell when the video going to go viral. I know what the fuck to say. Sometimes I do shit and know that I can go viral and still put it out there anyway. That shit too easy. I can go ahead and do some same talking points for 5 or 6 minutes every fucking day. I can do that and get them 1,000, 20,000 views. But man, fuck that. I'm doing my own fucking thing. Viral don't belong to us. I can easily get a fucking 10,000 views, do a 10-minute rant and say, let me shut up. Do a 10-minute rant and said, black people are fucked up. I can just say that right there. Oh, did he fucking say that? It's easy to get a lot of views, you dumbasses.
Wow.
Yeah, what's going on, Josh?
Let's chat with Betty Washam.
What's up, Betty?
How you doing? I'm sorry if I said it wrong. I really am.
Let's call her Betty. She's a vlogger too. She's more the Q person. She's on the Q shit.
Oh, okay.
You know, one of them Qers. I ain't a Qer, but she's a Qer.
I got it. Now they put that www stuff in there. I didn't know what that meant.
Fella said, let me on. See, I wasn't even planning to open the panel. You going to say, let me on.
Bill Gates, Donald Trump, let me in now.
I wasn't even trying to do a panel. He gonna just demand a panel, man.
I just had to say that because we were talking earlier.
You see how fella gonna demand a panel? Say, let me on. Dude, this wasn't even supposed to be a panel. They want to argue. We had a crazy panel last night.
She admits she's a rabbit hole digger. I ain't saying she's a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke. Okay. That's up to you, sir.
I don't care. I'll put the link, man. All right. I'll open up the panel right now, all right? No, I don't want to argue with each other, man. We hit that shit last night, man. God damn it. As soon as I hear some argument, I'm cutting the fucking stream.
See, there we go with the wigga. I don't even know what
everybody
it's
better
called.
Talk. I'm gonna open this fucking panel.
It makes me think of like scratching on the record.
Sean, get your ass on here too. Man, get your ass on here.
What's up, Crow Minion?
She ain't gonna argue with nobody. Not sure. Oh, God damn it. I'm gonna open up this panel right now.
No. I don't need a
Oh, you look at the window? No, I know you got it, man. See, I open up the panel, man. We got some guests on here now. I just don't want to argue today. Can we just talk about some good shit today? Talk about the food I ate today. I'm tired of arguing with everybody. Just for one night. Labor Day. Huh? Oh, right here, man. My bad. I'm all.
His son about cleared him out anyway.
Oh shit.
Don't smoke like that anyway.
What's going on, Reese?
Hey, what's going on, Phil? Hold on.
Okay, peace out, Gary.
Peace out, Gary. Much love to Australia. All right, see you later, mate. I got a lot of Australian friends that come on my panel, man. They cool as fuck. They ain't shit like America. They more cutthroat.
Nacho said I'm listening.
I'm trying to get them more Australians over here.
Hey, Mo.
Yo.
You can't have no rant by yourself, though.
I was trying to do a rant because that panel kind of wore me out last night, man. People like
I got some rant and shit. I got a robocall today, asking me who I'm gonna vote for and shit. I mean, it was like 25 questions. I was about to hang on number 5. The fifth question was, you think President Trump doing an okay job with the pandemic? And I said, no, I'm dead already.
I wish they'd fucking call me.
I was like, man, there's too many motherfucking questions.
What's up, Jimmy? 25 fucking questions. Goddamn.
Yeah, I was like, man. Then
we got Melvin in the house, man.
Hey, what's up, Mo?
Hey, what's going on?
All pretty good. I've been watching the Oregon protesters. Oh my gosh, I couldn't believe all the shit that they're touring up and all the crap they're doing. You know, they said that they're going to keep doing the same shit until they get what they want.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
It was just funny. It was one of the guys being like, yeah, we're gonna keep on doing until what we want. I was like, yeah. I was like, oh yeah, 4 more years of Trump, and yet you're still gonna keep on doing that.
Man, if we got 4 more years of Trump, you better do something. You better do something to stop it. Not the protest, but the rioting.
They ain't gonna stop until what they want.
No.
I thought that.
Hey, fella, I got a call today from a survey taker too.
Man, wasn't that crazy? One of the things was
they asked me. The first question was, "What race are you?"
No, that was my 8th question.
And I told, mine was a lie. They called me on the phone.
They want Pacific on race. They said,
well, mine. The first thing they said was, "What race are you?" And I said, "I'm American." And the guy was quiet. And then he was like, I told him, okay, well, my family comes from the Middle East. He hung up the phone. That was it.
That's crazy.
He hung up the phone, man.
He's triggered.
But Deborah answered the call. He wanted to talk to me. So
I said, do you think President Trump should send a national guard in on the protesters? And I was like, no, but the rioters, yeah, but not the protesters. It's when they get out of control.
Hey, DJ Isolated, it says something with your device.
Yeah, you gotta fix your device. I see you backstage, but it won't let you say device not connected.
Hey, Olivia.
You ain't got no avatar, fella. You ain't showing your face. You ain't even upload an avatar. Like,
No, it's I'm just too damn lazy to get up to turn my camera around.
like, he just sitting here like, yeah, that's real authentic.
At least he's on it.
Hey, that's authentic. I'll keep it like that's authentic.
It was facing my joystick. Look,
People do videos in dark.
look, it was facing my joystick. I had my joystick over there.
Oh God.
I don't know. Every time I get in front of the camera, instead of talking about what we talking about, the chat room always light my big ass up about my weight. So I was just starting to do a headshot or something with my phone.
I heard about your weight enough. I don't want to talk about that.
I know, man. And I just had 2 ounces of spaghetti.
See, you the nigga that eat 4 Big Macs. So hey,
No.
I puke.
I eat the double quarter pounders because there's more meat in them. That's all that damn bread and lettuce. Who want bread and lettuce and 2 slices of baby meat?
That's okay. RBR calls me a fat ass. Like, damn, I gotta be a fat ass? Really?
she's not fat. That's what I want you to gain some goddamn weight. I like big women. I don't mind you big, baby.
I don't want to be big. I'm
I know,
happy
but
at
I wouldn't care if you was fat.
I'm happy at 12, 14.
I don't know if you gain 50 pounds, I'll still love you.
Yeah. But anyways, I'm fat too. Don't be mad. According to
Somebody
RBR.
back
Hey, John, I was looking at the video that Black Lives Matter.
It's the
Dave Marks, whatever it's called. And I was looking into it. They fucking when they stated that they fucking made the whole organization bogus because everybody who in Black Lives Matter don't believe that. That the whole government that we should tear down the whole government and start over.
I saw today in Rochester, they had like 6 people nude, 6 guys. One of them was a black guy. And they were nude with a plastic bag over their head protesting in the middle of the street, sitting there with their hands behind their back.
That's disgusting, man. Wow.
The nude or the plastic bag?
Yep. The only thing they were wearing was a plastic bag over their head.
They need to go put some clothes on, and if they want to kill themselves for doing something, let them kill themselves.
Hold up a minute.
Yep.
Where you been at, Mr. Sherman? We've been worried about you.
Yeah, we were talking next.
Yeah, it's got that name.
Hey, don't play music, nobody. I can get flagged. No music.
Thank you. Yes, FYI, no music.
No
YouTube
music.
has been sued. We do not know that can't happen no more. They are shutting shit down.
Shut it
Yep.
down.
Shut it down, yeah.
Tear them motherfuckers down.
That's crazy. But did y'all see that boat show? I thought that was kind of cool.
Yep.
Supposedly they broke a record.
Really?
Guinness World Book of Records. Yeah.
Yeah, that was some cool shit. I saw that. And can you play the Candace video? That is
Yes,
actually
I'm gonna play the
kinda
Candace
good.
video right now, y'all.
Man, I hate that hoe.
I'm down, Phil.
I came on a video to see y'all faces, not that ugly bitch.
Oh my God, y'all motherfuckers.
You say it's thick skin only. I don't really like her.
It is thick skin on.
You know what? My problem with her is She's a flip-flopping bitch. In the next 8 years, if Trump wins again, she gonna be Trump until somebody else get in office. As soon as somebody else get in office, the bitch gonna flip her whole stance on everything. Democrat. If Democrat come in the next 4 years, she gonna be a Democrat. So if you look back for the last 20 years on her life, the bitch started off as a Democrat, then a Republican. Can't stand.
Look, I'm not the biggest fan either, but I respect her, and she slaughtered her on this. I have to keep.
She might look good naked though. I don't know.
She did. She put the smack down in a nice, friendly way.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna screen share this video.
Oh, happy belated birthday, Patrick!
Happy birthday, man.
We just want to make sure you're okay.
15% off for life. Assign an organized task with Gantt charts.
Somebody got feedback.
Look at all this shit right here. Check this out. Let me turn this shit around. I'll show you.
Did he just leave?
Hey, hold on. I'm gonna play this video real quick. I want everybody to mute their mics.
Educate yourself.
The cut. Screen share. Hold on. All right, everybody can see that. All right, I'm gonna play it. Everybody mute their mic so we can hear it.
Oh, what is up, Instagram? I'm going live on Instagram. This is the second time I've ever gone live on Instagram, but I just felt like I really wanted to clear the air on this Cardi B nonsense. So first and foremost, Cardi, I watched your story and it sounds very funny. First off, I'm saying it's funny because it's just ridiculous to me that you even take anything that I said as offensive, but I'm telling you the truth. And I think if anything, you're only upset because people are telling you on Twitter that you got dragged, because you did get dragged, because you are uneducated when it comes to politics. That's first things first. I was not, I'm sure Ben Shapiro was not, we were not meaning to attack you. We're just simply telling the truth, which is the fact that Joe Biden did not spend the whole year in his basement to come up because he's a big Cardi B fan and sit down with you. He thinks you're an idiot. And you know, I just am encouraging you to stop proving him right when you say ridiculous things like, I had to sit down with Joe Biden because my sister got attacked by a Trump supporter, Santa Claus, making it seem like Trump supporters are homophobic. A little education for you, Cardi B. Donald J. Trump is the first president that's ever gone into office in support of gay marriage. So, you know, those 8 years that your presidential candidate, Joe Biden, spent as a vice president with Obama, they didn't support gay marriage going into office. Obama changed his tune on gay marriage in his second term. So the whole idea of Trump being a homophobe is a bit pointedly ridiculous and shows how uneducated you are. Then you came and you were talking about raising your taxes when you were on talking to Joe Biden, saying that you want your taxes lowered, but at the same time you want universal health care. That's ignorant and stupid. And Joe Biden knows it's ignorant and stupid. Even all the people that want free health care and universal health care acknowledge that tax rates have to be astronomical to be able to support that. So you're talking about a 74% tax rate. You continually keep saying you have a #1 song. It means shit. Nobody cares about a song about your wet ass pussy. Excuse my language for my followers. Being #1, I have a #1 song in the UK, I have a #1 song in Australia, I have a #1 song in New Zealand. That has nothing to do with Black America and whether or not you are helping or hurting. Right now, you are hurting Black America, okay? When you stand on a platform and you pretend to care about Black men, when you ask Joe Biden, what are we gonna do about these Black men dying? He should have asked you back, what are Black men gonna do about Black men dying? Because 94% of Black men are killed by other Black men. Okay, we don't have an issue with police officers. In fact, if you go into those inner cities and you go into those projects, they need more policing. So you're a fraud. You're sitting here saying, making it seem like you're afraid of police officers. Are you afraid of your husband? You're more likely to be killed by your husband, way more likely to be killed by your husband than you are by a police officer. And you know that, right? You know that Black men kill more white men. You know that police officers are killed by Black men 18.5 times more, right? So don't use your platform and 75 million people to make it seem like police officers are the issue. You're uneducated. I mean, that is just what it is. You are uneducated. And I don't have a problem, by the way, with musicians and rappers and hip hop artists dabbling in politics if they're sincere. What I mean by that is, are you talking to people on both sides? Are you trying to actually get an informed understanding, or are you just being a mouthpiece for one party? Charlemagne the God has multiple people on his platform. He's talked to Republicans. He's friends with Senator Tim Scott, talks to him. He's a Trump supporter. He's had presidential candidates on his show, on The Breakfast Club. But he asks serious questions. He doesn't sit down with Joe Biden and say, oh, in fact, Joe Biden wasn't comfortable when Charlemagne the God was sitting down and speaking to him, because Charlemagne the God was asking so many difficult questions. He wasn't just giving him a Santa Claus list like you are. I want this, I want that, I want this, I want that, and none of it makes sense. If you're serious about politics, if you're serious about trying to use your platform for good, then you need to educate yourself. That's literally all anybody is saying to you, is that you need to actually educate yourself and do the work. By the way, I'm not in your zone, you're in mine. Okay, so I get tired of your commenters and your fans saying, oh, she's clout chasing. I'd be clout chasing if I was challenging you to a rap battle. I'm not doing that. You're in my area. You're in politics. You're embarrassed because you realize you know nothing about anything when you're on Twitter. You actually told a lie just now to all of your followers. You said, oh, Trump, you said Trump told people to drink bleach. He never did that. Then you said Trump laughs when black men get shot by police officers. How do you just put out a lie like that? How do you consider yourself to be a serious person when you just outwardly lied to all of your followers? You know he's never laughed at a black man dying at police officers' hands. You know that for a fact. You can't pull a clip. Not even CNN, with all of their bullshit and lies, has ever claimed that Donald Trump laughs when black men die at police officers. But you told that lie in a tweet. Why did you tell that lie? Because you're a fraud. So I'm calling you out on being a political fraud. You pretend you want to help. You don't. You don't. You don't know why you're a Democrat. You have no idea why you hate Republicans. You have no idea why you're on the side of the party that enslaved black people, that segregated black people, and standing behind a man that supported segregation. Joe Biden supported segregation. He said it's what black people wanted. So let's just recap all of that. You're concerned about homophobia. For the 8 years that Joe Biden was in office, him and Obama didn't support gay marriage until the second term, but not when he was running for the second term. They didn't support gay marriage going into that office. You claim that you're concerned about racism and dying black men, yet you want to defund police officers. That makes entirely no sense. You cannot defund the people that are actually protecting black people. Black people need more policing in their neighborhoods, not less of it. And by the way, in those neighborhoods, there are black police officers that are dying because it tends to be that police officers look like the neighborhoods that they're policing. So you are actually standing on a platform for more black men to die, for taxes to be raised, right? For a man that has a very atrocious race record to be put into office, who looked at you the entire time like he was confused when you were talking because he knew that you were nothing but a puppet for him to be able to get a platform. That's it. You're a puppet. They use you. Okay. And you want to sit here and talk about Trump using me, or like, what do you talk about? Using me for what? I don't work for the RNC. I don't get paid by the Trump campaign. I say what I believe. You don't know what to do when you're looking at a black woman that's free. That's what your problem is. I am telling you who I support, and I'm educated. And I'm challenging you to become educated. I'm challenging you to sit down with black conservatives, okay, and have a meaningful conversation and a dialogue about what you actually want, and to actually try to understand the economics behind what you want, and to try to understand why it is you're actually supporting a man that does not care about black lives and never has, and has been in office for decades and hasn't changed anything, and you're blaming Trump? It makes no sense. You hate Trump because they told you to hate Trump. You gave me no valid reasons for hating Trump. Not a single one, not even one valid reason for why you hate Trump. You just think you're supposed to because you're a puppet. That's what happens when you get big. Look, Cardi, I enjoyed you a lot on Love and Hip Hop. I thought you were hilarious. Second I first saw you on TV, I said to my cousin, she's going to be a star. She has that it factor. She's very funny, you know, she's confident, and she says ridiculous things. I think you belong on TV. I don't believe you belong in the realm of politics unless you're willing to get serious about it. In conclusion, tonight, I was just signing books, and I'm going to send you one because you need one. You need to learn. You need to black out. You need to Blexit. You need to learn about the real history of the Democrat Party. See that subtitle, How Black America Can Make its Second Escape from a Democrat Plantation. You want to know why it says second, Cardi, and not first? Because we were enslaved by Democrats, not Republicans, okay? We were enslaved by Democrats, not Republicans. So I'm going to sign you a copy. Get in touch with my agent and get in touch with your agent. I'm going to send it to your house, okay? How's that for WAP, okay? Bye.
All right, y'all seen it. I think fella got triggered and left.
Interesting. That was one thing I absolutely agreed with. And
I don't agree with everything that Candace Owens said. Let me point out and say this. I don't agree with everything Candace Owens says, but that was on point.
Even the part when she was like, I used to watch Love and Hip Hop faithfully, and she was irritating when I first saw her, but I grew to like her, and I'm like, she's gonna make it. I absolutely thought that too. So, not being a hater, I'm just saying.
Yes. But it's real talk. But that was on point.
So that's the third time I've seen that. It never gets old. That's like my third time too.
Yeah, it never gets old. Like, oh shit. And I wonder if Cardi B gonna respond to that. Nope, she won't.
Absolutely, I watched Trash TV Empire too.
Bring it, Cardi.
If you want to call it Trash TV, it can be that. I watched it.
Cardi B said she's trying to cloud chase. Okay.
Cloud chase.
Oh. Yeah, but you gotta admit Candace was a little triggered by her.
yeah, she was. See, John don't hold on to bar. He'll call it out. John called that shit out. Like, fuck that. She was triggered. I get that, John.
Yeah.
But then again, you got to look at how dangerous the shit that she just said was to people that are in that community. People that actually look up to Cardi B as somebody to follow. Who the fuck wants to follow that? I'm sorry, but really.
Olivia said Cardi B be triggering. Shit, I'll be triggering. I'm the king of trigger.
Oh my God.
I'm going to talk about some shit with being against gay marriages and all that other stuff. And in that damn video, she's got another female crawling all over her ass. Come on now.
Can you share that video?
That's what they do in Hollywood. You know what, Jimmy? We can't share any more videos because of the YouTube recent suing situation. So we can't do
what
that.
YouTube suing? What are you talking about?
YouTube
Dude, move out your mama's house, man. I can't hear your motherfucking ass.
YouTube just got sued by multiple different companies for copyright infringement. So you have to be very careful now with your channels.
Oh.
That whisper, man. That fucking whisper.
I'm sorry.
The fuck? What's up with the whispering? It's a little bit creepy.
I know.
Jimmy is the conservative whisperer.
He doesn't want to wake up his parents.
What's that mean though? No new taxes, small state. Like it's like you shouldn't. It's not a whisper. It's the same lie a lot of them gave us before. Anyway.
What the fuck did you say?
I don't know what I said. Can you speak up louder, bro?
I'm not gonna speak up louder. You.
I don't know what's happening right now. It's chaos. It's pretty much like the live stream version of a BLM peaceful protest. It's crazy. I don't know what's happening.
Commies are a bunch of commies. I don't support commies.
You like commies? You love commies? Why? Why do you like
No,
commies?
he said he doesn't support them.
Commies.
Well, I didn't hear that because he whispered it. Like he wasn't brave enough to say it out loud, so like I heard what I needed to hear. So
he is a 17-year-old kid, dude. He's a 17-year-old kid. Okay, he's the most woke kid I've met.
Okay, so it's satire. That's cool. He's doing a satire bit, I guess. So you're okay. Let's do a weird thing and then defend it later. Like, what the fuck is going on right now?
God damn, the whisper guy.
Whisper guy is awesome, I guess.
I'm the whisper god.
Look, you got the Uber guy. Let's do the whisper guy.
He said the whisper.
Can we all be the whisper guy?
The whisper guy.
Trump, record it.
Let's talk about
You
this.
better vote for Trump. You better
My
vote
mama
for Trump.
and daddy is asleep. I can't talk loud. Next. God damn it, dude. I'm gonna put you in the waiting room. You keep whispering, I'm gonna put you in the waiting room. I'm gonna start putting y'all in the waiting room, man. Yeah.
I said, what do you call it? I call it the backyard.
God
You
damn.
said the waiting room.
I'm gonna put him in the waiting room. You keep whispering, man. One more time, you go in the waiting room.
We used to getting in the waiting room, huh?
Yeah, so I'll leave people in the waiting room. Stop that whispering shit, man.
Oh my god, I gotta laugh. I don't know what else to do. No, but seriously, Nacho, what do you say to expound? Basically, what I just said, YouTube just got hit with a huge lawsuit, so we can't play music or anything like that anymore.
Okay, I ain't on no whispering shit tonight, man. Okay, I'll say a whisper for the Rumble. Coming on the Rumble. But actually, the Rumble continued yesterday, last night, last 20 minutes was the Rumble.
The last 20
You was there, Kelly, right on the last 20 minutes last night?
Ooh, Lord, yes.
Yeah.
Ah!
That shit was
Yeah.
fire, dude.
Oh, shit. Bitch. I'm like, oh, shit.
That
Yeah.
shit was fire. I was like, what the hell just happened?
Hey, I'm ordering the amplified mic. I'm ordering that real soon. And that's going to blow everybody away. And everybody going to shut the fuck up. Now I see why Tommy somebody got one of those.
Yep.
That shit was crazy.
You got to have the big stick.
That shit was crazy. And out of nowhere, too.
Yeah, but they got history.
That's quite apparent, yes. That is very, very much quite apparent.
See, I wasn't around in Blog Talk Radio days.
I was.
You were?
Yeah,
So-
that was like if I was on the Christian network. I was exposing churches.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was. I was exposing churches, saying I'm against religion. That we don't need a church. A church is our body, and a lot of pastors was going against me because I spoke on it. You know, I spoke how I got kicked out of churches.
Wow.
Well, you got to give Mike his props, man. He was talking about the remote viewing and turn around and say lose a kid's playground ball in the bushes or something, and it turned around and it was armed. That was trippy.
Hey, I just got in here. That Candace Owen video, Reese. I know it's probably. I had to leave real fast, but I'm back. But I had one thing she said in the Candace Owens video that President Trump was always supporting gay marriage and all that. But why is he rolling back all the gay in the military?
Huh? You said military. What you,
Hey, can you hear me?
I know. I hear you, but you said military. What that got to do with it?
All the stuff. No, he rolling all the stuff Obama put in place as far as gays going to the military. He rolling it back.
But Obama was against gay marriage.
No, I'm not saying he was or wasn't. But what I'm saying to you is, why, if Trump was so much for gay marriages in the beginning, why is he rolling all the gay stuff Obama put in place back? He's taking it away.
How do you mean? What do you mean by that? Can you name the bill? What bill are you talking about?
I'm driving right now, but I can get it for you when I get
feel
home.
you, but like what bill says that he's rolling back? I guess gay people they're cool and they are good in the military, right? They get to be good. They get to survive. Like they're not going to be kicked out. Like what bill are you talking about right now?
I gotta tell you which one I'm talking about. I gotta get it on home because that's on my computer at home.
All right, cool, bet. So, as far as we know, Trump has not punked gay people. He's like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna take this back. No, not really, because guess what? Gay people are afforded not just rights but privileges in the army and all branches of the military right now. Which, here's the deal: constitutionally, not really correct. Should they be treated like everybody else? Absolutely. Afforded new principles, new privileges? No. So let's talk about
what new privileges they getting?
I don't know, taxpayer money going toward transsexual operations. Like, I want to be a girl, I want to be a boy. That's a thing now. In the military, that's a thing. Should not be a thing.
I think every president has had an issue with that.
That shouldn't be available for. That's like cosmetic surgery. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because I know the military give you good health care while you're there, so everybody get that privilege.
No, but the military is designed to do one thing, right? It's like, as far as health, it wants you healthy.
Yeah.
Healthy enough to defend your country and or kill if necessary. That's it. So, does healthy mean like, well, or you're not going to be mentally healthy if you're not in the right body, according to your imagination or whatever sort of diagnosis, right? No, they're not into that. But guess what? They got into that. The whole military industrial complex is bending to this narrative like that, oh, well, I feel like this way, so I need to be this way. And please pay for it for me. What?
I don't agree on that. I don't agree on that. But
damn, what's can you get a boob job too?
Yeah, you get one.
Get a boob job too.
Boob jobs. What about what's that cool shit? Like the one thing that all men should be interested in is women getting that one thing. What is it? Vaginal plastic renewal. No, it's a vaginal renewal.
Yeah, it's like a yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
You know what? If we're gonna spend some taxpayer money, let's make all these hoes virginal. Let's do that.
I vote. I'm with you.
Why he break it up like that? Oh, let's see. No, I don't agree with taking advantage of the system. If they want to get if they want to be a man or woman, they should get that. They should pay for that on their own. Like me, I want to get gastro bypass surgery, but they told me that is a cosmetic. It ain't covered in my insurance. If I can't get it for my own health,
you ain't shit.
I mean, it shouldn't be no reason why they should be able to chop the dick off or add it to another person. You know what I'm saying? It just seems like it's unfair.
Well, let's be honest. Why do you need it? Why would you request that from the government, from taxpayers? Like, why would you request that? Do you have like, I was just born on the earth, I got a condition, and fuck me, or was
what
it?
You mean? Filling into a different sex and change or gastro bypass? Which one?
No, I know what it is. I know what the surgery is, but why did you request it?
No. What you talking about? Me personally?
Yeah, you personally. You brought it up.
It don't matter when I was on the state medical. I'm on the state no more. They said it don't qualify because that's cosmetic. But even that I'm paying out of pocket cash for my own healthcare, they still saying it's elective and it's basically
okay. So you want to pay into insurance, all right? So you want to pay into insurance for a whole bunch of years, right? And then get this $30,000, $50,000 surgery for what reason? What happened? Did you make any decisions along the way that put you in this circumstance, or do you have medical conditions that make you need this surgery?
Well, let me say two things about that. Mostly all my weight is my fault, but being
all right, so I need to pay for it though. Like here's the deal. Do I need to pay for that? Does anybody in this panel need to pay for that though?
You keep cutting me off. Let me fucking finish.
All right, I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
Every time I say a motherfucking word.
Fired.
Not anymore. Go ahead and say your words.
Saying is this something that I caused on myself? You know what I'm saying? By the time I was 18, I was already obese. Okay. So basically, I was already overweight as a minor. So I couldn't control what I ate. I mean, if I was aware of the situation, so then I'm stuck in this. it's like a drug. You cannot just without help.
No, I feel
And you can't. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, I have looked into dieting and other stuff. But what I'm telling you is, if I'm paying for healthcare, they shouldn't deny you for procedure that's helping you not going to see them anymore. You know what I'm saying? I'm a diabetic, so I got to go to the doctor every month. I got to get blood ran. I got to get urine ran. All those tests cost. If my legs.
Okay, so the company you're at. Well, hold up. I heard you out, but like.
Hey, what's going on, Tom?
Real quick. So what you just told me is that you were sort of asking for assistance from certain companies, right? Insurance. Those that are in touch with the government bodies, right? So it's insurance, taxpayers. We're all mixed up in the works, right? We're all gummed up. So here's the deal. What you want to happen is like, yo, I pay into the system and I want something back. And I feel you. You're right to have that. But like you ate into the system more than a certain part of the system can afford you. And what I mean by this is this, right? So like you chose, like here's the deal, like this whole old school, like I was a kid, I get that. I feel it. I feel the whole thing, right?
Same thing
so like
twice.
part of your obesity, part of your eating habits are not just on you. I get
you got $400 right there, baby.
That's not.
Yeah.
However, decisions
Hold
that
on.
are decisions. It's a business. Here's the deal. Like when you pay to insurance or you pay into Social Security or any kind of tax kind of thing, it's all going to come back in a certain way. We can never demand a certain thing.
Who I'm talking to right now?
DJ Iceland is talking.
All right, let me get a quick second in. All right, I'm 40. I'm 43.
Okay, you're 40.
I got at 40. Now for 3 years. I'll be 43 next June. But anyway, for 2 years, I'm 43 or 42. All right, so if for 2 years I've been diabetic, I had to go to the doctor for twice a month for a whole 2 years. Okay.
But did you know?
Listen.
Hold up, but before I'll let you rant. There's a really important question to ask you.
Go ahead.
When you were in your 30s or 20s or your teenage years, did anyone tell you, or were you educated with the idea that like, yo, I shouldn't eat like a motherfucker. I should just I should slow up.
No. It ain't the fact that you eat. See, you don't gain weight from eating.
No, here's the deal. I know it's complicated, but eating is the core principle behind food addiction shit. You know this. You know this.
It's not.
I'm fat myself. Nigga, what are you talking about? Like, come on.
I'm that one. I should know how I gain weight. I didn't eat all day, and when I eat at night, I ate 2 meals.
That's not what anybody ever said.
No, I'm telling you how I gain weight. I don't know how the fuck you gain weight, but I gain weight.
All right. So, okay, cool. But all right, so you gain weight. You 40-something years old. You want money from everybody else.
No, I don't want no money from you.
Surgery.
Hey, John, you gain weight because you have a weight problem. You can't wait to eat.
Who? But let me finish telling you.
You can't wait to eat.
Let me finish telling you.
It's not like. By the way, hold up. Before we go any further, nobody said you were a bad person. However, all right.
Dollars go to PMCs, wars, KKK, government.
I don't like it. That's what I like it. KKK. It's crazy.
Insurgents.
All right.
All our money, all our taxpayer dollars go to PMCs.
Hold on.
Stop paying for our demise. How about that? That's a good one. And then he left camera. He's gone. He's out of here.
Yeah, I gotta fill out my tickets, man. I'm just.
You got a ticket?
Down there.
You just got stopped by the cops? What happened?
Nah.
What tickets are you filling out?
Pick 3.
Oh, all right. Hit the lotto. So, all right. Let me ask you a question. If you hit the lotto, what are you gonna do with that money?
Get my gastric bypass surgery. It costs $30,000 without anesthesia.
Not pay off debt. Not invest in stocks.
I ain't got no debt.
Not help like college funds. for my kids. None of that shit. My bypass surgery.
You
is
don't
the
know me,
first thing?
You don't know me, my guy. I
don't know you. I feel like I knew you, but I don't.
I'm confused because you said that like you know who the fuck I am. I don't have no debt.
I know what debt is. I can know. Hey, here's the deal. Name a struggle. I'll know something about it. So that's a thing. All right. So I don't know you, but I know you.
Black, white, orange, gray, green.
All right.
Everyone has that.
I'm putting you in a waiting room, man. I'm probably goddamn whispering shit. Yeah, sounds creepy, man.
Good Lord.
I'm just gonna kick you off, man.
Hey, why you assume that I'm in debt, my guy?
What? Is that a question?
You can go with me right now.
Is that
I
real?
actually assume that I'm in debt.
Because you can't afford bypass surgery on your own.
Nigga, that's
an elective surgery.
$50,000. I don't have $50,000 to spend, but I know how to pay my bills.
All right, well, hold up. I don't have that either, but why don't you?
What do you mean?
Like, why don't you have that extra money?
Why would I have that extra money?
Because you worked hard for it. Like most motherfuckers that work for extra money. Like, what the fuck?
You don't make no goddamn sense.
All right,
Fella has his own business. Fella has his own business.
Like, this is what happened. Some people work for money and they save a little, right? And some people work for money, they save a little, and they have a way for that money. They're like, you know, this is for a rainy day. Or they're like, you know what, I'm going to put this in the stocks or Bitcoin. Or you know what?
You're a conspiracy bot.
Like, there's different mentalities when we save money. My question to you is this: have you ever saved money?
Yeah, I got money to say. Let me ask you this though: did your parents teach you to save money? Did your parents teach you to save money? Yes.
Oh no, my parents taught me all kind of fucked up shit. What's your point?
Teach you how to save money.
No, they didn't.
So
they taught me how to spend money.
You blow all your money.
No, they taught me how to spend money, and then I'm like, hey, why do they keep teaching me how to spend money and they don't have money and it's not good? And I did a different route. That's what happened for my life. So.
But you assuming that everybody is in your category.
No, I don't. Like, you're obviously in a different category. I can relate to you, but I'm not dealing with the bullshit. Is what I'm saying. I can relate to you, but I'm not dealing with the bullshit.
You assume that I had debt, and then you assume that
did I hold up? Did I ever say, "Yo, motherfucker, you broke"? I never said this. What are you talking about?
What would I do if I hit the lottery and I told you gastrical bypass surgery, and you said, "What? That's all you gonna do? That's the first thing you'll do? You ain't gonna clear your debt?"
No, I did find it funny. That's the first. That's your priorities. I did find that funny. That's all I did.
Before you cut me off, every time I talk, you cut me off. I said to you, if I'm on the system, if I go to the doctor for two times a month for 2 months, I mean for 2 years, and that ticket is like $800-900, $1,200 at the most, for 1,200 times 2 times 2 months. I mean 2 years.
Don't do math. Just don't do math right now.
Listen, I'm a drain on that system for that 2 years. But if they would have just helped me out with the surgery, I wouldn't have to go to the doctor because I would be losing weight and I would be eating healthier. You see,
okay, or let me ask you another question. Like, in this, when you realized that you wanted this surgery done, right?
Yeah.
Were there any other programs available to you? Like, hey, yo, we're gonna help you out with, like, if you want to go to 24-hour fitness, we'll front the bill. If you want to do this, we'll front the bill. Guess what? I know for a fact the government has those programs. I know for a fact they do.
Now, 2020, back when I was,
You ain't going to a gym in 2020 because that shit's outlawed.
Listen. Is that Rita, John? Fellas, is that Rita?
Hey, Reese, what's up?
What's up, Rita?
Hey.
Listen, so.
Love you,
I'm not trying to hate on the dude, but he says a lot of bullshit, so I have to correct it. That's all I'm trying to do.
What bullshit did I say? I'm paying.
You said something. All right, so let's get it correct. Do you want the system to pay for your surgery? Yes or no?
Listen, I don't want taxpayers to pay for anything. I pay for.
Okay, you just want the government, and the government is only existing because of taxpayers. Like, I get it. I sort of get it.
Ignorant. Are you ignorant?
All right, so who should pay for your surgery?
I pay for my surgery.
Okay.
If I drive down the street right now and get in a car accident, I go to the emergency room, I show them my fucking insurance card that I fucking pay for.
That's different though. And here's the deal. I offended you. I'm sorry. I'll slow my roll. I'm not gonna be as offensive, right? Even though it's thick skin night. All right. I'm gonna slow my roll. Here's the deal. So you just came up with this bammer idea, like if you get in a fucked up accident and gotta, yeah, you know what? You should be like treated. In my world, you would be treated. That's not the system we live in. And guess what? I got beat with the system we live in right now with the whole insurance scam. I got beat with that. However,
and you make it sound
someone like. However, like this is where I have I have my beef. Hear me out, because it implicates me too. I'm a criminal too. You're not alone. Like if I choose to eat a certain way or live a certain lifestyle for fucking 20 fucking years, 20 years, decades of my life, I do not expect taxpayers to bail me out of that shit. You feel me?
You know what I say? Can I say something to you, fella? Fella, can I say something?
Why are you talking like
that? Is you fucking ignorant?
Why are you talking like that? Calm down.
Fella, can I say something?
But the bottom line, I do not have taxpayers pay for anything from me. If you fucking listen to me, I pay for insurance. I go to the company and pay for my. Where do taxpayers come in at?
Baby, I gotta go. Come on.
Oh shit!
Tell me.
Kelly wanted to say something.
No, I want this fucking man.
But no, he left.
Who taxpayers come in at?
Because you asked, like, I think the state should step in and pay for my shit. That's where it came in.
Idiot.
You know what I say?
All right, so am I wrong? Hold on. Maybe I misinterpreted what he said. Homeboy, do you not want the state to come in and pay for your surgery? Yes or no?
I have insurance.
Okay, so you just want the insurance company to pay. Is that what you're saying?
That's what he said the whole time.
That's a totally different complaint, isn't it?
Please put his ass in the back room.
Okay, well, all right. Well, we just figure it out. If we're both figuring things out at the same time right now, don't yell at me no more. You don't have to do that. Like, we're on the same. Guess what? If you started with like fuck insurance companies, we would be like on the same foot.
No. I said if they want the fucking surgery, they should pay for it on their own. And I said, like me, I wanted surgery. Either when I was on the government assistance, they told me the same thing as that I'm paying private insurance. They told me that's a cosmetic procedure.
All right, so I figured out how we got wrong. I figured out how you and I got wrong in our conversation. This was that. It's because you were dealing with insurance and government, right? You were government program.
Kelly wanted to say something. Kelly wanted to say something a while ago.
I'm going to talk real quick, and I'm going to make this short and sweet, and I don't give a fuck who doesn't like it. But you know what I say about insurance? Fuck it. If you got a problem, go to the motherfucking emergency room. If you can't pay the bill, who gives a flying fuck? I don't care. Get it taken care of. Next.
No, exactly. And I think that the insurance companies and the doctors, their insurance costs are so high that they're in this like corner.
Kelly was triggered.
How can anyone, any American afford private health care? Like,
y'all triggered
if you
Kelly.
don't have insurance, you cannot pay those medical bills. Like my parents, they have insurance. My mother just had a surgery 3 years ago. That was like $150,000. My parents can't afford that much money.
Kelly,
there's no way.
Where's Dre, man? We can get Dre. We can get Dre on this motherfucker right now.
I sent him an invite on Messenger.
So did I. I sent two.
Can you explain?
What's going on?
when you talk, you just assume that they have debt. Is that the first thing that you assume?
No. All right, where do you get this? Do you assume the debt thing is your imagination? Nobody implicated you of debt.
That was the very first thing, DJ. You said to him. You said the first thing you said to him is, "Why are you not handling debt? Why are you not going to pay it for your kids' college fund?"
Well, in the case, all right, that's fine. Well, actually, no, I stand by that. Like, why wouldn't you? Like,
but again,
all right, so the next thing should not be "fuck you." It should be like, okay, what's the nature of debt? All right, so that's cool. Who am I indebted to and why, and constitutionally that'd be good shit. But nobody did that.
No, but if I had a major medical concern, I don't have the money in my bank account to pay all of it. You know, if I broke my leg, I don't have 50 grand to pay for that surgery. Who has that money?
No, exactly. But all these things are different. Like, we're treating these all these conditions are different. They're different.
No, they're not.
All right, so like,
people don't ask.
I break my leg, and so you should be afforded the same payout to somebody. No, but the difference is this. All right, so we all pay into the system. At some point, it should be a golden rule. I'm not going to abuse it. I'm not going to harm myself to require.
Who wants to be sick? Who in the world wants to be sick?
People that do things that make them feel good temporarily will make themselves sick.
I don't agree with that at all.
You don't agree with that, even though you have proof all around you constantly.
Kelly, can I say something real fast? All right, back to I did this to myself basically over the years, but as a child,
what's wrong with you, nigga?
Listen, as a child, your parents supposed to teach you
exactly how to eat.
And teach you about health and all this. But if that parent is not neglecting you, but neglecting on teaching a child basic of credit and bills and health and exercise, then that person supposed to be a grown up will lack on that experience as well. So I'm a victim of that.
John, but here's the deal. Here's the deal. You a big motherfucker, right? So I'm not trying to piss you off.
But
like, if we met face to face,
no.
Here's the deal, John.
You know what I mean?
What you just said is no different from any ideology I've heard from the far left, not just the regular left. Like, the far left been woofing this shit for 20 years. Hey, I'm a victim. This is why you should pay me. That's the whole
thing. Fella's voting for Biden, aren't you, fella?
Yeah, but what are you talking about?
No, that voting for whoever doesn't matter about health.
No, but he said that he thought he had some liberal in him. He does. He was a Bernie Sanders supporter. He believes in Medicare for all.
Listen. I don't know where you getting your. I don't know. Your brain has probably got hit by a car or something. I don't know. But you sound so fucked up sometimes. What I'm about to tell you is everybody wasn't taught the way you was taught. And then it take time to realize your mistake. So
you know what, you're right. You were right in this one way. Like, we're not you're right in a lot of different ways. One, you're not.
But we all
you
have
don't
our
get to
coping
choose how you're born, and two, you don't get to choose how you're raised. I get it.
Let me scratch one too.
DJ, don't.
All right, so you still scratching tickets right now, like during the fucking live stream. This is fucking perfect. I love this.
What quarter?
What just happened? Is that going? Like, what just happened?
We all have our coping mechanisms. We all have our ways to deal with the stresses of life. Like,
okay, you're right, but you're also wrong. No, that's not good enough.
You know,
because some people's coping mechanisms become evil. I mean, here's the deal. When you open this gateway, like, we all have our coping mechanisms, and all our sins are sort of justified. You open up a floodgate for sins, all kind of crazy shit.
Yeah, and we
just
each
all
have our
kind
ways.
of
like,
crazy
mine
shit
is coffee.
Like,
but you gotta look you gotta look at this society right now.
We all make
you gotta
mistakes.
look at this society right now, though. You gotta look at this society right now. There's a hell of a lot of parents.
Really?
They got grown-ass children. They got a lot of grown ass children. Hold on. They got a lot of grown ass children right now that are living at home because their parents were not able to teach them the things that they needed to survive in this lifetime.
And actually,
And there's a
that's
whole
not
nother
true.
generation. It is
Actually,
true.
that's kind of all
Thank
right.
you,
So
Billy,
part
for
of
the
that's
super
true.
chat.
The other part of it
Thanks
is
for the
this:
donation.
one of the reasons why those kids live with their parents is because it's not the same economy. It never has been. Like when
Fair enough.
everybody's on this, like, oh, yo, like I came, like we're talking about people that came up in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Like, well, I came up and I could figure out the game. They're not doing the same game.
At
They're
the
just
same
not.
time, my parents are basically needing almost for me to move back in with them because they need help.
And that's another thing. And also, like, culturally, this whole idea of, like, we shouldn't live with extended family, guess what? Whether you like it or not, that's a thing of the past. You're going to be forced to live with family in the next couple of years, whether you like it or not.
Oh, no.
A lot
So
of
if you have
people
an
are
attitude
now.
toward it,
I am willing to step up and take care of my parents if they need help. I am
that's what I'm.
absolutely
And
willing
guess
to.
what? Let's back forth. Why was it ever culturally a bad thing to as long as everybody's actually working and trying to make something of themselves? Why is it a bad thing that extended family lives with each other? Why did that?
Because not everybody can get along with each other, and not all of those relationships
I
are
get
healthy.
it. Like, I mean, fuck my moms. I fuck mom, dads. Like, I get it. But guess what? That's a new thing. The old school thing is like we stick together and we build what? Generational wealth. That weird fucking term.
Exactly. I would much rather live with my parents and cook them food and take care of their house than have them in a nursing home.
Get home.
Sure.
Oh shit! John just disappeared. He was talking and disappeared.
Oh darn. Okay.
I'm gonna re-put the link.
Yeah, there's a lot of parents that are out there that never taught their children how to manage money. There's a lot of grown-ass adults out here in this day and age that don't know how to pay bills. They don't know how to pay bills.
Absolutely.
They're sitting in their house with their lights off going, why the fuck are the lights off?
Right.
I paid my rent, not realizing that they got to pay light bills and shit, too.
Word.
Yeah, my dad lives with me.
Oh shit.
I mean, this is a thing for a lot of people. My father has to live with me. Otherwise, he'll be in a nursing home.
Exactly. And nursing homes are so expensive.
But, I mean,
they're like, what, 10 grand a month? Who can afford that?
But why is that just a fiscal thing? Like, right? So back in the day, when families were generally stronger, this was just assumed. There was no economic or cultural implications.
You're right.
Now there's a diss to it, right? Now that, like, oh, well, once I move away, fuck my parents.
No, absolutely not.
No, but here's the deal.
These 20-year-olds are going to say, fuck us, though. I bet that.
Well, hold up. Hold up. I love this whispering guy. I can't tell who he is. That's the fun part.
I don't even know what he said. He jumped off.
I don't know. He said something
He
about
said Joe Biden is a pedophile.
Biden wants you to...
He said Joe Biden is a pedophile.
Yes, he is.
Well, who's going to fight that? What happened to Fat Dude, though? The fat trucker guy. Let's bring him back.
But at the same time, like, I think that parents...
That's Mo's cousin.
Okay. So?
No, his name is Stella.
He could talk for himself, but, like, then he just got cut off. It got weird, so...
Yeah, I'm watching for him. He was driving, I think.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, how you doing? Mo just went to the bathroom.
Hey, I'm sorry. I was playing the actual live stream as I was on here. I didn't even notice it.
I didn't either.
Really? No, it was reverbing pretty hard. So how's everybody doing tonight?
Good.
We doing? How you doing?
Oh, I'm all right.
DJ was explaining to us about personal responsibilities.
Personal
Shots
responsibility.
fired, John.
Oh, I can talk about it all day. Do you want me to? Do you need me to?
Well, see, I fall into an interesting category where a lot of people, even people in my own family, as fucked up as it is, believe that I shouldn't exist and neither should my children. Because my mother had existing medical conditions and she chose to have me anyway. And I waited until I was 35. I waited until I was 35 years old to have my children.
Okay.
And
so there's no
because
lack of personal responsibility in that story at all. Like you made decisions.
Okay, and at the same time, the government, if you want to put it that way, has us in a study, and I've been in a study for my whole life for the disease that I have, as have my children. And my mom got into this program when the military, the Navy hospital up in Bethesda, couldn't figure out what the hell she had.
All right, so my first question is this. So when you had children, did you let the men know that, yo, I'm part of this really crazy thing? I know you're not going to believe it, but did you at least give them a heads up like, yo?
Not man, yes, one man, and he knows.
But well, just one, or how many kids?
May
and how
I
many dads?
interject?
I have 2 children, and they're by the same father.
Okay, so you let them know, like, yo, something's going on with my family. Tread lightly.
Well, may I
Absolutely, and he from the get-go has understood that it is not so much us versus them, but it is about keeping our family strong the best we can.
Are you still with that guy?
10 years this August.
Fuck it, eh? So I like you. You're good in my book.
My cousin, she had a child with a genetic defect, but she was never told who her father was. So
What does
she
that
had
mean?
no
A genetic defect?
clue.
But what does that
She
mean,
had
though?
no clue.
Yeah, Carolyn, can you quick share with us, if you don't mind, what that is?
Absolutely. It is called hyper IgE syndrome. And it is a very, very rare immune disease that tears up a lot of different parts of your body. It affects your lungs, it affects your bones, it affects your spine, it affects your muscular skeletal system, and it causes a lot of different issues with skin. It causes issues with lung infections. It causes issues with degeneration of the bones. It causes hyperflexibility and mobility in the tendons and ligaments. There are 7 different kinds of versions of this particular disease, and through the Human Genome Project and gene research in 2008, they finally located it in our DNA. And at that point, they were able to tell us that there was a 50-50 chance that if I had any children, that they might have it. Well, I have 2 kids, and both my kids have it. So for me, that was 100-100. And we have been seeing. I'm not. You know, the earlier we're able to get care, the better quality of life we have. Yes, it's tearing my body up at the same token, but I worked as long as I could. And I fall into this bizarre little category of people that have a rare enough disease that the government and the Disability Administration don't consider it to be a disability because they feel that I should be able to work online doing ebooks and things like that. Well, when you have muscular skeletal issues and you have degeneration in your spine, you can't do but so much. You can't use your hands but so much.
Do they know what causes that? Because I mean, there's a lot of stuff that they actually. I mean, the government may be responsible for those kind of things, anyways, because of the way they let industries, dump toxins into our water and poison our food. I mean, so the thing is, that may just be something they need to pay you for, anyways.
No, we can't talk about that, because to talk about that means that Trump didn't stop any of that crazy fuck shit.
Oh no, this stuff has
Trump
been preservatives and
is
food has
God.
been happening far before.
But it might have happened before him.
Well, and that's the thing.
Before and
My
during
family comes from a Navy
and after.
family. And my grandfather was in the Navy and he had to go through all the inoculations and all that fun stuff. And
Yeah, and they even found actually that the radio equipment that they would use in the 60s, 50s, 40s during World War II and stuff, that actually the guys that would operate the radios on ships would have massive impact on their DNA and their cellular structure. So
Right.
they may have even caused, what they're trying to study anyways. So then that makes it fall on them anyways.
well, and that's an interesting point that you bring up because I've done research into the website called microwavevets.org. And on that website, it tells you about all of that stuff. And if you want to play into what's going on now, you've got people from World War II that were impacted with the use of sonar weapons. You've got people in the Vietnam era that were impacted for the use of a lot of the Tecton and the Desert Storm guys. People from Afghanistan. Every generation of military has had some impact to their health with the gadgetry that they deal with.
I have.
Absolutely.
I have.
Yeah, I'm not gonna mention how. like it's real.
But and there's truth to that.
Let me answer.
But
All right,
what
so
they're
Carolyn, I feel you. Like I don't think you're lying. I think you're totally legit. But I do have one question.
Okay, go ahead.
With as much as you know, as much as you've experienced, right? All these interactions with different people, would you consider yourself still a patriot for this U.S. For
Absolutely.
America?
Absolutely. Am I willing to call out Fauci even though he's the head of the group that I get seen by? Absolutely. If he's done wrong, that doesn't put him in any less position to be held accountable for anything that he might have done, including potentially rounding up children that were addicted children to be able to use them without their parents'
You're
consent
right.
as guinea pigs for
Don't
HIV
do the kid
testing.
thing. Don't do the kid thing. I'm a sucker for the kids. I'm gonna get crazy when it comes to the kids. Don't do that. My question was this: why are you still a patriot? What do you still love about America, even though our government and all kind of fuck shit's going on? Why do you still love it?
Because I love the people, and I love the people and the connectivity that we have here and our ability to be able to be free in whatever form that we can be that's allowable by God. And my mission at this point has been for a long time to educate people about taking care of themselves, how to take care of themselves should the need arise to work on health things with holistic treatments and stuff like that. Because, I've talked to them for a few years now about the fact that, I've been able to combat some of the side effects of the disease with simple things like holistic supplements and acupuncture.
Absolutely, Carolyn. But I also think that there's a topic of how can Americans support one another? And isn't that where we are right now?
And that's where we need to be. And it kind of goes back to what Freedom was talking about the other night. If people follow the right business models and the right plans to put their resources back into their own communities and things like that, we wouldn't need to be on assistance. Or the number of people that needed to be on assistance would be so much fewer.
Well, incidentally, and this is a really funny thing. Do you know why more people are on assistance now than ever? Because the churches got stopped. So this is an interesting thing. A lot of churches were corrupt, right?
Yes.
A lot of them were not. Between the both, all of them donated money into they did some sort of fake or real investment into their communities. Well, there was helping out like a young couple figuring out a pregnancy thing, or helping out an old family that got kicked out for no reason. Like churches used to do a lot of legwork. And guess what? In the last 4 months, that power got taken away. Do you think that's an accident?
No.
I think it serves God because God is rooting out and sorting out and sussing out the fakers.
But what I'm saying is that,
I think that comes back to what we were talking about before of we need to come together as family units and come together as community.
Absolutely. And speaking to what Thomas had asked, it's on the 7th gene in the DNA. And what happens is that gene misprints itself. And it causes a replication within that specific gene that creates this disease. And the way
that sounds like something that that sounds like something that can be disrupted through, because they've actually studied that kind of stuff in DNA disruption and stuff like that. So it's actually, it could be something environmental that they've actually done, because even fluoride in our water, that's really a product of industrial processes that they essentially fed us. They said, well, this is just natural, it's good for your teeth, just drink it and don't say anything. And now we have stuff that's even making like atrazine. If you look, they did a study in it was a Californian university where they did a study where it was actually making frogs mate with so there would be male frogs that would develop with female reproductive organs and male reproductive organs, and they would actually mate with other male frogs. That's what Alex Jones was talking about when he talked about the frogs being gay. They're not gay. Their whole cellular structure and their whole sexuality and hormones are being manipulated by the stuff that's being sprayed onto crops and then going into the runoff water, which ends up in the water table, and then we end up drinking it. And it's really hard to get out of your water. So, I mean, these things are things that they've allowed into the water.
Why do you think that became a meme? Culturally, like, why do you think? I mean, you cited Alex Jones saying, like, "Yo, atropine is messing things up." Why do you think that became a meme?
Because of the way he said it.
Fella's back.
Yeah, I see Phil. What's up, Phil?
I was heated all the whole ride here. Hold on.
You triggered all the goddamn things.
Well, what happened?
I was fucking heated.
You always heated. God damn it.
Who came back? And where are they at? I don't see their face. What's going on?
Oh God! Somebody shoot
John came back. Fella's back.
I'm sure.
So to get back onto that conversation real quick, then I'll stop. The reason why this disease crops up is it crops up as a carrier. Both of the parents have to be carriers of this specific deformity in their DNA for their children to get it. And
so Carolyn,
for
both you and your husband are carriers?
No. Both of my grandparents were carriers, and they passed it to my mother. My mother was a carrier with a dominant gene, so I end up with it. But my severity is a little bit more muted than my mother's. I still deal with a lot of the same stuff that she did, but because I was able to get treatment basically from 2 years old on, so for 40 years, I've been able to manage the side effects and slow down the progression of this disease. But if it wasn't for the government having the study in place, I'd be looking at paying $160 for just one inhaler.
Asthma treatments are really, really expensive.
What up, John?
Oh yeah, my bad. I cuss all you, but who got that feedback? God damn it.
Not me. I don't think so.
I cuss everybody out. I cuss my guest out. I think
it's Thomas.
I cuss everybody out.
Yeah, I had it for a second. I had it for a second because I had to switch over because I wanted to put something in the chat room.
Triggered me.
What I put in the chat room was a research paper from UC Berkeley where they have this research of atrazine on frogs.
And that may be the case too, but at the same time, naturally, if there are not enough males within the population or enough females within the population, there are species of frogs that will switch genders.
No, like all no. The actual
That's true
science
too,
is
but
this:
this was
if you introduce a foreign toxin, a foreign hormone into a population, things
Oh,
gonna
I
get
get
crazy.
it. Believe me, I do. I
Right?
get
So,
it. I know.
but here's the deal: like we pretend like this didn't happen to us in our human species. Guess what? Men are not men no more. We all know this shit.
well. And here's the thing: is it might happen in frogs naturally, and it might not, or depending on the species. But it's, I mean, if it's wiping out 3/4 of a species of males, then that's not natural. Like 3/4 of the males of certain species of frogs that are under atrazine, are becoming female. So that's
But the
not
question is
natural.
this.
That's because of the most popular or pesticide that's on the market.
Yeah, but here's the deal: like, have they studied them like surviving in that new continuum with each new ideas, these new facts, right? Are they existing good? Like, are the new like hyper feminine male like whatever's going on?
They're existing,
There
but
is
we
no
don't know
study
what's
for
going to
that.
happen.
All their study is
Well,
for
we'd have to
what's
watch.
happening, who's producing who's not, right? So
Yeah,
it's getting
well,
weird.
that's the thing. We'd have to watch several generations. But the thing is, I think that it's unfair to a species to mess with their genetics in any way. I mean, if I'm a male, I want to develop as a male.
Sure.
Well, how far do you want to go with that? Like, so, like, if you like bananas, then you don't like this, because bananas are plantains that we just made sweeter. Like, it was one of the first things humans genetically modified, and we all love bananas, right? We're like, a lot of us grew up with bananas, thinking bananas were wholesome and totally non-GMO. We didn't even have this concept, but guess what? Bananas are not a real thing.
Not
Bananas
anymore.
are modified plantains. So,
Well, I mean, and that's the thing is like there's you have the difference between like actual breeding techniques where you have like the gene table and you try to breed for a certain genetic trait, and then versus actual chemical
yeah,
manipulation of the DNA and of what I don't stop. I would rather have a non-sweet banana and develop as a male.
but here's the deal: none of us were given a choice. So, like, if you go back into the 40s, they made us. They provided our argument. 50s, same thing. 60s, 70s, 80s, right to now. Our arguments right now are sort of provided.
Exactly.
I'm just saying. Like, we think we're onto some shit, and sometimes we get close, and and this is the interesting thing about close. When we get close, we start to develop communities, which get close, and guess what happens? We form tribes, and then we're subject to the things they use us by. Fucking
No,
weird.
but who doesn't?
Fucking cycle.
Which human doesn't play into people that they relate to? If that's the definition you're using as tribes.
Well, that's where we actually got to kick in the rebellious thing, because that's part of being a human too.
Well, and by that same standard, that's exactly why I still love my country. I love people that are here. I stick up for and I look out for the people that are here. I drop information bombs where I can for the people that are here so that they can make better choices and be more informed.
I don't necessarily, I mean, this channel in my mind proves that people from all across the nation can come together in agreement on a lot of things. Not everything, of course, but like on a lot of things.
Well, I mean, we can at least coexist
Is the core
and
agreement
understand
not
that.
to destroy it all? Hold up, because I'm unsure. Is the core agreement not to like ruin it all? Like, we have a whole bunch of cool stuff going on. Please don't burn it down. Don't mess it up.
Exactly. Exactly.
Is
Like,
that the core agreement?
I don't necessarily have to agree with everything my neighbor does in their house. I don't know what they do in their house. It's not my business. But
well,
as
as long as
long
they
as
doing
like
crazy shit,
they're,
they could be doing crazy shit.
respectful people and it's cool living next to them and we don't disrupt each other's lifestyle, it's all good.
All right, so and this is an interesting thing, and this is in our realm. What if they're polite, but they're running like human trafficking in their house? Like, this is not. You think it's absurd,
They can be
but it's not.
polite. They can be polite all day, but you can best bet if I find that shit out,
So
they're getting exposed.
Then another conversation becomes, well, how do we know who these people are?
Because you can notice how many cars come in and out of their house. You can notice like weird sounds coming from their home. Like, you can notice things. You're not.
And not only that, I dox
all right,
myself.
so now hold up. Well, if that's true, what you just said, that means there's a president, right? And so culturally in America, how
Then
many
I'll
people
go knock on their front door. I'll go knock on their front door and be like, "Hey, what's up?"
Did you hear what I just said? How many people before you understood this fact as a fact? Not necessarily you as an individual, but like culturally, why is this a thing that we would need to tell people like, hey, if you hear a child scream in pain next door, you should probably be concerned. Like, why would this even be a thing for us to consider or talk about?
Yeah, I hear that.
We was taught to mind our own motherfucking business.
What?
That too.
Well, I'll mind my own business to a point. Like, if I hear a child screaming night after night after night, yeah, I'm gonna call or knock on the door or put my nose in the business.
No, that's not what any of us did for years and years and years. Here's the deal. It's a possibility that, like, from the 70s, 80s, 90s, definitely 2000 beyond, there's so much confusion in the air. TV, internet, all these things, craziness with our husbands and wives, whatever. We weren't paying attention to those screams next door. And that's the motherfucker.
I do.
And I can tell you I do.
Dog barks. I notice when their cat screams. Like, I notice. There could be raccoons in the backyard killing the cats. There could be any number of things going on. I pay attention.
And that's part of being active and being.
When do you draw the line?
Part of being active in your community.
I'm just saying, when do you draw the line, though? Okay, so you hear screams, call somebody. But what if you see some little shit? You call on some little shit?
No, I don't call people every single second. You know what I mean? I like watch and I wait and I listen. And if it happens night after night after night after night, yeah, I'll call someone. But if it's just one time for 5 minutes, I'm not going to call anyone.
Well, and here's the thing too, is if we are true patriots and we're looking out for the people in our community, we're standing for them. We're going to advocate for them if they can't advocate for themselves. The neighborhood that I'm in is neighborhood I grew up in. I'm in my grandparents' house. Okay,
Why?
I had a neighbor next door.
Why? Do you got land?
Why what?
Wait, are you still there because you got land?
I'm still here because this was my grandmother's wish, is that I be able to remain in his house so that. Are we on property? Yes, we're on property.
No, what I'm saying is, like, are the people that, like, you came up from, is that their land and it's your land now? Like, it's that kind of property.
Technically, it's their children's, but it's mine for now.
Are you talking about generational wealth?
No, that sounds like a leftist term. I don't like it. I ain't even gonna approach it. No, I ain't gonna deal with it.
Wait, whoa. What the fuck is with these questions? Like, first you asked, are her kids by the same man?
He crazy. I don't even know, dude.
Like, what is with
Is that a bad question? Hold up. No, you're right. All right, check me. Is that a bad question to ask women? Like,
well, I mean, it's kind of
2020?
inappropriate, though. I mean,
No, hold up. Why is it inappropriate when we're thick skinned?
I doxed myself, Kelly. It's all good. It's all
What
good.
what does that have to
Thick
do with
skin.
her medical condition? I mean, if her kids are by the same man, and did he know, and blah blah blah. I mean, are you like a advocate for men's rights, or I don't know what the deal would be.
All right, so let's pretend I were. Would that be okay with you?
No, I don't give a fuck who you rep for. I'm just curious.
I don't rep for that, but like I'm just wondering like
No,
what
just curious
what's your
about your
actual
standpoint.
Like,
What is
no,
your
no,
standpoint?
like, no. She's trying to check my line of questioning. Like there's a vibe there. Like, and she's like, "Hey, what's up with this cat?" I get it. It's cool. So, what's in the vibe in my line of questioning you don't like?
Well, yeah, it's kind of like, what did her medical condition have to do with her having the same man and her children, and if
It
she's
did
on
not go that
family land, or where her house came from, or any of that?
None of that happened. Like, by the way, but like the up and down.
No,
I know what you're getting. You're getting at like this up and down questioning. Like, well, I'm with you. I'm against you. Like, yeah, like, and that's just me. And I'm not really against anybody, if that's what you need to hear. But
Do you
like,
lean to a certain side?
oh yeah, hell yeah, I lean to a certain motherfucking side.
Because
all right, well, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Just ask me whatever you want to ask me. Because as I said, my name is my name here. It's my real name. I dox myself. I'm the same person on Facebook, the same person everywhere.
Is your grandmama house? Was it their grandmama house?
No.
When did your family inherit that land? How long ago?
They didn't inherit it. My grandparents
your
moved
rent?
here in
You have a mortgage?
1963.
What's your taxes, Carolyn?
Right?
My taxes are $2,400 a year.
Stop it. Stop it. I'm kidding.
It's all good. I don't give shit. It's all good.
No, if I could live at my grandparents' house, I would be thankful that it got sold by my aunt. You know, it got sold out of the family. It's gone.
What'd you say, fella?
I said the last question. Can you call for me? Now.
Fella's petty as fuck.
I'm just asking.
Good trigger.
We putting the latex gloves on. We might as well ask all the good questions. What the hell?
Fair enough.
Really, like I have not asked the good questions. So,
but at the
same time,
okay, well, go for it. Go for it. You ain't gonna hurt my feelings. Go ahead.
This whole thing, like I've been polite. I'm gonna keep polite. Y'all not gonna make me unpolite. How about that? So.
I'm not trying to be unpolite either. I'm just trying to figure out what specifics about me are you trying to find out.
Yeah, I forgot.
Single girl.
Once Mo brought like the personal thing in, I forgot. We had the conversation. I forgot.
No,
you were asking me. You were asking me. I said because the neighborhood I grew up in, I got old people on either side of me I look out for, and I advocate for.
Is that still really a thing? You do that right now?
Yes.
Hell yeah, in my neighborhood too.
Can you move into my block? Because I don't have that.
That's interesting that you say that, because that's kind of how I was brought up too. Before I even supported Trump, I would question my dad, like, you don't have money? What the fuck do you want him for? That's for rich people.
It is.
He explained to me that it's not about me, it's about the collective. And then I had to rethink it, because I spent a lot of my life in the community too, helping people. Hence why I'd probably be rich right now if I didn't spend so much of my own fucking money helping people.
My dad's a Trump supporter, hardcore.
So
see, and my neighbors to one side, the neighbor.
We think it. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
My neighbor next door passed. I've known this man my whole life. Okay, he passed, and his son was staying with him. Well, when he passed, his son lost his shit. So I was basically keeping an eye out for his son to make sure he wasn't running around outside naked in the middle of the winter. acting a fool because he was going through issues and he had his own health struggles. I got the people next door to me that had, when we had this tornado come through here in August from Isaiah, or however you want to pronounce it, they had trees drop down on their roof. I had their tree drop down on my roof. You damn sure bet I ran next door to make sure they were okay after I made sure my kids were okay.
I'm about to blow your mind. I think hundreds of millions of Americans do not have that kind of neighbors. Period.
And I'm sorry for them.
Ain't built like that. To be truthful, it's about self-preservation. They could give a fuck about the next person, and
maybe that's why we got where we are. That's what I'm saying.
That's
like
exactly
something
why.
happened.
That is not how I was raised. We take care of our neighbors. Like, if they're out of town on vacation, I feed their animals. We watch out for each other. If someone weird drives up the driveway, we call each other and be like, hey, yeah, there's a weird car driving up your driveway. Like,
and I've done just that because somebody hopped. Yeah, and I've done just that. Somebody was parked across the street from my neighbor's house, and somebody hopped out of the truck and ran across their property. You damn sure bet I'm going to call the cops for these people to make sure somebody's not snooping around in their shit. And I've been cutting my neighbors. I've been cutting my neighbor's grass since this whole thing.
Deborah's our local Smokey the Bear. She's already busted like 4 fires. She's been out there all late at night. There's a fire burning in the back, somewhere. She's calling the fire
So that tells
department.
me that we're all in one place for one reason. I don't believe in coincidence. Aside from, we don't share the same opinions on everything, but I assume that our core values are very similar.
Right. I've lived in my house for over 10 years. My neighborhood, we take care of each other. If people are parked in the wrong spot and people are upset about it, we talk to each other. Like, we take care of each other. If old people need help shoveling snow out of the driveway, we do it for them. It's not a big deal. We don't charge them money.
Absolutely. And the business that's across the street from us was friends of my parents growing up, and they shovel out the whole neighborhood with trucks. Because most of the people in this neighborhood are old people. I know most of the people that are in this neighborhood because I grew up here. And it comes to a sense of not only community responsibility, but also, having a little bit of personal upbringing and morals to be able to take care of your neighbors. I've been cutting these people's grass since the beginning of this damn pandemic because the son got laid off. That is now sole responsibility for this property, and he can't afford to get the grass service to come out here.
Well, then you go and cut the lawn for him, or you.
And that's what I do.
Exactly. That's
what you do it
good community does.
My opinion, you don't do it. You make an arrangement with him because right now he can't do it. He could do something for you in your yard or do something for you because. Right now,
they are bartering. They're looking out for each other.
Exactly.
Before you know it, you cut this old grass all summer or shoveling snow all winter. Fuck that nigga.
You don't cut someone's grass without their permission by any means. Like, you knock on their door, you say hello.
No, what I'm saying to you is, you just don't do shit for free. You trying to make some kind of arrangement with them.
Well, some of us do things for free in life, fella.
I don't ask any
I don't charge them. I've never charged them.
What I'm trying to explain to you is, let's say you my neighbor, and I ain't capable of cutting my grass. Okay, Monday come, you see my grass long, you knock on the door, say, you mind if I cut your grass? I say, yeah, you cut my grass. What I'm gonna do next week when the grass grow again? Or the next week?
It depends. Are you financially able to give anything? First of all,
he probably got something.
That's right.
A skill that you don't know he have. He probably know how to sew. He probably know how to make cabinets. You know what I'm saying? Anything. I mean,
I don't need anything back from people. Like, I'm just happy to be good neighbors with them.
But see how y'all Republicans is on a smaller scale. Y'all basically socialists.
Okay.
Hold up.
Okay.
How do you complete these women's behavior tonight, poor dear little brain, as Republican? How do you make that one jump?
I talk to these people all
Like,
the time.
I mean, you trying to diss women tonight? That's fine. Like, diss them as individuals. They
But
are.
I'm not a
They can hold their
Republican.
own
I've
ball.
never been a Republican.
But like, but why'd you jump to that Republican shit? That's crazy. Why'd you do that? Why'd you do that, bro?
Okay, and to kind of get on to what he was trying to say, I guess if being a Republican means you have a sense of respect for your community, I guess, yeah.
Jeez, now they're gonna get really cute with you. So here's the deal. But why'd you do that? Hold up. All I want, because there. By the way, he's not gonna answer you guys directly. I might get answer me. What's up with that Republican thing? Like, why'd you have to diss it like that? What the fuck was that about?
Because normally this panel is Republican based. So
okay, I get that.
Oh, well,
but the way he said it was like, what?
No,
I'm not
the
a Republican.
way we talk on here, my guy, you probably don't come on here often, though. I know most of their views. They don't like socialism, but
yes, sir, we are far right. We are far right wingers over
Stop
here.
it.
Y'all screaming.
Am I far right? Actually, you know what?
Like,
can I be hyper far right? Can I be that one guy? Hyper far
You can
right?
be whatever you want to be.
I'm a far right now.
Anytime. Every day? All day, every day?
By the way, that's not.
I'm as far right as you get. I'm as far right as you can get. I believe that you actually can make your own decisions without the government telling you what to do.
Exactly.
That's crazy. What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about?
That's what the right is.
You know what?
I mean,
You
everything
need to go.
everything the left
What's your real name
is
and
about
address?
the government telling you what you can
be
do.
canceled right now. Making
What?
your own decisions? What are you, a fucking Nazi?
Yeah, I guess that's what I am.
I changed it.
All right, so give me your name and address, and we'll figure it out for you.
I've already been doxxed a few times. You can go to Enough Is Enough 14
really
and look up
That's what's gonna happen. If
the
I hang
Freedom
around, I'm
Reporter
gonna get
Thomas
doxxed too.
Leaker.
I've
Maybe.
been doxxed before too, so it's cool.
I mean, everybody might be doxxed because I'm here.
That doxing thing is whack as hell. I don't give a fuck.
Well,
Dox
that's
me all
why
day.
I left. I
Well, I
doxed
wish-
myself. This is my name.
I wish a
This is my name. You look
motherfucker
me
would.
up anywhere you find me.
This is my name.
I say I wish a motherfucker
I'll
would
say
try to
this
come up
one
on me.
Crazy thing: the smartest people that are like not crazy left tend to live in places where it's not a problem. Like they just live in like motherfuckers on the far left are too lazy or just not trying to check where we live. One or two things has happened. One,
No, you're right. It's the mentally ill.
they kind of intuitively know, oh shit, that's probably a gun carrying place, and there's a whole bunch of neighbors that might shoot me. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Neighbors will fucking shoot you. Like before you even get to me, neighbors will shoot you. Mexican neighbors, black neighbors, all kind of neighbors are gonna shoot you before you get to me.
I don't necessarily agree with the shooting thing. Absolutely not. Like I think
Well,
that
you
people
know,
can be good people and they can
You
look
don't have
out
to
for
agree
each
with
other.
it, but like some people are put at the test. So here's the deal: on the right, there's a factionization going on. The right is not unite right now, and what's happening is that some of the right wants a police state. The other of the right is kind of conditioned, like, yo, let's keep it all small and handle it ourselves, which means by consequence they're willing to kill people that set foot
No,
on
I
their.
don't agree with that at all. Like
Why
if I
wouldn't
have
you
a,
agree with
if I need to talk to my neighbor about something, I'll walk up to their front door and I'll speak to them face to face.
Okay, but I'm not talking about you and your neighbor dispute. What if some outsider comes out and tries to
We
get on
don't
your
have
property?
disputes because we talk to each other.
I'm not
You know?
talking about the neighbor thing. I'm talking about an outsider coming onto your property. What happens then?
Like a
I
random, like
live
an
in the
Antifa or
county.
something.
People don't really come onto my property.
You know what? It
ever.
couldn't even. It could be a white nationalist or a black or a new Black Panther, not the old school. Because there we go.
Well,
But
our
like,
state law says we can shoot them.
Not unless you got a
Mine
trespass.
does too.
Ours is
No,
actually
we have
stronger than
to
stand.
lately
It's
here
stronger
in
than
Wisconsin.
stand your ground, and it's stronger than castle doctrine.
But what I'm saying is that she's assuming that most of her conflicts are going to become internal.
You don't even have to
No,
be threatening me.
No,
No,
if
what I'm
someone
saying is
walks
that
into my
she's
house,
coming from this very naive place that all of her conflicts will become from neighbors, and
no.
she. But guess what? Outsiders will come. They will
If
always come.
someone walks into my house, I have the right to shoot them dead.
Yes, you do.
Yep.
Are you trained to do so?
Yep.
Yes.
You are. You're trained to do so.
Yes.
You're trained to kill the person that is going to inflict bodily damage to you.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And you know the difference between that
No, if
and just like
someone
a
walks
random
through my
paperboy.
unlocked
Hey,
front door, yes,
like for real, like
I
wait,
have the
but
right to
these
take
are
them
the
out.
questions that are posed to us now. Like these are the like we
Exactly.
shouldn't have to talk about it, but we have to talk about these things. We have to. So
No, I fully agree.
Well,
I mean, at
and like
some
I
point,
said
we're going to
last
have
night.
to deal with what we're being threatened with.
If Deborah sees
Right,
somebody
and like I
strange
said
in
last night, if
Deborah
somebody
sees
comes
somebody
at me
strange,
and
she takes
mine,
their
and somebody
picture.
comes at my kids, you best believe I'm gonna get them before they get a chance to get me. Period.
Caroline,
If there's a
as far as
stranger on our block,
from
Deborah
what
takes
I
their
know about
picture.
you, little, I would never go toward your house. You are like here's
Hey,
the
hold on one
about
second, man. Hey, DJ, hold on a second. Freeman for been on here for a while. I want to hear what the fuck he got to say.
Yeah, let him talk.
Yeah, I'm gonna let him talk.
Well-
My bad, y'all. I apologize, Tom.
No, it's all right. Hey, okay, can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So
Yes.
the thing is, at some point, we're gonna have to deal with there's people that are literally telling us that we cannot live the way we want to live, whether it's masks or whether it's people burning down businesses and getting away with it. They have institutional power. In fact, they have so much institutional power that they get judges to give them slaps on the wrist every time they burns a building or do whatever. And yes, some of them are being arrested. But the thing is, the cities are denying the federal government's right to arrest them.
Right.
They're giving them a slap on the wrists. And the thing is, they've even had to federalize state police officers in Portland. There is an insurrection going on. So at some point, we have to decide that we're going to fight them, because the thing is, I live in a leftist city, and I would never wish on my worst enemy them to have to wait until that enemy is in their backyard by their family and by where their family sleeps.
Hey,
And that's
hey
just
Thomas,
my point of view.
I'm in Douglas County, Oregon, and they don't come
Yep.
down here and screw around. You don't see no Antifa
Well, that-
They
coming
don't
down
come
here.
to my county
Not
either.
yet.
I live in Washington State. Like,
Well, that's his
I
point.
live an
He's
hour and a
not
half
in that
north
area.
of Seattle. They don't come up here. It's not a problem
No,
up
they
here.
come to my area. They come into my area though. But the thing is, I wouldn't want to wish that on anybody. To have them wait until they came into their neighborhood. Because the thing is, I'm already in that neighborhood. I knew what I was getting into when I moved down
TV
here.
plan, man. Sorry. I
So
just I hear
the
background.
Freeman report, you actually you kind of hit on the nail of what's actually happening, right? So the divide is this. The divide is that there's a lot of people, a growing people on the right, and they're all swung into each other. And by the way, the right is divided. So many factions on the right. Libertarians, this, that, and the third, constitutionalists, all kind of cats are on the right? But they all agree on one thing. We want the bullshit to stop. Like, even people are like, yo, revolution's cool, but not this one. Not that. No, yeah, I'm good with that. This
Oh,
not-
exactly.
So,
I know so many liberals who are fed up with the nonsense.
but here's the deal. Like,
So it's
all right,
not-
yo,
it's not
Mo,
just-
Mo,
it's not-
Mo, I gotta ask you a question. If you figure some shit out that I have not, because I discovered something today that fucked me up in my brain, like in my thing, and I can't figure it out. So Mo, you might be able to help me out. You might be able to hear me. You there?
I hear you.
All right. So here's the deal. I discovered. I think it was just a channel, right? I'm not sure of a community, but like, here's the deal. So there's a community of people that are against sovereign citizens, right?
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. I've been on YouTube for a while. Everybody's dissing these. sovereign citizen. Some of what they speak is sort of truth, and most of it's bullshit. Like, I get it. Like, let's clown on them. And a lot of them are arrest videos, this, that, and the third. And then there's this new shit that comes up. Like, a lot of these cats are liberal. I'm like, whoa, that doesn't make sense. If you're anti-sovereign, you should be right. No. And then I'm like, okay, well, I'll look deeper. I go into comments. I'm like, I hear racist shit. I hear crazy shit. And I hear like back and forth. Even within this community, they're sort of divided. Like, well, we're anti-sovereign citizen because it's illogical by their own terms. But we're also but here's the deal. They've ignored the Black Lives Matter shit, right? Totally. Absolutely, completely ignored it. But there's a couple of videos that came up with like people protesting the lockdowns, right? Like, give us a little bit of freedom back so we can make our business and feed our kids, that kind of thing. And they were like, fuck these people, they're horrible, they're evil, they're trying to spread the fucking pathogen. And I'm like, I'm so confused by this little fucking channel or group. I don't know who it is. Is this a thing? You can be both left, but this is a crazy thing, Mo. Like, Mo, I haven't started. Some of these people are like, I'm pro BLM, but fuck these niggers because they're what? And I'm like, what is going on? Am I seeing this correctly? No, you have to be tripping. Back up.
No, okay. In my
It
opinion on
really
it
is that way. I'm not tripping. It really is that way.
So I can see your point in some ways, but in other ways I don't, because I think that humans are humans, and if you're not looking at anything else, like, we can come together as a community, but at the same
That's not
time,
what I was talking about at all. Like, I actually agree with you. However, I was talking about a certain group, and I was trying to get Mo to like yo, there's like this certain
Okay.
group that has a hybrid between beliefs. One, they're pro Antifa, pro BLM, but they're also pro cop, and pro cops doing stupid shit like, hey, you didn't wear a mask this day, and I'm
I
like,
don't
I couldn't figure
think that
this out.
anyone here is pro cop being silly.
I'm not talking about this group. I'm talking about like this other thing that I saw, and I'm trying to figure it out. That's why I brought it up. So, yeah, I'm like, and then I was tripped out, and I kept looking in comments, and then supporters. I'm like, okay, 40, 50,000. But I went in the comments. I'm like, what the fuck? People agree with this ideology? Like, you can be pro BLM but anti-black. You can be pro liberty but anti-free speech. Like, all free speech has
They're white
Crazy
nationalists. But the thing is, they're in this. They fall in this weird kind of niche of white nationalists. They would believe. The thing is, they would side with BLM because. So if you talk to a white nationalist and a black nationalist, they would essentially agree on the segregation part, and then they would disagree on other things. So they're anti-black, but they're pro-segregation. So BLM and the black militias are essentially pushing for that.
But the weird thing is like this particular group, which has been silence on the BLM protest, right? Go after, like, they have a name. I guess we came up with it, like the right came up with like COVIDiots, right? I guess we did at the first place, but then they adopted it quickly. So every video they have is like, oh, this COVIDiot. And then the woman in Australia who was arrested for posting the Facebook thing, and it was posted, it was pretty much innocuous, right? Yo, just show up here so we can get back to business, that kind of thing. This woman was called the worst of shit. And that's fine. But the support this video got was like, what the fuck? And I'm like, are these Australians, Americans? It's all mixed. And so my thing is this.
Likewise,
Like,
Joey. They go likewise.
What, Mo? What happened?
Hey, John, can I ask you a question?
That side is growing. The numbers are crazy, and when you finally follow yourself into like, oh shit, this is them, you're like, what the fuck? It's really this strong. It's really this many people. That's my point. There's a lot of people over there, by the way.
Hey, John.
Wait, what is that? Zetoich is Kane's sword?
No protesting where you at.
Zato is Kane's sword.
What the fuck is that? So what's his deal? He says, "Who the hell dares be anti-black in this political climate? Where y'all find these paint chip eating idiots?" What do you mean, brother? Like, are you gonna expand on that?
I think he's responding.
I mean,
he's responding to DJ when he was saying that in the chat room that when he goes down through it, he sees racial comments.
Oh,
and shit.
okay, all right. My bad. I was just trying to figure out. I didn't know what the hell he was talking about.
So he was just saying,
But,
who's in their
like,
right
really,
mind doing that shit?
Let's go into reality land, because I know we haven't been there for like 10 years, something like that. Let's go to reality land, where the racial discussion was viable, right? Where both sides, all sides, guess what? There's not just two sides, not just black and white, a whole bunch of other sides too. Where all these sides
No, there's 10 sides.
talked about it. Like, let's pretend that was happening slowly but surely, and then got interrupted by what? Who interrupted it? Some people will say, well, Trump interrupted it. We just had a black president, so that interrupted it. What interrupted it? What interrupted
I
this
don't
great...
think Obama interrupted it. I think that it's just politics in general. Like, it's people choosing sides. And some
But
people
here's
are
the
for
deal.
humans and some people are for division.
But in my lifetime, this makes no sense. Like, you're asking people to politicize their actual experience. And, like, a lot of people didn't have interactions with certain people, but a lot of people did, right? So, like, what if you grew up with black people, dated black people, have kids with black people, and vice versa?
And the media pushes the agenda, and that's been going on for a while.
Like, my main thing is this. Whenever I get lost, because I get lost in the sauce a lot. I keep talking to crazy people constantly. My one thing is this. Can you ever imagine a society without any one group? And I'm like, hell no. It had to be the way it is.
As a child, I didn't see people as...
crazy.
I can tell you right now, without slavery, the United States wouldn't be a superpower that it is.
Okay. I don't think that's
I don't
true.
necessarily agree with that. But
I can guarantee.
I don't think that's
The North was doing fine.
I think, in fact, they would have been a superpower before
South
that.
couldn't survive without the slaves.
To employ certain black men of talent and esteem to beyond levels. Like, there are certain black men in America right now that make more money than African princes and African kings, right? So, all right, I feel you on one level, right? And so you can come back to me and guess what your thing is? Well, they're still slaves. Slaves to what? Capitalism. Okay, well, I guess capitalism is at fault. So capitalism is employing both the super elite that oppresses us all, and also brothers with talent. The same elite. Okay, so is that what we're destroying? If that's what we're destroying, if that super elite system is what we're destroying, then why are black businesses burning? How about that?
Because that's part of communism. They're using the BLM ticket basically to hijack that portion of the community and to use it to divide everybody.
And if you're looking at the Chaz Chop, it wasn't black businesses burning, it was white businesses.
Well, it wasn't.
they
I think
don't
it wasn't any one type of
They
business.
obviously
But
don't
the thing is, so COVID couldn't shut down enough businesses permanently. Like COVID could only do so much. So they said, well, fuck. What do we do? These businesses are disobeying us, and then opening up anyways, and disobeying our orders, and there's massive protest. So what we need to do is just burn their businesses down and have a reason for it. And then it's a forced austerity measure. It's like, so if you look up Mao's Great Leap Forward, what he did is he created forced austerity so that everybody had to rely on the government, and then gave them all jobs through the government. And that's the way he took over the means of production.
That's communism.
And
another thing is,
but we're more in a fascist style.
The globalists too, because these global companies are paying donations, and they're going in, and these people are burning and looting local businesses that are putting them out of business permanently, which is giving the globalists an edge. Those businesses.
Exactly.
They can buy it all up. They can buy all of it's going to be bought up on the cheap.
And that's what I've been saying the whole time. That's what I've been saying the whole time. This shit is a real estate scam too.
Walmart, Amazon, all of them are donating money, and their businesses aren't the ones getting burned down. It's the mom and pop.
And that's exactly right. And even if they do, even if they do, they got enough money to replace it. But the mom and pop shop down the street doesn't. So it's like they say, destroying property.
What he just said is really important. So when you shut down the mom and pops, you shut down every Americana spot. Like every little town has this little street, main, whatever. And that's the heart of that town. And guess what? That town has history, whether you like it or not, whether they integrate it faster enough or not, whatever. It has a history.
Absolutely.
And when you shut down all that, not only do you shut down business, you shut down culture and all future morale. Because
you take down the personality.
What do we do now?
Agreed.
Like, what the fuck do we do? Like,
they're giving all the money to the big corporations. That's the thing.
They still it's so essentially
because
they found
Walmart
out
is BLM. Think about that.
So
Walmart
listen to this.
all the big ones are BLM. That should give you a clue.
So if you look at communism didn't work because the government could not seize the means of production and still be efficient. So what they did is they came up with fascism. Giovanni Gentili and Benito Mussolini got together and they said, well, if class isn't the thing that's going to rally people to one cause,
it's money.
Then what does?
Money.
What does rally people to a cause?
And that's where they're going with the globalism.
So they find hatred.
That's where the globalism now. That's the new one.
But let's bank.
They find hatred.
So let's bank on.
They find hatred.
One of the tenets of BLM, like there's an offshoot that came from many different places, but one of these things is reparations, right? So
and that's
a very simple.
So they're playing on an old hatred, but in that old hatred.
Here's the deal: like reparations, but esteemed. Like I'm saying, esteemed scholars are still on their reparation shit. They're like, yo.
And they're promised all sorts of shit. But the thing is, whatever they're promised doesn't necessarily mean they're going to get it.
I am for reparations.
I'm for that.
So
I want reparations too.
Like Mo wants some shit. Mo,
that's just the cheese
what
in
do
the
you
trap.
need from me, bro, to make it right? Like
that's just the cheese in the trap.
Look at Nike. Look at Nike. So if Nike really cared about any kind of justice, would they be having slave camps and using Uyghur Muslims?
Of course they would.
To make their product, they would not. So essentially, the athletes that are backing Nike are slave holders.
Right.
They hold the slaves with them.
All right,
but the thing is, they're
using Freeman, pause. Everything you just said, they actually talk about too. The far left, they talk about too. But they come to a different conclusion. What you're going to is that America has not really been sort of America because it's gotten really too politicized and corporatized and this, that, and the third. And it's not really the way America should be. That's what they're saying. Their solution is to burn it all down. Here's the interesting thing about our solution. What is our solution?
The thing is to reinstate. The thing is, what we were given in the Constitution was the ability to abolish
They
and reinstate
say the
a form of
Constitution
government
never
that is
applied to
best
them.
suited to the people.
Freedom, like they think the Constitution only applied to fucking certain honkies that jump ship from Europe to here, and that's the only thing that ever was and ever shall be.
But that's the thing is it never. The thing is, it wasn't perfect when it was instated. It was just a set of rules saying, "Look, this is the way it should be instated." It should have never been able to be amended. Even it should have just been equally represented throughout everywhere.
They don't care.
Well, actually, there's several ways it can be amended. One through the Congress, and the other is a convention of states.
Well,
where we as a group of people can come together.
We have, hold up. As far as amendments go, how many amendments do we have that strip our rights to own guns in all different states? Right?
None. But that's
but see, that's a 10th Amendment, which is the difference between the federal government and state government. Each state has their own constitution. Each state has their own constitution.
I like this idea that each state has its own constitution, mostly borrowed off the federal. However, they can have their flavors.
It should all meet
This is
the
why
same standard as the
fucking special. We have 50 motherfucking states, right? Everyone's
in the Oregon Constitution, they banned black people up until just recently. They just recently amended the Constitution.
Okay, yeah, they did that. So what?
What you mean?
Whoever did that needs to stop right now. Like, why?
What I'm saying is they're not all correct, and that's why we have to be able to adjust them.
True that.
And that's why there's a mechanism for that.
Yes, absolutely.
The Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights should be not just federal. The Bill of Rights should not just be federal.
Hold on, let's back up.
It should have to be
What
enforced
was
equally
the state that allowed hardcore discrimination? Who was that state? What's up with that? Really? The same? All right. Yeah.
The reason they did it. This is the reason they did it. Is because they didn't want to be involved in slavery, and so they figured by banning them all, they couldn't. That way, it wouldn't be able to have them there.
Who they
did it because people came in. They formed Portland. You know, there was a lot of black people here from a long time ago settled here. You know, they just let it go.
Even a state when slavery ended?
No, it was a territory.
Exactly. So people ran away from slavery to Oregon and to Washington. Like my state.
Well, the thing is that bothers me is that we needed to have.
Hey, yo, I got friends that have families that went north. They wouldn't.
Exactly. They went to places where slavery wasn't even ever, and the state.
But
wasn't
even when they landed there, they got their own stories. Their families are filled with here's the deal. The slave story, this whole deal. There's only one way white America, quote unquote, can hear it. It's in story format, fish out of water, right? You put that fish out of water story in the right context, everybody's gonna feel it, and then something happens. Apparently, you can manipulate the story and get everybody crazy. Right? So they're not the antagonist of the story is not just an antagonist. He's a hero. He's not just a hero, he's a god. And this is what people are doing on both sides. The white cat, the way in the fucking door.
Bro, is John Merritt sleeping?
Go out to the right now.
Hey DJ, I think your mic is messing up some.
Yeah.
Your mic sounds crazy, bro.
Yeah.
It's like echoing. Or
sounds like you're far away through a tunnel.
That's crazy.
So, here, let me say something. So the Bill of Rights, I think, should be enforced equally across every state, because the Bill of Rights, as written, is not just like rights that the government has given us. It's natural rights.
Yeah.
So if we say something, say we say that healthcare is a human right, that takes away from the original rights that we have as human beings. So when you wake up as a human being, well, here's the thing: when you wake up as a human being, You have the right to you have the right to survive. You have the right to continue surviving. But the thing is, with healthcare is something that is facilitated by a third party. If we were all given the natural right to healthcare, then it would be something that we would naturally and inherently know how to do.
Well, and that brings up the
So
topic we came up
healthcare is not
earlier.
necessarily a human right. It's not.
to-
It can't be a human right because then you're mandating somebody else's work and labor as a right and saying that they have no right to charge and they have no right to charge what they think is fair.
Oh, I don't think
because
that's true.
that
That's
person
why
has to go
there's
to
minimum
school
wage.
to learn that.
There's minimum
So-
wage
so-
for a reason. Like my family had migrant workers. We had to pay minimum wage. That was the lowest we
minimum
could pay.
wage, but minimum wage doesn't actually have an effect because as soon as you raise the wage, then the prices rise in correlation with it.
I
So then you've actually not made
understand
anything
that.
worth.
Like 1370,
But you've never actually paid them more.
1375 is minimum wage in my state right now, and grocery prices have rocketed because that's the minimum price of people putting food on the shelf.
Exactly. So if you have healthcare that is transparent, where they have to actually compete without health insurance companies, where they have to actually tell you the prices, and you say, just like you go to Burger King and you go to McDonald's and you say, okay, each burger, so one burger is $1 and one burger is $2. Well, if the burger that's $1 is as good of a quality as the one that's $2, you're going to go get the one that's $1.
Right.
So, but the medical industry doesn't have to do that. They can hide behind health insurance
no, the
companies.
medical
No,
industry
that
is
just
super messed
changed
up.
because Trump signed an executive order for transparency.
Exactly, because he understands the road that needs to be taken.
So now they're supposed to
which
be
is
transparent.
transparency.
Yeah. So you
'Cause
know how
really,
much
if we-
everything
if we-
is.
The thing is, if
what I understand,
medical procedures were actually transparent, we would never need health insurance. They would be at a price that was competitive for the average American. Because think
and
about
what
it,
I understand,
you would have nobody in the middle to negotiate the terms.
Exactly.
So when you have insurance, they can essentially rig the deal so everybody. So okay, so I'm talking to this doctor in the hospital, and I'm saying, okay, how can we both make as much money as possible?
exactly, and that's what I understand that is changing right now is that
lower prices.
Healthcare used to be for catastrophic illness or accidents, and
Well, not just
regular
that, but
care
look at-
was usually just you handled it.
But look at LASIK. Look at LASIK or any dental procedure. They are far less. If you have to pay for them out of pocket, they are far less than any medical procedure. Because the thing is, you're being overcharged because you don't even know the
horrible
price,
examples.
because dental and stuff like that is not covered under insurance.
No, but from what I understand, unless you're in the emergency room, what Trump is trying to do right now is say, okay, you have to have this surgery on a tumor. Just as a weird example, right? So you have the right to ask 3 different doctors, like, how much will you charge? Like they're trying to
that's
make
good,
it
and that's a
competitive.
good step. I agree that that's a good step. But the thing is, the government shouldn't even need to be involved, because the thing is,
No, because of all the people who have said foul practice, and then the physicians
and that's
have
another
to
thing that's a
have
problem.
insurance that is crazy expensive, and so their rates.
So
have
essentially, it comes
skyrocketed.
down to like we've lost that there used to be a moral code in America, and there isn't anymore. Like we don't live up. Like everybody does what they want. Do what thou wilt. You know, the whole the law.
Let's back up.
Do whatever
What do you
want.
mean anymore? Like name a place and time in our history where that code was cool. Let's be honest about this. Where was that?
Well,
code?
I mean, the farther we got to get, the farther we got away from any kind of like. The thing is, it doesn't need to be any particular religion. Just a religion that enforces the moral code.
You're cleverly going
always
against the answer, but
there is no religion.
my question is this: can you name an era, not even a year? Can you name an era when America was pretty much dealt on all the different balances?
Most of the 1800s up until the Civil War. Because right before the Civil War is when.
No, I don't agree with that one.
No, but I mean,
Well,
he did say what he wants to say.
it wasn't great for everybody. But the thing is, if you're talking about simply laws and the lack thereof, where people could do what they think is right, and where the states had their rights, and where the people had their rights, in 1850 there was a judicial decision where they pretty much said that any kind of judicial opinion is now law. So pretty much, if
Right,
you take
but
a look,
that
if
did
you
not
say, okay, I
include
need an interpretation of this right,
that did
then
not
I'm going to go
include
to a
women or people
judiciary.
of color.
Yet.
But the thing is, they should have from the beginning instituted these rights equally. So it really has nothing to do with the right itself or the premise itself. It has to do with the people. So then it has to do with the people's moral fiber. It has nothing to do with the actual laws themselves or the premise that America was founded on. It has to do with the actual morals of the people that are enforcing the laws. So then we have to say, okay, so these people had the wrong moral fiber. So they need to readjust their understanding of the Bill of Rights, because the Bill of Rights should have been equally distributed amongst men, women, and any other race there is, because we're all
And that's,
human
I
beings.
think, where we are at right now. Like, everyone has
Yeah,
to stand up and say,
essentially,
hey,
because
I'm
we're
here.
yeah, I agree, because we're essentially, from the beginning, they should have tried to fight the slavery issue, and they did, and they were defeated in the courts
because they couldn't
So the
because they couldn't keep the southern colonies in, and they wanted them all to unite
well,
in the
and
Revolutionary
and
War.
that's it. And the
Because the
thing is, there
southern
was
states
only
couldn't do without the slave trade to help them, because they had plantations where they grew
Yeah.
stuff. Where in the
And
and
north,
that's why they got
it was
defeated by
mostly
the North.
manufacturing, and they didn't need the slave up there.
Yep.
So you know,
And
for
that's why
them
the
it was
North
okay,
defeated them,
but
because
No, I
they
think
didn't
the
want to split.
Revolutionary and the Civil War are very key in our progress. You know,
and that's
it
it.
created awareness.
And so during the Civil, so the North won because they had industry. The thing is, slave labor cannot produce what industry can. And so they learned that the thing is, it would have died out anyways, but it was they fought for a states' rights issue, and it was the thing is, the whole thing was a crappy deal. The thing is, when we started the country, it was a crappy deal because you said, they couldn't keep the southern colonies in. But the thing is, when America started, there was only indentured servitude for even
Well,
for
even
for
under the
after
British
slaves, white
Crown.
slaves, doesn't matter. So indentured servitude was you said, okay, I will give you this amount of servitude if you take me to the Americas. And that's even for Africans that were taken over.
Or the Irish,
So
or the
then
Northern
there was an
Europeans,
African
or
named
the
Anthony
poor people
Johnson.
in Europe. Like, they were like, okay, I'll be a slave for
Yeah.
8 years of my life. You know, and
But
I
the
know
thing
it
is,
wasn't the same all across the board, obviously, but at the same time,
there was
there was slavery all across the board. It was just
Yeah.
different ways.
Yep. And the thing is, so when there was a guy named Anthony Johnson who was a black slave owner, and he said, my slave is trying to escape before their indentured servitude is done. And he convinced the courts that he could keep his slaves for lifetime servitude because they were his property. And so it was a property rights issue in the British courts. So then that established a
That's
precedent.
the British Crown, and we still have
Yeah,
the
and it
IRS,
established a precedent for
connection.
slavery in the Americas. If it had not been for that court decision in the Americas, there would have been no slavery of lifetime servitude in the Americas, even though indentured servitude is just as wrong, because it's essentially what the coyotes are doing on the southern border.
Right.
Even if the indentured servitude is wrong, lifetime slavery is just as wrong.
Yes.
So essentially, the courts established it. It became an ingrained institution in the southern colonies, and then it became a splitting issue when they formed the Constitution, which they should have said, it doesn't matter. You have to treat men as men, human beings as human beings,
Right.
because Bill of Rights are natural rights,
Right.
natural rights afforded to every human being.
Absolutely.
And then in the 1850s, they turned to this whole model of
because
the
of the
judiciary
Jim Crow
gets to
laws.
decide what these rights
The
mean.
Jim Crow laws.
And that's the big problem.
No, the Jim Crow laws messed everything up.
Yeah, Jim, and that's the thing is the ability for government to determine the value of a human being is the problem.
Right.
The government has no right to determine the value of a human being.
Exactly.
They only have the ability to say these are the rights of a human being.
Right.
And so that's the Bill of Rights. That's why the Bill of Rights should have never been amended, because the first 10 amendments should have covered everybody.
Right.
Not regardless of race, regardless of sex, but then when you have to amend them to say, okay, now we're going to afford it to
No, we're
black
gonna allow
people, or
women
now
to
we're going to
vote.
afford it to women, that's when it messes up, because
Yeah.
then it opens up a legal precedence.
Yeah.
And so the thing is, we should have just said, okay, we messed up. We did wrong.
Well, the court has a
Everything-
value on us of $10 million right now. That's today. That's what they value a human life, $10 million.
And it's
That's
still
silly.
it's still not enough. I mean, the thing is that the human life should not be valued by government. The thing
Or
is, we're
money.
giving government. Yeah, we're having, like, literally, when the government pushed out the mafia and, you know, the bikers clubs and all these criminal organizations as, you know, organized crime, they became the crime bosses. The government is the crime boss. They are pirates. They are stealing from you. They can
That's a
literally
fact.
put you in a cage. They can literally put you in a cage.
Yeah, the IRS.
And take away your freedom. So therefore,
No, the IRS
how
is
much power do
illegal.
you have? So that's why the Second Amendment is so crucial. So if the government that could put me in a cage, it has the right to have automatic weapons, why should I not be able to have automatic weapons? I should be on the same footing as the people that are trying to put me in a cage for laws that they make up arbitrarily, and my rights that they completely disregard because they get a judicial opinion. So a
Absolutely.
judicial opinion is the same thing as the edict of a king?
Well, actually, you can go through a background check and you can't get an automatic. You got to pay the ATF a tax, and you get a paper that says you're allowed to have a fully automatic weapon.
Yeah.
I
That's the
like
thing
you,
is, so
Spider-Man.
why should
I
we
like
do
you.
that?
You on some real shit.
So why should we have to do? I agree. Thanks, Carolyn. I mean, that why should we have to do that? We are free men. Why do we have to take
And
a permit
women.
to go
Sorry.
fishing what is it? Are these the king's lakes, where we have to pay the king to go in his
No,
lakes and
we
fish
have
his
been
fish?
free from
No,
Britain for centuries. Like we
Technically
don't have to
not,
pay that
but
anymore.
yeah. Technically
But
not,
that's
but
the
yeah.
thing.
Through the IRS, we do.
And
The
so the thing is,
IRS has
the
ties to
IRS
the British
even,
Crown.
yeah, the IRS has said the same. The IRS has literally said the income tax is illegal, but they passed it as an amendment to the Bill of Rights.
Right.
So we have lost our right to say, no, this is my
No,
money,
we don't.
this is my property.
If
We have
we
to
come together and stand up and say no more, they can't charge us that anymore.
exactly. So the thing is, it would literally take only a third of the people to
Right.
stop paying taxes for them to actually not be like the government would shut down. They would not be able to control us. The thing
Right,
is
because
that
they wouldn't have the
federal
money to.
government never had that taxing power.
Right. They
And
wouldn't
neither
have
would
the
the big
money.
businesses. If you don't go to work, they ain't getting paid either.
No, and
Well,
if
how
you don't
the
shop
hell
at those big corporations, they don't have the money
exactly?
either.
So
Yes.
how did these corporations become so big? Only because the government rigs the game
Only
for them.
because we spend our money there.
And not just that, but with
You're
the
both
government
right.
rigs,
You're both right.
the game.
And they
No,
they take out the small businesses.
So think about it. So what did fascism do? What they said is they had businesses adhere to an ideology, which was the Nazi pro-German ideology.
Okay.
What are we seeing with Nike? What are we seeing with
What
the NFL?
we're seeing
What are we
with
seeing?
all these places
They're
is
adhering
that
to
they
an ideology.
outsource across the ocean.
Well, not just that, but they're adhering to an ideology. So they say, so they're adhering to the Black Lives Matter Marxist ideology, not the Black Lives Matter because Black Lives Matter,
No, people matter.
but because
I don't
Black
care
Lives
what your
Matter
skin
Marxist
color is.
ideology.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Exactly. So they don't even care if they lose money because they know that the government's going to rig the game anyways. So that's what Mussolini and Giovanni Gentili came up with. They said, well, we can't get people to go on to full-on Marxism right away. We have to have a transitional way
Right.
to bring them to communism.
Right.
So that is
Right.
fascism. It's a merger of the public-private partnership. It's a merger of government and corporation.
Is
So the corporation
and
said,
these
I
big
will do whatever you
businesses.
say.
These big businesses are going to be the only ones that are going to survive this because they've got the financial footing to do it.
Yeah, like how many mom and pop shops in all of our cities on this panel right now and in all of the chat room right now, like how many businesses do you know that are just like families in your community trying to survive and they have to go out of business?
Yep.
They
And
get
now
shut down.
and not just that, but they have to worry about people burning down their business. So it's like these big businesses, they don't care if they lose a couple of stores as long as the mom and pop shops and the small businesses are dead.
Well, I brought up last week that the stock market during this pandemic made over $17 trillion.
Yeah,
so
but
they're not
only
losing
big
money.
businesses.
Yeah,
Only
but
big businesses,
Yep.
not the
Apple,
little.
That's because
Apple
big
became
people.
Apple
Right,
made
but that's
$2
because
trillion
a lot of
in
these.
worth and broke a record as wealth.
Yeah, and I
But
know
look at what Amazon did. They were trying to, they were trying to protest having to go to work in these giant factories with each other.
Yeah.
You
That's
know?
the thing. Like, the government
but Amazon,
the government
they have
rigged the system
machines
for
that
them
package
because
their
they'll
products.
obey.
But you
I
just think
know,
all these
but-
people are out
but
of work, all these
companies
small
like
businesses are
Amazon-
out of businesses, and they're making big money. That's a lot of money, $17 trillion.
It really is 400% return on their average yearly
and we're
sales.
feeding these big corporations, and we are starving our communities, and it's
Yeah.
wrong. That is.
That's why I say
messed
we're
up.
fighting amongst ourselves when it's actually more of the elites versus the common person.
It's a class war.
those-
That's part of the
Yeah.
communist fight. It's a class war. It's a class war and it's a race war, and it's them using their bullshit politics to make money off of everybody.
You're right. You're right. It is a class war. It's not just a class war, though. They essentially play on any and every division that they could have. Man, woman, gay, straight, rich, poor. These are all things that they play on because any division that they can play on is good for their transitional communism. Because look at what did the Nazis do? They played on an age-old division in the society they were in, which was Jews and Germans. Or Europeans, or whichever way you want to put it. So they played on that. So how do you transition from a capitalist society where people are free to make businesses, to do what they want, and transition it to full-on communism where they take control of the means of production, right? So that means that they control everything that produces anything. So you have to have a transitionary period of public-private partnership where the government rigs the games for a few industries who will toe the line for them. And then they transition into full-on communism. And then the thing is, these Antifa people, they hide them. Antifa, BLM, these Marxists, they hide themselves between like these ideological names. Like they'll have libertarian socialist or anarcho communist. And it's like, oh, we really believe in freedom, but we just want to redistribute the goods. Well, how the hell are you going to redistribute the goods if you have no government? Because literally, if you try to take something from me, you're going to have a gun. You know, you're not going to take things, you're not going to take my wealth without a gun or some kind of force. So essentially, they try to trick people into thinking, oh, we're really for you. We're really for you. We're not, we're not trying to institute this huge government, but really at the end of the day, they want to institute this gigantic, because that's the only way. That's the only way that you could fill like okay, so if every person in this country had to have food, how could you give them all food without a gigantic government? Or if you were to determine where everybody was supposed to work, because essentially communism says for everyone their talent, for everyone their need, or something like that. I forget exactly what it is. But it's essentially saying we'll give you what you need. And even Bernie Sanders was like, yeah, people waiting in bread lines is not a bad thing. It means the government's taking care of them. That's a huge government that I don't want to live under. I want to live under the littlest government so I can do what I want and live the way I want. I want to be like, if I want to live in the woods, then I should be able to live in the woods.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What about like FDR when he made it illegal to own gold? And everybody had to turn in their gold.
It's an ever increasing thing. You look, and the thing is, it started with the Fabian Socialist, and George Orwell, the guy who wrote 1984, was a Fabian Socialist. He was a part of that whole British Fabian socialism, and he got out of it, and that's why he wrote 1984 to explain exactly what they were trying to do.
I think Charlie Chaplin was in that too. I think Charlie Chaplin was in that.
Yep. And you look at The Great Dictator, that's another one.
Yep.
But you see, there's an American version of the Fabian Socialist actually instituted a lot more. They were the progressives of Margaret Sanger's day and Woodrow Wilson's day, and then they led up to FDR.
Yeah.
They were these elite.
That's where the eugenics came in.
That's who Hillary supports and who mentored her.
Yeah. The thing is, it's a long line of rich people going, because essentially, think about
you
this.
get into Bill Gates and his dad, because Bill Gates' dad was one of the people one of the main members of the eugenics party.
Yes.
Yep. If you look at, okay, so say you had all the wealth in the world, you could do anything you wanted. How long would it take you to get bored? It wouldn't be that long, right? And then they would continue to do things that are worse and worse and worse. And now we have a rich elite party, not just party, but both parties. We have a rich elite class that pretty much controls government. It has nothing to do with lower class and upper class. It has to do with the government, who is in the government and who's not in the government. And the people that are related to government have the upper hand. So essentially, they've been able to do whatever they want for however long. Think about how easy it is to get bored. And so they get perverse and perverse and more perverse and more perverse. And now they're telling us that pedophilia is a sexual choice. And we all just need to say, nobody can judge anybody for anything. And we should have no morals at all. And that's the problem. We've been degraded to this point where it's like we have so much that we never want to judge anybody. We never want to be wrong. And we allow this elite ruling class to pretty much bolt over, and we never take a stand for anything.
But it's also the indoctrination from their education system and from media.
Because think about it, if the education system wasn't nationalized under the Federal Department of Education, they would have never been able to pull that off.
Well, one of the things people need to do is call the governors that are in California and complain and tell them that 23-year-olds do not get to have sex with 13-year-olds. That's just not okay in any stage or representation of this world. That should not be okay.
And the thing is, anything that, any of the stuff that's wrong, we all just need to speak out in our individual ways that we can. So say you put up a sign that says COVID only killed, less than 10,000 people, or 6% of the population, or whatever you want to put, or put up signs that say BLM is not actually for Black lives and they're actually a Marxist organization. Anything we can do, we need to do, because essentially it'll come down to, because after a while it'll come down to nobody's going to be there to stand up for you when they come to your door and they say, okay, sir, we saw that you had done subversive material on Facebook or on YouTube, and we're going to take you into custody now. So the thing is, if we don't stand up now, we will not have a stand up. We will not have a chance to stand up. We have to do it. Even if it said, because the thing is, safety isn't safe. We can keep our heads down as long as we want.
That's exactly right. And if we don't advocate for these kids on top of everything else, when are they going to be safe? When is sleeping with children going to be off the table? When is that going to be off the table? That's what I want to know. Because children deserve to be able to be children for as long as they can, especially with all this shit that's coming.
At least not molested by rich freaks. I mean, they should not be on the table to even be negotiated about. But we have kids on the table to be negotiated about.
Well, Kamala Harris refused to prosecute in California the Catholic Church when she had evidence of pedophilia.
That shit's everywhere, man. That shit's everywhere, and it needs to be put to be criminalized everywhere. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to take the fact that if you're under that 10 years rule, as long as it's not sodomy, you're able to perpetrate that crime.
Well,
and not have to register as a sex offender. But if you
that's
do
the thing.
actually sodomize somebody and it's under that 10-year rule, they're fighting because they don't want to have to be registered as a sex offender.
That's it. So what that just came up for a vote not too long ago, and what the judge did was, instead of saying that, I don't want to use nasty words, but okay, the judge said, so there was an exemption where a judge could say if a person had committed vaginal sex with a minor, that they could be exempt from the sex registry. So instead of saying that exemption should not exist, they said, okay, well, we're going to make an exception for anal and oral. So the thing is, that doesn't make any moral sense.
No, because it's still children. It's still children. It doesn't, you don't put any of that shit on the table. It's off the table. It needs to stay off the table. You know, so when we get into these arguments over who's got the right to burn down businesses, who's got the right to take your kids, because California does right now.
And
and there's others that are going to follow suit. They're just going to follow suit, and it's going to get every state until you can't get away from it.
Exactly. And not just that, but the thing is, we didn't even buck the masks. So how much do you think your neighbors are going to stand up for you when you say, I'm not going to take the vaccine? You're not going to be able to buy, sell, do anything. The thing is, we can't even go into a store without a mask.
Don't support them.
Is anybody going to buck the vaccine and say, okay, well, I don't think the vaccine should be a qualifier for whether you should be able to work or whether you should be able to buy food.
And why is the vaccine more important than keeping our kids from being hurt?
Exactly. So we're in this place where it's like,
how much hurt are we willing to allow?
We have to resist in full force.
How much hurt are we willing to allow on everybody? Whether it's through unsafe vaccines, them trying to kill everybody, or them trying to take our kids. Take your pick.
Yeah, I agree. I think that all of it should be just completely off the table, but it's going to take everybody to say, no, that's not what we're going to do. And that's just the way it is. Oh shit, it's already 1:38 here, so I'm probably going to sign off. I want to thank you guys for letting me on the panel. So,
hey, no problem.
Y'all have a good night. I hope you enjoyed, Mal. I'll probably come into another one of your panels here.
All right, bro. I'm here. You know I'm
I see you in town. Tell
Bye.
me for a few days.
Hey,
he left already.
I'm gonna call him.
So did we? Everybody left, huh?
No, we're still here.
No, we're here.
Kelly always one of the last. With Kelly and John, them motherfuckers be like the last one left.
The last.
What's that? Yeah,
last one standing.
I used to be the first one coming in.
Yep, first one coming in.
Josh beat us tonight. I was like, damn it.
So did we ever figure out what side this DJ is on?
I don't know. He's still here. So my grandparents bought this land in 1963. My grandfather was in the Navy. I had a whole bunch of family here. My grandparents wanted me to be able to have the house to be able to get back and forth to the hospital. That's the main reason why they stayed here, was so that we could be close to the hospital to get seen. And I've been in other states and they've flown me there before. You know, I can't say, and I can't shit on all the government, nor can I shit on all of the, you know, things that they've done for us to be able to help me to get to this point.
You know, would you agree that the boomers really fucked up the money?
Okay, I'm triggered now.
Oh, shut up, John.
Stop it, Bob.
Because my grandparents...
We had needs. We had needs, the boomers. We had needs.
Yeah, you fuckers tricked it all off. Anyway.
It was all that cocaine.
Mine never had
it. Was all that cocaine in the 60s.
Yeah,
Mine never
right.
had any. So, you know, it's been just us taking care of family here. You know,
Yeah.
always. It always
Well,
has been.
my grandparents weren't rich, but I know my great grandparents that came here from Norway. I think some of them stopped in Pennsylvania, but the other ones came here. And they were farmers, and my great great grandfather managed to build houses for every one of his sons, and we had about, I don't know, over 1,000 acres divided.
Right.
And
Right.
my grandparents worked damn hard that when my grandma died, there was a significant amount of money to get past the 5 people along with property.
Right.
And I'm like, so which would include my dad, and his generation is the boomers. And I'm just like, what the fuck, man? Like any generational wealth, I guess I have 5 acres left, but I'm not saying all, it's never all. So don't get offended, John. I'm just saying when I
I'm
look
the
at it.
last. I'm the youngest of the boomers. That's why, because my mom is a boomer, I think. But I'm like the last of the boomers. So I'm pretty much. I'm almost like really. I'm in, a different generation because, I didn't get shit.
And what's weird is that, and I was talking to Maurice about this, like, I know more when they always say, white people this, white people that. I know more black families with more generational wealth than I do white people.
Yeah. Well, you know what happened was in the 60s,
fact.
a lot of people started believing in themselves. And so they started spending money on themselves, taking care of themselves, doing stuff for themselves instead of family oriented type things.
Well, and a lot
so
of people did realize. A lot of people did realize that it helped for that. Yeah, well, and it helped them realize too that they could put their money back into their own families and communities, and actually make it work instead of being, trying to have all this extra shit.
They tried to live their childhood again. It's like a second childhood when they were ready to retire, and so they would spend all their money living it up.
Hey, I gotta make an announcement, everybody. I'm gonna do a video. It's gonna be a 10-minute video, maybe 12 minutes. I'm not gonna show my face, but the name of the title gonna be called "Black Lives Matter Only Matter During the Nat Turner Era." I'm gonna break the shit down. You know me. And so this gonna trigger people, and I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna show all the Nat Turner video, the pictures, and do all this, and that's when Black Lives Matter. And I'm gonna break this shit down. I will destroy these motherfuckers in the motherfucking debate. Next.
A debate about what?
No, about the Nat Turner shit.
Oh.
Because I hear it, you know what I'm saying?
That's the guy from oh God, the movie about the Civil War guy that had generations of two.
Nat Turner killed
yeah. I got you.
He killed every white person. He chopped off babies' heads. He did that shit.
I believe it.
He felt that baby was going to be
They hung him. They captured him and they hung him.
And he's my favorite hero back in the day. And he killed babies. So y'all can get triggered by that. Nat Turner's my hero.
Well, I mean, if I had to reverse it, I guess he'd be my hero too. I'm not mad at him.
Yeah. He freed everybody. He did to free everybody. He chopped off the baby head too. Like, hey, right there. Next.
Well, that's like in school how they teach us that Christopher Columbus was this great guy, and I always use this as an example because we celebrated that day, and come to find out he's a fucking asshole, piece of shit that raped people and killed them. So it's amazing how the school system will only teach you. I think I didn't get taught about Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. Yes.
Well, matter of fact, the title gonna be called "The Real Black Lives Matter."
Oh God,
is Nat Turner.
That's your obsession, I think. BLM. That's your obsession.
No, shut up.
Yes, it is.
Shut up. I'm sorry, Aria. Shut up.
Shut up.
Watch it, Mo. She'll make another video.
You're trying to kill the black race, John. You're trying to kill the black race too.
Yep.
Kelly, if you got any purple, use
Coonzilla.
purple next time. Use purple next time.
Use what?
Use purple next time. You did, I think, pinkish this time.
Yeah,
Use purple next time. Mo,
Stop
you
tricking
sleep
me.
hard, Mo. You sleep hard, dude. I'm telling
Yeah, but that
you.
was
I could
after
probably...
he was at the wedding, and then he had to do the
yeah,
panel.
yeah. No,
So
I mean,
he was.
Shut up, y'all.
I could imagine
Well, no,
though,
what you
because
need to do is put glitter on it. Because glitter is hard to get off.
oh my God, no!
Shut up, both of y'all. Shut up. I'm here, both of y'all mics. Shut up. Shut up. All right. You can put your mics back on, but I can shut that up.
That's what they do to you when you go to a strip club. You know, they put the women will put that glitter on you. So when you go back home, you know, your woman knows, oh, I know where you've been. Busted
I did that
with
shit.
the glitter.
I did that shit. Okay, my hubby hates glitter, and I did that shit, and I put it in the bed. I was mad too.
Magnum got mad at me and said, "Oh no, Kelly." It was funny.
But I mean, my hubby sleeps hard too. He talks in his sleep too. Like we used to work
Shit,
together.
Mo was fighting white supremacists in his sleep. Kelly got it on tape.
He would. God.
Hey.
He was. I think I still got to have that video.
You know, my hubby used to cuss people out in his sleep from our job. He'd be like, "You stupid motherfucker, that shit don't go there." And I'm like, "Would you shut up about work?"
And you know what?
Even in your sleep, you're talking about work. Shut up.
Mo when he talks in his sleep, he talks about the same scenario, his fight with his cousin. It's pretty much the same thing. And I don't even know how long ago it happened.
Because when you hate somebody like that,
Mo's still dealing with it.
He's still processing. He's still cussing him out.
That shit go deep.
Stop it, y'all.
She said she thought it was cute. Hey, I'm getting tired of all them fucking Biden commercials too, damn it.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
Come on, man.
Out here, that recorded that shit.
Come on, man.
They're working on his bot. They are on his bot. You know damn well.
Folks, come on, man.
Oh my God. RBR was streamed.
If you don't know who you're voting for, you ain't black.
Wait in, RBR. I'll put the link up. Get your ass up here, nigga.
No, he streamed for 8 hours today. That
was 8 hours.
Oh my
Close
God.
your legs,
yes.
Mo.
Yes.
Close your legs, Mo.
Yeah, close your legs, bitch. My legs are closed. I'm like, oh shit.
He called me a fat bitch this morning.
I started hearing some shit after a while. I heard some shit about Speed Racer. I'm like, what the fuck is he doing? And I was like, I can't. I just can't.
He called me Ice-T. Shut up, Ice-T. Hey, the first time I was on somebody's channel, and I said, who's this fucking fuck you? Shut up, Ice-T. I said, who's this motherfucker? And then he started making comments in the chat room. So I went over to subscribe to him and trolled him. And then I started having y'all troll him.
Dude, one of my friends' highlights is listening to RBR in her day. She's like, I can't get out of my bed. I can't go nowhere. This motherfucker is entertaining.
I know.
Already.
I listen to him too, and Maurice looks at me like, "Oh my God!"
Look, we wake up in the early morning trolling. There you go.
Is that Jenny you were talking about, Carolyn?
Jenna, yeah. Jenna was like, oh my God, this motherfucker, I'm ready to pee already. I love Mo.
Funny, man. He gets so serious, and then he had one dude on there today, and I can't remember what he was saying, but I was like, what the fuck? This guy really believes this shit? Like, he's like right with him. Like, yes, they're gonna kill us.
Hey, Hope told me that she went on RBR's.
That was RBR's son, Woke.
He kept her backstage.
No, Woke, it's different. Woke is a fucktard, man.
He had Woke on there too.
He did?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Woke always tries to talk shit to me and Mo.
Yeah.
What's wrong with being woke?
Yeah, that bitch ass nigga. Fuck him.
Hey, yo, Mo, you know about the first woke, right?
The first woke? There
was
was
a whole first woke thing. The first woke was like, let me think about it. I'm pretty sure it was like a 70s on 4th kind of thing. And then everybody else fucked it up.
Hippies, dude, hippies. Hippies had the right idea, man. You don't trust the government, you take care of the planet.
Well, yes and no. Here's the deal. We come to find out the hippies were compromised. They didn't know they were compromised, but they were compromised. So.
But they still right. You know, you got to love each other. You got to take care of each other. Fuck the government and, you know, take care of your earth, man.
But here's the interesting thing about the hippies. They were right in a lot of ways. But
rappers
wrong.
said hippies were deadbeat losers.
That's a really mean thing to say.
Those were the motherfuckers. Those were the motherfuckers that like the Grateful Dead.
Hey yo, woman, you talking about my mom's? My mom's a hippie, bro. What?
The bra burners and shit.
I'm kind of like a hippie.
Yeah, he is.
You talking about Mo? You talking about my Mo and my mom's? What's up? Let's go.
I'm kind of like a hippie, okay?
The first time I seen him on O'Shea Duke Jackson before I met him, I was like,
hold up. Like, well, I know this name very well. Do the other people know? Like, the audience know this name? O'Shea Duke Jackson?
Yeah.
Anymore? MGTOW motherfucker? Like, do these motherfuckers know?
What's wrong with him? You know him?
Nothing. No.
Shit, look
Nothing.
at
Really. Like, I schooled him. Like, everything I did back in the day helped his ass, but whatever.
Yep, shots fired. Dre's here.
What's up, Dre?
Yeah, I'm on nigga time, man.
So, BLA? No, he ain't BLA.
Hell no, I don't think him.
Last night.
He's tear him down. Tear him down.
No, we
Tear
did
the
this
motherfuckers down.
Hey, remember real life dude? They got into it. Right.
What? You trying to get
the end of last night's stream? Nah, the end of last night's stream, man.
Yeah,
that shit was crazy.
Why can't they be like hippies?
Real talk was going off on Mike.
Yeah, we was going off. You bitch, motherfucking bitch. I'm like,
you stalking me.
Yeah.
They got hit shit from long time radio years ago.
That shit was wild, man.
I wasn't there. What happened? Somebody
oh my god.
It was lit,
oh
man.
my god. Oh my god.
What happened?
Just
oh my god.
Can y'all bring people?
Some chick came on there. Somebody dude was stalking her.
They're having domestics.
Online domestics.
John, shots fired, John.
And look, Jerry's like shots fired, like shots fired. Look, you bitch, motherfucker! I you, bitch.
Oh my god, that shit was crazy.
Man, she called about 50 bitches, man.
More than that. That's just the first 2. That was just the first 2 minutes, man. There had to have been about 150,000 bitches after that.
Real life is my girl.
I lost count, dude. I lost count. I ain't even gonna lie.
I like her.
Man, I was sitting.
Yeah,
for the first time I was sitting back eating popcorn, like, man, this is off the chain.
It was,
and it wasn't
right?
You weren't in it, Dre.
I was there.
It wasn't a normal person. It was crazy.
I got you on tape. You're a stalker. You're stalking me.
I didn't know that.
I was there, Kelly. I just didn't say nothing. I was just chilling.
I know, that's why I said it's the first time you weren't involved in it. It didn't have you.
Yeah, I was like, wow, this is interesting.
That's somebody else arguing for a chance.
Well, we can always send an invite to Joker if you want.
Yeah, he ain't coming.
Shots fired.
I think Joker.
Damn it, John! Damn it!
That motherfucker ain't coming.
I put Joker on blast.
He will not join the panel, man. He talk all that shit.
I said, Joker.
He's still waiting for a microphone.
Panel. I'll do what the fuck I want to do. It's called thick skin on you, bitch made nigga. I said that.
Yeah, I remember.
This is thick skin only. That's why I call it that.
All right, let's test it. What's up?
Let's
fuck
test
you,
it.
Fuck you, DJ.
Penny
I
time
got 4
starts.
skins. What you got? I got 4
I
skins.
cuss everybody out. I promise.
All right, let's do it. I got 4 skins.
I cuss Dre out. Say fuck you, Dre. I cuss you out.
You really have to take him there for him to cuss you out, though. He ain't just
I just said
cuss
fuck
you
you,
out.
Dre. I just fuck you, John. I just cuss y'all out. Okay. I said fuck all y'all.
I didn't think it was necessary, but maybe I'm the nicer one.
There's nobody coming in and saying like it's not necessary. That's not like
Right.
ish. That's you're being a really nice diplomat person. We can't. Hey, you gotta go away. You just gotta go away.
Oh, there goes his microphone again.
I like to be nice to people most of the time.
Yeah. Okay. But that was lit last night. What the fuck? That is lit. Like it was some nigga shit. I call it
get gangster now.
20-minute fuckery. You a bitch, motherfucker. I'm like, oh shit. You start like, oh, look, everybody was laughing like a motherfucker. Like,
I was like, oh my god, this is off the chain, man.
I'm telling you, after the first 50 bitches, I lost count, dude.
Look, but honestly, every time I've went on Real Life's panel, she's been super cool.
She's super cool.
She's highly intellectual. I mean,
I don't know what he did.
She's been on here before.
Yeah,
She's been on here
what
before.
the fuck. But I'll tell you what, another dude, what's his name? Bullet Scotty was trying to talk crazy to me. And she hurried up and checked him too. Like, shut the fuck up, bitch.
Yeah, shit go on. Like,
she didn't even give me a chance to cuss him out. She was in his ass.
Hey, remember she came on the panel like, hey, hi, Mo Kelly, how's everybody doing? You bitch motherfucker. Like, oh, shit.
Yes.
Shit.
It went from 0 to 10 fast, dude.
And it's a light-skinned woman.
She said, I'll blow your head off, bitch. I was like, damn. Let's get real person.
Tell me where you at. I'll find you so I can blow your wig back. I was like, what the fuck?
I'll be liking this nigga shit. I'll be liking this nigga shit sometimes. I do.
Yep. I know you want me. I'll be right over. Come on over. I got something for you.
I'm telling you.
My shotgun.
I was like, what the fuck?
And then he's like, about bus fare, and you're gonna pick me up, and she's like about the taxi.
I was like, what?
She told him, come in a taxi.
I was like, what? Come here. I'll get you the Uber. I'll Uber your ass. I'll fuck you up.
Damn, that's crazy.
Screaming like, oh shit.
He likes it too much to moderate it.
I know. I said, I instigate shit. So what happened between y'all two?
Yeah. Petty time. Raw and uncut.
Hey, I like that. You know what? This is better than politics to me. Fuckery, man. I like the fuckery at night.
That was beautiful, man.
And them two, they even Trump supporters, they're going at it. Like, boom, boom, boom. Oh, shit. I will hope that shit. Hey, I hope they have a one-on-one debate. I'll moderate it. All right. Y'all both come on here. So, what do you think about that?
Yeah, that was priceless there, man.
Dude, that would be the RBR link number 2.
Oh my God.
RBR number 2.
He'll be up early in the morning with his radio show that YouTube owes him millions of dollars for.
God.
Because YouTube owes you money when you're not monetized because you're on their platform, and just because you bless them with the presence of your idiotic radio show, they're supposed to pay you.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, guess what happened a little earlier, right? One of my good friends, he worked for the Revolution with the BLM people, right?
No, tell it right.
I'm gonna tell it right.
It's not BLM.
It's not BLM. and he explained it to me. Right?
It's called the People's Revolution.
And I respect him. He explained it. He said this. We don't care about no parties. And I sat there and listened to him, y'all. I listened to him. He was arguing with me, yelling, at me like, I said this, why are you so angry? He said that I'm just being passionate. And then I said something to him that I should have said. He said some shit. And then he went and played video game with Ryder in the back. And I walked up and I said, you know what? I apologize that I came at you a certain way. I should have understood you. He says, I'm going to apologize to you. And we found common ground. This was behind the camera.
Yeah.
So the People's Revolution is something completely separate from BLM. DJ, what the hell are you playing?
I'm gonna mute you his ass. Hold
on. Go out and come back in or something.
No,
your
he's
mic
got
is all
something
fucked up.
His mic's off now.
His mic's fucked up.
Your mic fucked up, man. Okay.
Sound like you watch the TV or some shit.
They don't tear up stuff. It's something completely different.
Yeah, I talked to a movement. Someone that's a member of the movement, man, had a talk with him. And I know one of the other leaders, so I'm not gonna be glad.
To me, when I see stuff like that, like the BLM and these groups that are like tearing up shit, and I mean, like Black Lives Matter, that it seems like they're trying to instigate a race war, and then people are gonna bang black people for this because it's Black Lives Matter, when it's really not, and it's like somebody's trying to play games here. And
it's the communist play. It's the communist play.
But I still disagree with that movement, and that he knows that.
I disagree with it too.
But I try to understand him.
And then I heard it was started about like some LGBT women or something like that.
Yes, and they initially their statement was to destroy the nuclear family and basically bring the whatever in full effect, in so many words.
That's crazy to me.
And they've been affiliated to so many different people. They bring them in, denounce them. It's like, I don't even know what the hell that is. And clearly in Kenosha, there was people caught in buses coming from another area.
Yeah.
They're not even from here. They're busing them in.
They even caught some people in an airplane.
No,
they caught some people in an airplane. They were dressed in black with all the gear on an airplane flying in.
Now you making it fucked up for people that live there. See?
Yeah.
Well, they gotta have better than meatball vest.
He said out of 175 arrests in Kenosha, 100 of them were from out of state.
Yeah, you start shit where you don't live, and then go back home, and the people that live there got to deal with the bullshit.
Yep, exactly. You gotta clean it up.
Yeah, that's not right, man.
White people starting riots in black people's name. Hello.
That's what it sounds like, Kelly.
Hey, we need some arguments. Hey, Dre, don't you got to score the center with a?
No, we already took it. Asshole.
The petty teddy bear. The petty teddy bear.
Hey, I don't want none of Kelly.
Look,
Kelly be getting gangster on their ass.
Let's have round two. Freddie Ring and Dre. What's up? Shot fired. What's up, bro? Good to see you.
What's up, man?
God.
Did you ask me a question, Mo?
No, he was just trying to start shit. That's all. He was kidding.
Man, my man tight now, man. I didn't know that.
I'll try to get you out on that shit again.
Nah, man, that was a good talk.
That was a classic.
They have a truce going now.
I will not delete that video. It's a classic. We can look back on our bullshit. One day you have to look back on your bullshit.
Taking trips down memory lane.
No, man, me and my man cool. We talked for a minute.
Oh yeah, we know we hella cool now. But,
it's like basketball. You got the bird and the joy. Playoff. I'll whoop your ass.
Yeah, so I want to tell you guys about something that I want you to keep an eye on. Okay, so I live over here on the central coast of California. Okay, I won't tell you exactly where I live, but there's like the biggest known town around here is like Santa Barbara. I don't know if you guys ever heard of that town.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. All right. So I live near there. Now there's a place called San Luis Obispo. It's near Pismo Beach. I'm sure you guys have probably heard about that place.
Heard of Pismo Beach.
Bugs
Okay.
Bunny.
Yep.
There's a fire going on right now down there, isn't there?
Oh yeah. There's fires all over the place, but there's a
where you're talking about.
Yeah, there's a young lady. Her name is Tiana Arata. Okay, now, I don't know if she's Hispanic. I don't. Well, and she's a BLM activist. I don't have any problem with her. Protesting, whatever, that type of thing. But she had a protest in San Luis Obispo. Now, San Luis Obispo is a town of 50,000. It's half the size of Kenosha. Okay, it is a little hippie town. It's kind of liberal, actually, to be honest with you. It's got Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. That's the major university in our area. Okay, so you guys can Google all this and get a little background on the area a little bit. But so she had I believe it was the 21st of August that they had a demonstration. Okay, and it started out good, no problem. They went to a park. I forgot the name of the park, but it was in the San Luis. That's what we call it, SLO, SLO, slow. So if I say slow, that's what I'm referring to. San Luis Obispo. So they had a demonstration, and she went to the cops and she went and got all the proper permits and told them, hey, this is what we want to do. So she did it right. I mean, she, at least initially. But what ended up happening is they left the park they were supposed to be at, and they ran through the streets of town. And you got to remember, this is a small little town. This ain't a really big town. And they ended up out on the 101. The 101 is the major freeway out here. Okay, it goes from north to south. Basically, goes all the way through California and into, I think, Oregon and Washington. I think. So anyway, they went out there and blocked the freeway.
Yeah,
there was some damage to some vehicles. There was a 4-year-old actually that was slightly hurt. They bashed in a car window with a 4-year-old in the back. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that it's this young lady's fault, but she did put this all together. And when you do something like that, this is just the way I feel about it. If you're going to put something together like that, and you're the leader of it, you're going to take a little bit of responsibility for what your people do. Okay.
That's true.
All right. So
I got you on that.
Yeah. So what they did is they arrested her, okay, and they charged her with 13. They're 13 misdemeanor counts. So it's nothing too serious. I mean, she might at worst maybe spend a few months in jail or something like that. But chances are she's probably going to get a fine or something or some community service. But here's the concern. See, none of that. I don't have any problem with none of that. Okay, but the problem that we're having, what people are concerned about, is it's a very small town, and they're already talking about having BLM converge on this town.
Oh God!
So they're the shop owners and people in the general area, because I live about 30 minutes away, but people in the general area are very concerned about this because they're already converging, like on the county court or the courthouse over there in San Luis Obispo County. You know what I mean? Trying to get her to be freed, and they want them to drop the charges and everything, but it's like.
Fuck that.
It's like people are really concerned. They're going to start busting all these people, and they're going to start doing what they've done to a lot of other places. So just keep an eye on it. I'm hoping that you guys never hear about it again. That's what I'm hoping.
You mentioned that before, though. I think.
Yeah.
I remember you talking about that before.
Yeah,
they mentioned they're going to start going more into residential neighborhoods now.
Yeah, and the way the San Luis Obispo is like, it's all messed up, kind of, to be honest with you, how they have the city constructed over there. So there's a lot of the business district is right smack in the middle of residential. I mean, right smack in the middle. You got residential houses right next to business. To like office buildings and different business type facilities. So it's something I'm keeping an eye on here. A lot of people are, because they don't want what's happening like in Kenosha to come.
It's going to be like what happened with the McCluskey.
Yeah, exactly. And in San Luis Obispo, to be honest, there ain't no black folks up there. There ain't. I mean, it's like, well, there ain't. I'm not. It's like, it's the truth. And it's like, there's no oppression up there. There's no problem with the cops up there. They don't have any of that stuff. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, we were just talking about this.
They were saying that white people need to give up their houses. They were just saying that at one of their rallies.
Well, okay.
We were just talking
about how as reparations, white people should move out of their houses and turn them over.
I want some fucking reparations.
Yeah, we was just talking about how BLM is no longer black. It's not a black movement
Well,
at all.
it never really was. Well, okay, so it initially started out. I like the sentiment. You know what I mean? I like Black Lives Matter, like the sentence. You know what I mean? Of course they do. You know what I mean? Of course Black Lives Matter. But then you have Black Lives Matter Inc., the company. You know what I mean?
Right.
The entity,
Yeah.
and that's ran by three. Well, I think I heard you saying something like that a few minutes ago. But it basically ran by three lesbians who put all this together. So then what happened was you had Black Lives Matter. So then they came on and said, well, all of a sudden you started seeing like, you know, gay rights and gay flags, and then you started seeing transgender rights. You got all the stuff jumping on top of it going, well, wait a minute. This ain't what
Right.
this ain't what
Yeah. What the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, exactly. So it got co-opted. So that's why I was telling people. Matter of fact, I was talking to somebody today about it. I said I totally get down with the sentiment of Black Lives Matter, but I cannot get down with the corporation of Black Lives Matter.
Yeah.
Just can't.
Right.
I got all kinds of names for it, but you know, whatever.
You know, that's exactly what my 22-year-old son says. He's like, Mom, the 3 words mean something, but fuck the organization.
Right.
It's not. But it's not good. It's like they're doing things, and then people are blaming black people for it. And
right.
It's like,
that's my fear.
Are you guys trying to like agitate some shit and have everybody mad at us?
Right, and they did that in Nazi Germany.
Yep, sure did. Took the words right out of my mouth.
That's what, you know what? I think our goal is to kind of just try to spread the word to as many people as we can, because that's all we can do. It's clear that everybody's not going to make it. You know what I mean?
Code, color, and common sense. It's worth reading.
But I was just talking earlier about how this country's been run by satanistic, pedophilic, demonic people. It's really sick.
Yeah, what's up with
what's
that
going on?
fucking bill in California, man? That SB 145 or some shit?
Yeah,
and like I said, they're going to normalize that shit. They're trying to normalize that shit. And if we don't stand up against that shit, it's going to be everywhere.
I mean, this country's going to hell. I mean, it's just disgusting and sick what they're doing. You know, and they're allowing these children to be damaged by these sick fucks out here.
And there's schools now and school districts that are allowing for and making it mandatory for you to sign away your kids in the event that they need to quarantine and lock down the school.
I hate to say it. It's like the moral fiber.
Look at what they teach in school now for sex education.
Yeah, you got transgender.
They teach elementary school. They teach anal sex.
It's elementary school. I mean, what the fuck?
You know what? Some broad on Facebook got mad at me for saying that, you know, talking about a situation that happened here a few years ago with my cousin's sons. That's what they were pushing for them to do in middle school, is to have anal sex.
I mean, the moral fiber
to
of this
prevent
country.
pregnancy, etc.
Yeah.
If the moral fiber of this country is gone, it's gone.
Yeah.
The moral fiber of this country is gone.
Yeah,
I mean,
they got rid of churches in school.
It's almost like you can do whatever the fuck you want to do.
It was wide open for them to do what they wanted.
Well, look what Corey Feldman exposed. You know,
this ain't about just black people sticking together.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's just like, you know, it ain't even about race. It has nothing to do with race at all.
No, it's the haves and the have-nots.
And these motherfucking haves think they can do whatever the fuck they want.
Remember when I said
they're preying on people. They're preying on the public.
What are we gonna do about it? I'm like, man, we just need to gangster their shit. Take their asses out.
I mean, you know, all this black and white, these social constructs that divide people. It's almost like we're being set up for this shit, and we don't even realize it. You know,
well, so I'm saying, make sure that you keep your kids with you.
Yeah, but these social stuff, this stuff was designed to keep us divided.
Absolutely.
You know,
all of us have a blindfold on.
Yeah, I mean, he's black, he's white, he's this, he's that. I mean, who gives a fuck? We all human beings.
Right.
Yeah, but from my mother's standpoint, I'm happy. I'm happy that people aren't coughing and sneezing and spitting all over each other.
What I get so misunderstood though, more people think that I'm talking great. I mean, it ain't got shit to do with that.
I understand you.
Yeah, a lot of people don't. He's racist.
Like you understand me. We understand you.
Yeah. I hate racism. I hate that shit. I hate racism. I hate it.
Everybody on this panel gets it.
We get it. That's on this panel.
Oh yeah, because you guys are used to me. You know, but people from the outside, they don't know what the fuck, where I'm coming from.
I don't suck Trump's dick. Let me get this fucking clear to everybody.
Right.
I don't do that. I don't fall behind the MAGA bots. I give a fuck about this shit. Fuck them.
Yeah.
I tell people if I'm too offensive for you, I will name you as a conservative. That was sugarcoat. I will say it. And I will tell them that too. I don't hide it.
Right.
Me too. I'm the same way. It's like
I'll call anybody on this shit. I don't care who it is.
Dre, if you foul, I'm gonna say you foul. What the fuck?
Right.
Lie at each other.
Right. Keep it 100, man.
100.
Yep. Just don't use the F word.
Yeah.
It triggers you
no
too.
more F words.
Oh man, when I get triggered though, man. You know when I get triggered, man. It's just...
Dre, I'm having on that part. No more F words. No more F bombs. You can say fuck, but don't say that homo.
Right. Oh yeah.
F. They don't like.
I got it.
Them liberals will shut this shit down.
Well, I don't mean to offend them.
And they won't. Yeah, it's sad because
I don't mean to peep in your closet.
I
You know what
want
I
to
mean?
say it too. I still say it.
I don't want to peep in their closets and shit. You know.
Stop it, Mo.
You start offending those with that word.
Close your legs.
I said faggot all the time.
Oh, see, really?
Oh, shit.
You're dumb.
She said, "Really?"
It's a good example that when Dre and Let Freedom Ring actually cussed each other out, but behind the scenes they worked it out. And
later on we were talking. Yeah, we started to understand each other a little better. He started to understand me. I started to understand him. I'm like, okay, I see where he's coming from, and he started to understand.
It happened with me with AD and Fella. Both of them I was arguing with, and then when we got off on the side after the video, we talked for a while, and we're all cool.
That's what men do, though.
Yeah. That's true.
The crazy part was me and Dre agreed like on 90% of what we was talking about.
Right. I really wasn't. I'm not disagreeing with him.
Yeah, it's
the
same thing with Fella and AD both. You'll be surprised how much you would agree with.
Yeah,
they're just passionate in their own way.
In your way.
Yeah.
Even likewise, I talk with.
Man, he's and Freedom Ring's good people, man.
You too, Dre. You're good folks, man.
Yeah.
Remember, I don't know if you were.
I thought that was likewise earlier on here.
He was here earlier.
Likewise.
Was he?
DJ.
Hey, so I want to say something else before I have to get off here. So
okay.
I just want something I want to tell you guys about. So I did I don't mean to promote my channel, but if it's okay with you. I did a video on, you know how right now people kind of going after the cops, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Vets are next is what I'm saying. Okay, and there's plenty of evidence out there.
Wait, what's next?
Veterans, we're next.
Oh god.
Okay, people it's coming. Look, there's a certain segment of the.
It's not the first time, ISIS had a hit on us.
Yeah,
I'm not tolerating that.
What I'm saying is public sentiment. The left is trying to change public sentiment about vets. Okay, because right now most people, when they find out that that I was in the Marine Corps, I served, they say thank you for your service. Right.
Right.
That's slowly going to be going away, and what's going to end up replacing it is that we're the enemy all of a sudden. That we're no different than the cops. And there's evidence of this. If you guys go. I did a video on it today, but there's a video that's going on. It's about a minute, about 13 seconds long. One of them was a fellow Marine. I don't know if the other two were, but there was some vets that were in Portland that were these were armed Marines, okay, and they were just there just to check it out. They weren't there to protest or nothing. They just wanted to check it out. Two of them were there just to check it out to see if they could move there because they were going to join the police department there. And they got accosted by a bunch of these thugs. They got beat up. Okay, they got sprayed. I mean, it was terrible. And there's a article that I have attached to it that you guys can read it. But I'm telling you, we're starting to see this. I'm starting to see this.
Well, we've seen it in the videos of when the National Guard come in,
right?
And they're being yelled at and things thrown at them. And
so all it takes is one. What's going to happen is these National Guard or somebody's going to come in and something's going to happen, and then the tides are going to turn against vets. I mean, I'm hoping I'm wrong, and I'll be happy that I'm wrong. But I think that's the next target.
Oh my God. Please drop your channel link if you don't mind. So
sure.
People can look at it and subscribe.
Yeah, I'll see if I can drop that particular video. Hold on one second.
I mean, shit, in Chicago, they're starting to target police. We had a few police. We had a few police that got shot.
Do they know who they're fucking with? Do they really know? You do not want to wake this sleeping giant.
No, because they don't want to get involved in it. They don't want it a part of it.
You do not.
That's what I say. Once you open that box, it's hard to close it. It's like Pandora's box. Once you open it,
the angry is it the angry? What the hell is his name?
It'll be like the Middle East.
Who was that guy that we saw? That guy that was in Texas. He brought people with him. The angry Viking. Have you seen him?
No.
Well, no. I believe he's ex-military. Everybody in his group is highly trained. It's not like the NFAC, okay? And they are serious. They are pissed. So there's going to be, I mean, if there's not already, different militias being formed across the country.
Yeah, I've been seeing that. But that's really nothing new, because we got a lot of little groups that are like that one in Oklahoma when they took over the federal building down there.
See,
when they blew that building in Oklahoma, my friend died there, Peter Villamosa.
Yeah.
Oh my God! They don't realize what they're doing. They are destroyed. Right. They are just walking us into the hellfire.
The hellfire. Yeah.
Well, they're creating these monsters. That's what they're doing. They're creating people that's gonna be far worse than what we see now.
You know, when we were talking earlier, Dre, before you were here, there's a group of us who are really like-minded, you know, talking about helping our neighbors and blah, blah, blah. I think, you know, it'd be smart if we just really formed our own groups, like of like-minded people. We're going to have to. We're going to be pushed to that if we have any.
Yeah, you know what they call them? They call them gangs. That's what gangs, how they started.
Look at Pastor Dowell.
But that's how they started, though. You know, was to protect their neighborhood against other outside people coming in trying to take their shit.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
It's gonna be literally like how it is The Walking Dead. If you ever watched that show, how you got groups that are trying to survive, and they
Hilltop.
Yeah.
So I just linked a video. It's about 1 minute and 13 seconds of Antifa going after those military vets.
Can I play it quick?
Yeah, it's just a YouTube. I'm sure you could copy and paste and do whatever you want to do.
Oh, I probably got to do this, don't I?
Well,
it's disgusting.
Yeah, it is really just scary to see where this country's headed. Yeah. And if people really know who's running this country, these devil-worshipping pedophilic motherfuckers, they're Satanists. They worship the devil, man. They don't care about people's lives or even the children. They're drinking the children's blood, for Christ's sake. These people are fucking sick.
People don't believe it. I've talked to people who will never believe you if you try to tell them that.
Yeah, because people want to think the best and think, oh no, they won't do that. And it's bullshit. These people are doing it. and they've been getting away with it for centuries.
Oh,
And it's just amazing that all these missing kids, and you don't find these kids, and there's no answer to where any of these kids come up missing, where they went. It's just crazy how this country just turns a blind eye to this. You know,
that's insane, man.
when it comes to kids in America, I think this country don't give a shit about children.
Everybody's preoccupied with their own life. Nobody's paying attention.
Nobody cares about kids, though. You know, they don't care. You got these abortion clinics and all this shit going on. They're killing babies left and right. And they say America drinks the children's blood. And I really believe that.
Yeah, I agree.
Wait until you find the government orders per state that allow you to be able to dispose of the bodies.
Oh, God.
And through the education and media in Hollywood, we've been desensitized to it. So when you see something, sometimes you don't think it's that abnormal.
Well, that's what propaganda does. You know, I always say how they always talk negative about black men in the news, and it's just a constant thing. And people just demonize black men. We're looked at as like this evil villain all the time. When really the real fuckers are just behind the scenes, kidnapping kids, burning them, organ harvesting, or whatever the fuck they're doing with these children.
Oh, there it is. Okay, hold on. I got it. I had to work a second because I couldn't put out the links from the chat.
Okay.
So everybody's gonna have to. I know. So everybody's gonna have to mute for a second.
Gotcha.
Yeah, came to the wrong party. Fucking Nazis. Say one more fucking word. Run! Fucking Nazis. Hey, no! Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out! You fucking Nazis! Hey, I know. Run! Run like you're scared! Run, you idiots! Run! Don't run! Run! Hurry up! Run! Y'all are running fast enough! Get the fuck out of here, you fucking Nazis! I'm glad you feel like a bitch! Remember that government dick, Tux? Get the fuck out of Portland, pussies!
Wow. Was there another video?
No, that's the only one currently, but yeah, it's pretty disgusting. Those guys.
Why are they calling them Nazis though? Why are they calling them Nazis?
Yeah, I don't.
They just got singled out by the crowd.
The same way RBR does.
They're calling them Nazis though.
RBR calls everybody a Nazi.
So just so one of those guys is a United States Marine. He was all Marine. He did two tours in Iraq. Another guy, I don't know if he's a Marine. It might have been in the Army, but he's a Bronze Star winner, so he's a war hero.
Somebody's got an echo.
And he has a Purple Heart. So he was hurt in combat and got a Bronze Star, which is that's a medal for valor. So he's a war hero, and that's how these people treated these folks. Wow. And each one of these guys was armed. Okay.
Really?
Yes. That's the restraint. That has to do with military training, if you ask me. That's the restraint they show. They could have turned around and blasted all of them.
Yeah, they could have.
They would have had to, because the first motherfucker that laid their hands on me trying to push me is getting their asses handed to them.
Well, you see, they had bats and shit, and they were throwing shit at them, spitting on them.
I do not give a fuck. Somebody is going down.
Yep.
I'm gonna tell you, that's a pretty hostile group. And they had baseball bats. I mean, yeah.
I promise you, if I had my kids with me, somebody's going down.
a bunch of white boys too. You know what I mean?
I mean, they use a lot of strength, so they were all armed.
That was at the police station.
Yeah, so what they did was the story was is they came into town. A couple came into town to check out Portland because they were going to join the police. They were thinking about joining the police force and bringing their family. All those guys have kids. Okay, all those guys. So they ran into the sheriff, and they actually asked if the protests were still happening, right? Because they had no idea.
Ray.
So then they said, yeah, they're still happening. So they asked the sheriff if they can go and check it out. So they went to go check it out, and while they were there, they got singled out, and then they started. And here's the other thing: the amount of coordination. Yeah. Did you ask a question? Oh, okay. So the amount of coordination that Antifa had, they were using drones. They had cars following these guys, like a caravan of like 25 cars trying to box them in. Okay, they had drones, they had strobe lights that they could signal to everybody else where the crowd was going and where they were going to and where to converge on.
Antifa is an international organization.
Yeah, the amount,
it's not a local thing.
Yeah, people think that these guys they're just mobs. They're not. I'm telling you, there's organization to this. I was in the military. I understand how this stuff works. You know what I mean? And I'm telling you, they're organized. These ideas are being floated out there.
I'm a fellow vet too. So
yeah, so I'm seeing it right in front of my eyes, and it's like, and people, because most people are like, well, they're just protest. No, it's gone past that now. That stage, I mean, it's still there, but that stage has gone past that. Now we're seeing something else, and that's why I did my video today, because I think that I'm the next target. Okay, or like people like me and John, we're the next targets. Vets.
But if they would have tried that shit in that guy's house, if he was at his home, he would have fired back. He would have.
Yeah, they were.
That would have been a different story then.
They were hitting with like lasers and strobe lights to disorient them. So that's one of the reasons. One of the reasons they didn't fire back.
Commercial grade. They blind. They burn your retina.
They couldn't see them. They couldn't see who was throwing the. Because you don't just want to just start spraying rounds into a crowd. You want to if you're going to shoot somebody, you want to shoot the person that's trying to harm you. And because they got pepper spray and everything, they couldn't see who was throwing what, who was doing what, and that's why they didn't fire into the crowd, because they couldn't discern who was doing what. You had some people, they were just walking with the mob.
That's hella restraint there.
Yeah, I mean, you only fire when you're ordered to, and then obviously they had their own rules of engagement. Like they're not unless they're cornered, unless they have to draw, and that's that just shows the restraint that these guys had. Because I don't know about you, somebody spit on me, that don't go well. So
here, that's throwing the first punch.
Yeah, that's fighting words for me.
That was
so these guys are going to be on it's called Unsafe Space, I believe is the name of the YouTube channel.
Okay.
Check it out, because one of them is going to be one of these guys that was in the video. They're going to be on that show at least tomorrow or the next day.
Wait a second. You said Unsafe Space?
Unsafe Space.
Okay.
So they're going to be on, and they did a video. They're the ones that inspired me actually to do a video on it, because I have a few vets that follow me. So I'm just trying to get the word out to people that, hey, look.
Is their icon like a U with different colors? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So there, one of them is one of the girl, Carrie. She is a former SJW. So she left the movement because she saw the authoritarian left and what they were doing.
Okay.
So she left the movement. The other guy, Carter, I don't know as much about him, but he's more of a kind of like a libertarian. Neither one of them are like rabid Trump supporters. You know what I mean? But they're both like, one's still a liberal. They're both voting for Trump, but they're voting for Trump because there's really no other alternative, to them. Yeah. It's like, I don't want to say they're choosing the better of the two evils, but they're like, one's for America, one's for law and order, the other is not. So they kind of almost have to go this route, So it's very, I like their podcasts and stuff, and I encourage you guys to check it out.
Is it possible that you could, in the private chat, maybe, or can we give you our email? I'd like to talk to you on the back end, if you don't mind, about a couple of things.
Yeah, sure. Do you guys want me to shoot my email?
Yeah, if you want to, that'd be cool. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Because I know in a previous stream you had talked about some things you did, and I was kind of curious.
He's on Discord too.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
in the
he
Discord.
is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you're in the
Yep.
Discord.
He's
Okay.
arm.
Okay, I can communicate with you that way then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
Or you
right.
can email me. You guys can all email me if you want.
He's in Mo's server. He's on Mo's server.
Okay. It's hard for me to keep up because there's so much pasted, and then I'm busy. I'm like, oh, I wish I could look at everything. I try to scroll through it, but I didn't even realize that you were in there.
Yeah, I used to. How I found Mo was through Uber guy.
Oh, okay. Uber guy.
Yeah,
Dre,
me and
you got
Jimmy.
an echo, man.
I don't know what the hell's going on. I see
You might have to go out and come back in.
All right, I'll do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm moderating for Uber guy.
Yeah, I think Jimmy's taking a little bit of a break though. We've been talking more about business than we have really about politics lately.
That's what that's what I want to speak about because that's important, and I'm trying to, I've had my mind set on something for a couple of years and I've never done it. But I heard another podcaster yesterday saying, like, if you want to do XYZ, now's the time. And I'm oh man. I really want to.
Okay, I think that's better.
Yeah. Oh wait.
Maybe not. Yeah, I see it jumping. I don't know what the hell.
And we should like mute our mic when we start talking. Like if we ain't talking, mute our mics.
Dre, yeah, just mute when you want, and when you want to talk, take it off. That'll eliminate it.
So, you guys want to hear my elephant story?
Sure.
And, I think it's kind of goes along with what you're talking about right now. So, I'll tell you my elephant story. It's not really my story, but it's a story that I tell. I tell people, it can be used in business. I use it for business, but you can also use it in politics. You can also use it just kind of on the social aspect. But I'll tell you the story. So, I went to the fair with my son because I always like to take my son to the fair. Go on the different rides and everything. Go to the carnival, that type of thing. So we went to the fair. They had kind of like a pet show. You know what I mean? They had these exotic animals. They came around and the kids got to, feed them. And they had a big giraffe. And as my son is feeding the giraffe and having a lot of fun, I see this big African elephant. So when I'm looking at the elephant, this humongous, gigantic animal, right? I mean, these things are what, like 2,000 pounds, something like that? Anyway, they're a big, heavy animal, okay? And I just happened to notice that it's tied to a post. And I'm looking at the post. And I'm looking at the animal. I'm looking at the African, and it's got this teeny tiny rope tied around its leg, tied to the post. And I'm wondering, wow, this big gigantic animal could easily just pull that right off, right? And then maybe kill somebody, charge somebody. I mean, I was concerned because I have my son here with me, So I kind of go around the side, kind of closest to where there seems to be like a caretaker over there. So he's like, raking and stuff like that. Feeding the animals. So I go over to him and I say, hey man, I'm a little concerned. This animal here, this elephant is tied with this little teeny tiny rope. I'm afraid that can be, this animal could easily break that and take off and do whatever it wants to do. And this caretaker looked at me and said, oh no, you see, when we get these elephants, they come in as little babies. Okay. And for the first 6 months of its life, we tie it to this post or to a post with this big heavy chain. And for 6 months of its life, it does nothing but pull on that chain left and right. Just all it thinks about, it barely eats, it barely sleeps, it barely does anything but pull on this chain for 6 months. Then finally, it just gives up. So after that, once it's finally given up, we can use anything to tie that elephant to this post. And the reason why it doesn't try to get away is because it doesn't think it can. And the reason why I tell that story to people, reason why I tell that story to people in business anyways, because most people don't think they can make it in business because life or whatever, their family, their upbringing, whatever teaches them that they can't do things, that they don't have the power to do things. They don't have the education. They don't have the knowledge. And because of those things, because they're convinced that they can't do it, they don't even try.
No, you're right. And when I think about the biggest thing for me is not the fear of not being successful, because I'm confident I will be. the area, the product, I'm confident in that. What worries me is the fact that they want all this money for permits and licenses. You know what I mean? It's
Sure.
like, how am I going to get my product and pay for all this stuff at the same time? You know,
Okay.
it's like,
All right. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you how.
That story is different.
Okay. I'm going to tell you how. All right. So this
Okay.
is so now I'm not in the industry that you're in, but all businesses are generally the same. Okay. So there is billions of dollars out there. Okay. And this people just don't know this. They just don't. Okay. There's venture capitalists, there's angel investors, there's all these people out there. They're looking somewhere to put their money. Okay.
Mhm.
So what people lack, what makes money, like people say money makes money, right?
Right.
Or you need money, that's not true. That's part of that elephant. Okay. Ideas make money. If you have a good idea, you have a business plan, and you can show an investor how you can make money, they will throw money at you left and right. They will compete to give you money, as
I
much
have
money
a
as you
great
want.
idea. I mean, so much is that I'm confident that it will not fail 100%.
So what's important, what you want to concentrate on, is not so much the money, it's the plan.
That's hard too. A business plan. Ugh.
It's not that difficult. I mean, all you really need is an executive summary, and those are 2-3 pages.
Really?
You don't really need. I mean, if you're doing something, in most cases, if you're doing something that's going to be like multinational, has a lot of facets to it, then you might need a more detailed business plan. But an executive summary, in 90% of cases, is all investors want. Okay, like with what I do, I don't use my own money. I mean, I do sometimes, but I hardly ever use my own money. I just get the idea. And then I get venture capitalists to take a look at the idea. The problem that I run into is not the money. Guys, the money is so secondary to me. I don't even worry about it. I really don't. This is what I tell people is when they have a great idea, I ask them this one question. Tell me how we'll make money. And that's the part people lack. They don't know. They don't know how.
So fast.
So they have a great idea, right? And I'm not talking about you, but I'm just talking about people in general. You know what I mean? It's like they have a great idea, but when I ask them, okay, how are we going to make money? They have no answer. And that's the part that you need to work on. It takes very little money to do that. It takes some time, maybe some research, okay? But if you have a great business plan, and you have a great product, okay? It's like you ever watch Shark Tank?
Yes.
So it's kind of like that, okay?
Okay.
If you have a good business plan, if you can show, look, this is all I need to do in order to make money, and I just need the money in order to do that, people will throw money at you. You just need to know where to go.
I'm thinking, I don't know if this sounds unrealistic, but the town that I live in is very rich. It's resource rich. They're just rich, period. And not that I'm rich, I just happen to live in that town. But I really think that it's very possible for me to get money from them.
Yes. Yeah, just put your plan together. It doesn't have to be anything super elaborate. I mean, some people just send it to me like an email, and then I get it in front of an investor. And then, but if you have people in your local area, that's always the best place to go first, because they're going to know you. They're going to know what you're talking about, right? They're going to see the service or the product that you need to provide. They're going to understand why it's needed, okay? Or it may not be a local thing. Maybe you want to do some like nationwide or worldwide distribution or something.
It's definitely local.
Okay, well then yeah, you're good. Then what you want to do is look. Rich people love making money. Okay, they want to make more. And look, you can't be afraid of rejection, because some people they're not going to like your idea. Okay, and that's another part that I try to teach is you have to persevere. Just because you get a no, that's okay. Go on to the next person. Go on to the next person. You have to be persistent. Okay, because people are going to say no. You got to get used to that part of it. Okay.
Right.
So don't get discouraged. Just keep going, and maybe there might be parts. And you also, this is something I always ask whenever we get something in front of a venture capitalist or an angel investors. I ask them, "Can I get your input? Can you tell me why you're not on board with this?" Okay, because what it'll do is maybe it'll give you a perspective you didn't think about. Okay. And maybe there's something that needs to be fixed that you didn't even think about because you weren't aware of it, right? So then what you can do is you can hone your business plan. You know what I mean? Now you can sharpen that knife and get it into, get it to cut even deeper. So the next person you put it in front of, okay, you've got that part taken care of already. So by putting it out there, you can learn from all your quote unquote negative experiences from the people that say, I don't really like it. I don't really want to do. Okay, great. I appreciate it. It's not for you, but can you tell me why? Can you give me input? Is there anything you can tell me that you think would make this better? And you'll be surprised how many people will sit there and go, well, if this, and this was better, or if you did this, and this, and this. Now, some of it may not work for you. Some of it may be total BS, right? But you want that input, and you want it because it makes you better. Okay, it makes you stronger. And there's too many people in this world right now. They're just weak. And I don't mean like weak as in like, they're bad people or anything like that. But when it comes from a business standpoint, we're not taught this in school. We're not taught this at home. I don't know, any of you guys rich?
No.
Any of you guys get taught about money? And no, they don't teach it in school, which they should, but that's another subject. But because this is not taught, and because this is not taught in like, especially underprivileged areas, okay, it's definitely not taught. Because it's not taught, it keeps people weak. But if this knowledge was out there and it was taught, and I'm a firm believer in it, if you go out there and you teach people how to succeed and what to do, and not so much, it's like you have to change like who you are as an inner being. You really do. I mean, I did start out this way. I was scared to death to put a business plan together and approach some people when I first started. Scared to death because I was so afraid of rejection. I didn't want them to say no. So I spent years trying to, look at different systems that are out there, but I never took action. But the thing you want to do, and then where you will learn the most, is taking action. And that's what I encourage you to do, is just put something together, just whatever you think it is, put a nice business plan. You can just Google executive summary, copy and paste it, put in your own verbiage, and just start sending it out. Start putting it in front of people. That's what I would encourage you to do.
Well, I definitely took notes, so I appreciate it.
Yeah. Just take action. Stop being that elephant. Okay? Just stop thinking that you can't. I'm not saying that you personally. I'm just saying in general.
Right.
Don't let that stop you. Okay? Because everyone that I know that's been successful, do you know how many people I know that they're really successful that filed bankruptcy? Almost all of them.
Yeah.
Almost all of them. All of them have failed miserably somewhere in life. Even Donald Trump, although he's never. So this is a misnomer. Okay, then you can tell this to people because they'd always talk about, well, Donald Trump filed No, he's never filed personal bankruptcy. He's filed business bankruptcy, which is completely different. Okay, completely different. Either Chapter 13 or Chapter 11. All right.
Okay.
So he's never filed personal bankruptcy.
Like
he himself has never gone. Right, Chapter 7. It could be Chapter 11 too. Chapter 13 is probably the most. But in most cases, when you file bankruptcy under a business, it's a reorganization. Okay, so it's not like you just shut down. I mean, that does happen. But you reorganize your assets, you reorganize your debt, you pay off whoever you can, however the court decides to put it all together. But it's not necessarily a bad thing in business. Sometimes it's the smart thing to do. It really is. I know that sounds weird, but bankruptcy is not the end of the world. I know people that own tracts of homes. I know people that invest in property all the time. I know people that have huge stock portfolios that filed bankruptcy 5, 6, 7 years ago. You know what I mean? Several times. It's just part of business. And the normal layperson, they just don't know that. So, and it's not something, like I said, that we're taught in school, but it's something that you guys, and I'm telling you, you can do it. Okay. Whether you take the action to do it is up to you, but it can be done. Like a lot of people talk about how the rich take advantage of the system.
Right.
I got news for you. You can too.
Yeah.
Those exact loopholes that they use, you can use also.
That's what my response is to people who always say, I want to see Trump's taxes. He's filed, like you said, he's filed bankruptcy. I don't give a fuck if he happened to have a good tax attorney that managed to get through the loophole.
Yeah.
Salute to him.
That's right. You can do exactly the same things. I do.
Yeah, right.
I do. I have everything I do. I either have it in a corporation or an LLC, not because I'm trying to hide anything. It's because it's smart. because
Right.
it protects your liability. Like if someone, I'll tell you why corporations are used and LLCs are used. Okay, and people just don't know this. If let's say you form a corporation, you start a business. Okay, like let's say Andre, he decides to do a chain of barbershops. I'm going to use Andre as an example. Okay,
Okay.
it would not be smart, in my opinion, for him to do it as a sole proprietorship. Okay, because if something happens, somebody gets hurt in one of his facilities, he gets sued personally. Personally, they can take his house, they can take his car, they can take his bank account. He incorporates that business. That business is a separate entity, and they can only take the assets of the corporation. They can't touch Andre's house. They can't touch Andre's car. They can't touch Andre's bank accounts.
Now,
Because you're considered an employee.
What
Correct.
about LegalZoom? What do you think about using them to
Yeah,
help?
there's nothing. I mean, as long as it's simple and not too complicated, LegalZoom's a tremendous tool. Absolutely.
Okay. I was curious about that. Somebody else had mentioned it. I've been pondering on this for the last 2 to 3 years. Like, oh my God, this would be so great, because not only would it, it's in the community. It'd be helpful for the community, and they don't have.
Is it a service more, or is it a product?
Oh, it's a product.
Okay.
I just say it. I don't care.
All right.
I want to open a beauty supply store, not do hair, just the supplies with,
A wholesaler or retailer.
yes, like the with the earrings, all the things that typically you see Asians do in a lot of times.
It's true. It's true.
Yes, I'm just saying typically.
It's okay. I'm Asian, so yeah, I totally get it.
Yeah, and I would like to do this for my son, basically being a Black-owned business, and it's in the
you want to talk to the SBA right now.
I told her that.
Yep.
Yeah,
you want to talk to the SBA.
And
It's
I told her
not
she needed
that
to do her
hard.
business plan.
Yeah, it's not that hard. It really, really isn't that hard, especially right now.
And I talked to her about incorporating and.
Yeah. Now, if you want to start out as like a sole proprietorship, I mean, you can start out that way, because for some people it's just more comfortable, because there are some negatives to doing it through a corporation. You can't you can't commingle funds. So what I mean by that is, let's say that you decide that you want to pull $1,000 out because you want to go on vacation or something, right? It's not, you can still do it, but it's not as easy as just going to the bank and pulling the money out, because that's technically not your money. It's your business's money. Okay.
No, but can you
For our corporation, we had to have the chief financial officer co-sign the check.
Correct.
see
So
all
there's a
these
way to do it.
positions confuse me with these executives and
It's okay. You can be all of them.
Okay.
You can be the CEO, CFO.
No,
You can be all of them.
take money from your business to go towards another business, or no?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
You want to talk to a CPA. I'm
Okay.
certainly not the expert. And CPAs, they will talk to you for free.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I've talked to one before a long time
Yeah.
ago. Yeah.
Just say, look, this is what I want to do. How do you think I should structure it? Because I don't know. You see, your state might be different as
Right.
far as corporate law, the corporate laws in your state. Like here in California, LLCs kind of suck. So S corporations are probably better. Okay. And that's probably what you're going to want to do, is what's called an S corp. Okay.
An
S corp. Yeah. An S corporation.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it's more like a self-employed type of corporation. So what ends up happening is you still get all the benefits of a corporation, all the liability and tax advantages. Okay, you get all the same ones, but it all gets funneled through your personal bank account. I'm sorry, your personal tax return. So it goes through a K-1. So it's probably better for you to do an S corporation. So you may want to talk to your CPA about that and just say, hey, I heard about an S corporation. You think if I do this type of business, you think it's best for me to do it through an S corporation, and they'll be able to advise you properly.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. Some years ago, we were going to open a cleaning business with a couple friends, and I did it for a week, and I said, fuck this. I will not clean. This is too hard work. You would think it'd be easy cleaning office buildings. No, that was wearing my ass out that week. I said, I'm not doing this. No.
Right.
Wasn't worth it.
Well, you know what I have? I had people that have businesses that do that. And what they do is they go down to the temp agency and they grab like whoever's available, and they have them do the jobs, and they pay them a low wage.
I know, but I hate to say this, John. A lot of them people are not always trustworthy. And I've known a lot of people to use the temp agency. Not to say you can't find good people, but I know a lot of people that have used it like, okay, I'm going to make money to get my dope for today. And then I'm sending them to my client's building where something could potentially come up missing. And then they're going to be pointing the finger at.
So what you might want to do, you check with your local county, because they have different programs out here in California in different states where the county will actually subsidize some or all of their wages.
Okay.
I think there's something in the First Step Act where they help get people started with employment, and if you hire them, they give you a tax break or something to help you encourage people getting back into the employment.
I don't have to hire anybody because there's enough of us to run it. You know what I mean?
It's a family business.
Yeah, so I don't have to hire anyone.
Yeah, you can just start out making mom and pop. You can still, I would still think about doing an S corporation personally. That's just how I would think about doing it.
It's all about liability.
Right. Now, if you just want to just say, you know what, I'm just going to do it as a sole proprietor for now, and maybe you can always switch to an S corporation later on. It's totally up to you, however you want to do it.
But it's like having a shield around you.
Now,
your personal wealth. Because
oh, go ahead. Sorry, John.
If you have a S corporation, they can't attach your personal wealth like that. So it's like having a shield around your family wealth, because all they can go after is whatever the business owns, whatever the business wealth is.
So my question is, how do you find someone to advise if it'd be better to, because my idea was like, okay, I can go to Chicago. They have huge warehouses. I can buy the product there and bring it back here and, do it that way. And then I'm like, well, wait a minute. Would it be cheaper to, somehow purchase it outside of the country? Or, how do you figure out which way is best?
Just research.
Just research it, huh?
Research. You got to pound the pavement.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to do it. And
you got to be careful because they just busted, I don't know how many tons of hair from the Uyghurs. They said that that came from China.
Oh.
And they impounded it in customs because they used slave labor.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you just got to watch that you get the right person. You don't get somebody selling you something and then you get in trouble for that. But see, that's where it comes in as a corporation, because let's say that happened and they would go after that corporation. You would just let that corporation die, let them take it, and you could start a new one,
Okay. Oh, yeah, I get that. All right.
Because you're protected. It goes after that corporation.
Yep.
Unless they can find that you're directly resulted in another crime, personally involved, like you set up and you knew that you were buying this illegal hair.
As long as you go through a distributor, you're probably going to be fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're probably going to be fine. And now the other area that you may want to look at is Los Angeles, because the area down there, there's parts of there's a garment district, and there's also other areas of Los Angeles that probably have the products you're looking for.
Okay.
Okay. And I don't know exactly what you're looking for, but I mean, they probably do have the products that you're looking for down in Los Angeles, and that's a main port for all this stuff.
Got it.
And another thing you could do is you can network with beauty supply stores that are already around, or you could call them and start networking with them, or even beauty shops. Ask them where they get their supplies from.
Any beauty shops in my city are either major label, which there isn't many, if a couple, and the other couple are privately owned. There's nothing in my area that does this.
Okay.
That's why I'm like, like really, like
But so we have the internet, and stuff where you can contact people outside your area and ask what they're doing.
You can
and
also
seeing if you can apply it.
Yeah, you can also wholesale a product too. So it's something I used to do when I was in the formware industry. I would wholesale a product to other.
Yeah, that's what she wanted to do, was be wholesale.
Yeah, so you can do it on a wholesale. So you can do both, and that's what I did. I sold it retail, but then I also wholesaled a lot of my merchandise because sometimes there was another store that needed it. I mean, they have a
that's why I say it'd be good for her to network, because then she would have these people that they could come to you later as a customer.
And vice versa. Sometimes they have something that you need.
Exactly. That's why I say networking. When it comes to business, networking is important.
Absolutely.
I seen a guy that I knew from my town, and he had gotten out of prison, and he told me, I'm like, don't go back to that. He's like, nope, I'm just gonna do this for a little bit. I'm like, oh God, I've heard this story before. But he did. He probably did it for a year. He flipped his money, and now he's living good.
Yep.
I'm like, you know what? I'm not even mad at you. It's like, at least you, you followed your, your plan this time. Like,
one other thing too is, and I'm sure you've already thought of this, but I mean, definitely have an online presence. That's almost a must in any business now.
You know what? That kind of scares me, because a lot of my stuff is political. I'm connected to political.
So this
but that's the difference between you and a corporation.
Right.
A corporation doesn't have an identity until you give it one.
Right. So what you do is you sell your political stuff under a separate corporation. Okay. You own the corporation, so it's your business, right? And then you do your regular stuff under a total different name, under a different corporation.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So it's like creating another you.
Okay.
Understand? You're creating a you. All right. Or you can create them all.
He's got an account. Oh man. Dre, what happened tonight? Maybe he just I don't know.
No, I think he's still trying to figure it out.
Yeah, but yeah, thank you. I definitely. I need to keep pondering it. Just
do. You'll learn way more. Yeah,
my audio was, and I had to go to a different browser to get rid of it.
Echoing.
Yeah, pretty bad echo.
Yeah, I had to go to a different browser, because remember mine was doing that.
Oh yeah, you could try that, Dre. Try Safari. If you have Safari as a browser on your phone, try that. That usually works best with StreamYard.
It's almost like he has two apps open.
Yeah, you could check that too.
But my other browser was doing that to me.
Yeah.
And I had to switch because it was doing the echoing.
So when I got into business, when I started learning all this stuff, that's what got me to start understanding, because I was very into race when I was younger. So a lot of this BLM stuff that you're hearing,
can you guys hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Okay, I think it was the headphones that I had.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, much better.
Much
better. What I was trying to say, we're all corporations anyway, so.
Well, I mean, if we're all separate entities,
because that's what happens with a business. As a corporation, you get a tax ID number, you become like an entity. And that's the same with us. We all have tax numbers, and we all owe a debt because our national debt. So you're right.
Yeah.
So it's. I mean, you can look at it that way, but you can take
right, like.
Yeah, exactly.
So what I'm saying is, these tax advantage, all these advantages that the rich have, you can take advantage of most of it too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because your corporation has its own credit score, everything.
That's
it's like a whole new person.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just another.
That's why I say it's like, that's why it
entity.
protects you. It's like a shield. So if something happens, that's who they go after.
Yeah, the credit report for businesses is called a Duns and Bradstreet report. Okay, and sometimes you want to develop a portfolio with them, because if you can have even if your credit is just dog crap doo doo, but if you get your business together and you do well, and you're able to get business credit, and you can show and report to a Duns and Bradstreet that, hey, look, I've had past credit in my business. I mean, it's like your business has its own credit report. Now, your credit report, if you don't have good credit, it's really not that hard to improve it in a relatively short period of time.
I'm trying. You know what? I'm trying right now. I just have it's my student loan.
Don't worry about that. That's not that big of a deal.
And then I have a couple of vet bills that I've been slowly paying on. I slacked a few times.
Can you get a credit card?
I don't know. I haven't tried in many.
Okay, so this is what you want to do. This is what I would recommend that you do, because I had to do the same thing. I lost everything several years ago when I had my business. So what you want to do is you want to get what's called a secure credit card.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
It's a great way to save money. Okay, it really is.
Yeah.
So what you do is you go to your bank, whoever you bank with, and you say, look, I would like to get a secure credit card. Okay, and when they'll tell you what you need to get in order to get a secure credit card, so they just take $200. Like usually it's $200. I've heard of some that start out at $100. But
yeah, I think I saw that on Credit Karma.
Right. So there you go. So then you get a secure card, and I'm telling you, within like a year, as long as you pay well and you do well, your credit score will tick up. On top of that, then you'll start getting offers for other credit cards.
And
I've actually had to do it twice, so just for full disclosure.
Yeah, it's crazy because
once you get a credit card, it opens the door.
That's right.
I have an emergency bill.
Because then you can get a gas card. You can get a gas card or something, and then that helps the credit.
But they
I don't even mess with my credit. I think that's the problem.
Yeah, you should.
Well, yeah, that's the thing about credit. If you don't exercise it, it weakens your score.
Yeah,
so you got to use it once in a while, or else your score won't stay high.
Yeah, I don't like dealing with credit because the interest rates and all that stuff.
Well, if you do secure card, and even if you don't use it, because I know some people get them, they don't even use them. They just want a credit imprint. Do you understand what I mean? And then if you use a secure card, those are interest bearing. It's like putting it. I mean, you don't get much, but I mean, it's like putting it in a savings account.
Oh, you get interest off of it.
Yes.
It's almost like a debit card.
Yep.
I'm gonna look into that.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man.
That's interesting.
I brought my score up from like a 556 to like a 703 in like a year.
And they have those cards you can get also like at Walmart.
My goal is 700. I'm at like 630, and one
you
bill
ain't got far.
Is taking it down 24 points. So I'm waiting for insurance to pay it.
How old is it?
It's just from last year, but it would make a 24-point difference.
Yeah, if it gets to like 7 years or pretty close, you may not even want to mess with it.
Yeah, it falls off your credit report.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you may not. It's totally up to you. And even if you do take care of it, it may not affect your score very much. It's even possible for you to take an old collection and pay it, and then it'll actually drive your score down.
Oh my God! Wow.
Yep. I used to teach about credit, so I know. I mean, I know. I don't know everything.
Well, the reason I said what I said is because I don't use credit very much, and I noticed that when I don't use it, my score goes down.
Yes.
So, that's why they call me, they say, hey, John, you gotta charge something because, you haven't used it in a while, and
it's funny.
But I don't like giving them the interest money, So I put it on and pay it off real fast.
Yeah, it's funny the strings these collectors go to. They threaten you, talking about coming to your job, arresting you, all kind of stuff. I've had messages on my phone like, we're going to arrest you. We're going to arrest you. We're going to take you to court.
Make off of you.
if you so something else I do here, I'm going to type in a web address, okay, in chat, and it's my company website.
Oh, okay.
All right.
So you do this for a living?
I do. Well, so go to this website. I put it in the private chat.
Okay.
Okay, and then those are all the things we do.
I wonder what and it won't let me. I'm gonna have to look for it.
But when you guys get a chance, just go to my website. Those are all the things that we do. I have a partner who's an attorney. I have another partner who's now I'm a licensed real estate agent, and then my broker we do, and I also do commercial real estate lending. I do a lot of different things, man.
Oh,
Jack of all, master of none.
Awesome. I see.
I wouldn't say quite that much, but I know a lot. Let's put it that way. There are a few things I like to specialize in that I enjoy. You know what I mean? So I would say that I'm pretty well versed in those areas, but there are other things that I have a functional. I'm functionally versed, I guess you could say. In other words, I can advise you and at least point you in the right direction on what to do.
Yeah, that's our military in us.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks like a great website. There's a lot of different options on here.
Yeah, I do business lending. I'm a certified SBA consultant, so I can. You really don't need me, to be honest. There are only certain, like in your situation, going to like your bank or an SBA lender is probably the best way to go. But something more complicated.
The SBA give you a mentor?
I'm sorry?
Doesn't the SBA give you a mentor? Because what I remember before, they would give you a mentor and they would help you
they do
write
have
a business plan and
yes,
get you started.
They do have a network of people that will help you, just like we do. But the business plans that I do are probably, or I'm sorry, I shouldn't say the business plans, but the loans that I do are probably more complicated. They usually have real estate involved. So those are the type of SBA. Now I can't help people that want to just do business loans, but I'm not as well versed. Just I usually do like SBA 7A loans, but the 504s. There's also SBA 504 loans, but there are all other micro loans that I'm aware of. I know how they work, but I really don't mess with those too much. And really, honestly, you don't need someone like me for those.
Okay, that's good information to have, definitely. Because it's like, I got.
And there should be special programs opened up to her. For one, her dad is a veteran.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
a woman,
Absolutely. And you may want to check with your state veterans, if you guys have a veterans affairs department in your state. Okay. And then also, because Mo's black, check into that too for minorities.
So is my son.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. So
check into all of that. Any bit of help.
And even now, as far as affirmative action goes, women are considered too. So.
Yeah, you got like a triple whammy there.
Yeah, I definitely.
And they say, well, nobody in your family's done this before, so it's a first time thing. They're more willing to help you with grants and stuff to try to help you.
What's awkward to me is that in my family, like I have a aunt that is very well known in the real estate business. Okay. And you would think that you could go to somebody like that and for money, but I'm just saying for help, just even involvement. Like, hey, why don't you let me get involved in what you're doing? But no, it doesn't work like
that. Yeah, so getting into real estate, it's not that I don't recommend it. Is that most people that get into real estate don't make any money. Okay, so
she's got money.
Yeah, no, I understand, but it's tough to work with family, and she might just be on her. Most real estate agents, they just want to do real estate. They really don't want to do anything else. I know a lot of real estate agents that are like that. They want to do real estate. I'm more creative. I look at things a little bit differently when it comes to real estate. I look at more creative solutions, and then but a lot of agents, they kind of want to do what I call the cookie cutter way. One way, do it this way. You go to the bank, you do it this way. where I'll look at it from a different standpoint, because not every situation is the same.
Right. Well, yeah, I guess she got lucky being the like top 2% of her state.
Yeah.
And not that I really wanted to do real estate so much. I'm like, can you show me some business things? But it's like they're not too interested in that,
Yeah, she may not know.
No, okay.
She may not know, because there are a lot of successful people. They just know what they know. They know how to make money their way, and they don't really know any other way to do it. I get
my mom was doing commercial real estate with a little bit of residential, mostly commercial, and she did alternative financing.
Well, in commercial, you almost have to do alternative financing, because there aren't that many options like in the residential world.
Right. Well, that's another thing too. I'm like, oh my
But see, she got caught up in the life. See, she became it reinforced her alcoholism and then into drugs, and she owned property, buildings, and all that gone. She left being real estate. It was like a fast life.
Yeah, I guess it did turn into a seminar, huh?
Well, I definitely want to get on top of it because, my family has given me 5 acres of land. Like, you can't sell it, but you can build on it.
What kind of land is it?
It could also be collateral to start something. It can be used as collateral.
It's
Kelly.
It's 2 acres of woods and 3 acres of just land.
What is it zoned?
I don't know. It's out in the country. I'd have to put everything out there.
If you want to, you can email me, and then I can actually look. If you can get the, do they have addresses or do they have APN numbers?
There is. Yeah, I don't think there's an address. I mean, my uncle is out there on his part of the land, which he has an address. I could give you that. I don't know if that would help.
Well, so do you have copies of the deeds?
My
See,
aunt.
mine, I don't have an address either. It has a number like
So yeah, you're going to want to find whatever the APN address to the 5 acres. Okay. And that number, I can look it up and I can tell you exactly what it's zoned. Or you can just ask. It'll be on the deed. You can just look on the deed.
But Kelly, those trees, depending on what they are, they can be harvested, and that's money too.
I think that's already been I don't know, looked at. I'm not sure how that goes, but I do remember them talking about that.
Well, depending on the zoning, there's all kinds of different ways. We just have to take a look at it and see what's available for you.
But that's why I say it could always start something for you because it could be used as collateral.
But I don't know, how could I use that as collateral when it's not in my name?
Well, you'd have to get it in your name.
Yet? Oh, it's not. I thought it was in your name.
It's not in my name. It's actually in my aunt's name. But it's like in the will, like 5 acres.
Hey, Trey, you asleep?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
I'm just how this.
Okay, you're breathing into the mic, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it by my mouth on it.
That's why it
sounds like you're snoring, brother.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're about to saw some logs.
No, that's Darth Vader.
They just don't.
That's my Darth Vader.
Well, anyway, yeah. So you'd want to find out what you can do with the land, and then and then see what's possible. But you definitely want to get it transferred into your name. Now, is she willing it over to you, or she's just saying, "I'll give it to you," or?
Yeah, well, basically, it's like a family thing. Like a few of my cousins have been told, "Look, you can build here, but you can't sell it."
Okay.
So it's just that kind of situation where.
So find out what you can get. That'd be the first thing. Say, hey, look, I'm interested in getting that land now, because I would have done it a long time ago personally, but because it always looks really good, and it'll look good if you decide to get an SBA loan, because then you can say because SBA loans are very collateral heavy, meaning they're going to want to see, they want you to get life insurance, they want you to get have collateral like a house or some land or something.
They want something in the game. They want you to have something in the game.
So in case if you die, you'll have life insurance, or in case you default, you have something you can sell to pay them off. Okay, because it doesn't sound like to me you'll need a huge loan, but you'll still need a loan. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that, something like that probably would look really good on an SBA application to say, yes, you own land. So, and then you can tell your family, hey, look, this is what I want to do, and this is why I need to do this now. I need to get this transferred to my name because I want to get an SBA loan and I need collateral. And you can tell them, look, I'm not selling it. I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm not going to do anything like that. And they're not necessarily going to lien it necessarily. They may or may not, but
yeah, if you default.
Yeah, if you default, they'll take it. But as long as you don't default, you're fine. And you know, like I said, as long as it's not too big of a loan, there's a lot of other ways to kind of mitigate that. You always want to have a plan for your plan and a backup plan for your backup plan. You always want to have contingencies.
Yeah, because I definitely don't want to compromise them. It's like a family thing, and they're very serious about it, you know?
Yeah, just go ahead. I mean, they don't have to know what you're, like I said, you don't have to pledge it as collateral. You just have to have collateral.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
And the process to have it transferred to your name is pretty easy. It's usually done
Quick claim.
through a quick claim, probably. But I'm not sure what state you're in, so I'm not exactly sure. I would imagine it's a quick claim, but different states are a little bit different.
Yeah, I'm in Wisconsin, so I don't know. I just know about in like 1999, I tried to open a different kind of business I was thinking about. And I went downtown and I couldn't believe the kind of money they wanted just to even get the license for the business.
Sure.
I mean, we're talking like 10 grand. Just
what kind of business was it?
I wanted to do like something I wanted to do in my home. I wanted to have like a candy store, you know, like slash thing, and they're like, there's so many regulations.
Sure.
Like they wanted the candy made in the house. You know, I'm like, are you guys crazy? I ended up
Health regulations.
snapping and saying, this is why people sell dope, because you make it so fucking hard. I just went off on all of them. And then I thought when I left, damn, I probably
And you want to do it, you wanted to do it out of your house?
Yeah. I
Okay.
wanted to just be able to legally sell like
because see, what she wants to do is be able to write her house off as a business expense because she's doing business out of it.
Sure. Now, whenever you deal with food, though, you're gonna have some problems.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You know.
Well, even in the hair industry, beauty supply, the health department in some states.
Yeah. So yeah. I think if it's like here in California, as long as it's prepackaged, you probably don't have anything to worry about. Like food, if it's like you can have because I looked into actually this was years ago, but I actually looked into a jerky store. Okay. Different types of jerky, sausages, that type of thing, and as long as it's pre-packaged, meaning nothing was open, you know, the regulation on that was way less, and there was a lot less that I had to do in town. Now, if I was like cutting sausage or making jerky there, that's a whole other thing.
I don't want to do food. My son's uncle runs a Deli King in Chicago, and he works his ass off. And they had mentioned, well, why don't you like franchise it in Madison? No, thank you. I don't want to do that.
Well, franchising you could do. Like, are you talking about you franchising, or are you getting a franchise?
No, they wanted me to. They suggested that I franchise the business where I'm at, and I said no way, because I don't want to work with food. It's too much work.
So, was there a particular reason why you wanted to start out as a franchise?
No, I'm just saying they had suggested it to me, like, hey, why don't you guys franchise it there? And I'm like, no, because I don't want to do that.
Because franchising is, I guess the part I'm not understanding is franchising is like putting together like a shop in a box. Okay.
Yep.
So that's what a franchise is like. So franchising is like, let's say that you have this great business idea that made money. Yeah. Then what I do is I franchise it, meaning you sell the idea. I buy it from you. I set up under your strict brand and rule book. Okay. And then you get a piece of the pie. Make it a long story short.
Well, that's probably what they were trying to get me to do.
Okay.
But I just didn't want to, I'm like, no, I don't want to.
I understood. Yeah, I understood.
Food is too much work, and I'm older.
Now you could possibly like your business idea. You could possibly franchise, but I would recommend that you have like a proven track record of making money, because then you can sell that franchise to someone else. Say, hey, look, I have this business idea. This is how much money it'll make. This is how much money I'm making, and I can get my cut, and then you get the rest of it. It just depends on how much of a franchise fee you want to charge. Now, I don't have a lot of experience in that, to be honest, but I do know people that have a lot of experience in that. Like you guys heard of Little Caesar's Pizza, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know the guy that owns about 80% of them between San Luis Obispo all the way down to the northern part of Mexico.
Wow.
He owns almost all of them.
Wow.
So
$5 pizzas were a hit when they came out.
Oh yeah. So whenever I have like franchise questions, I call him because he knows. You know what I mean? He knows what to do, and he's willing to talk to me. Now he won't. His son and my son used to play together, so that's how I got to know him. Okay, it's about networking, man. You know what I mean? So that's how I got to know him.
That's what I was saying.
And then once I got to know him, I started asking him questions about business, and he didn't, at first he was a little standoffish, but as he got to know me a little bit, now he'll, give me advice. And as long as I'm not trying to buy another like pizza thing or anything like that near him, he's okay with it.
That makes sense, though.
But yeah, it's making money is, it's really not that hard. It's just we're not taught to do it, and that's what got me to change my views, like I was saying before, as far as like, because I used to believe like certain people, I guess this whole white privilege thing. Okay, we called it something different back in my day. It was just this belief that certain people had advantages over other people, and what I quickly learned was, it happened to be more white people. That's true, but what I found out was they just had a certain set of knowledge that I didn't have. That's what it really all boiled down to. I was like, wow, I didn't know you could do this stuff. And because it's not necessarily in a person's interest to let everybody know, and because it's not taught in school, and most poor people, because I grew up poor, my parents didn't know. They had no idea how to start a business and what to do. And they didn't have the business mindset, which is the most important thing, is have the business mindset. And that's why I tell people to read Rich Dad, Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki, because that's what will get you down that road. It'll send you down that rabbit hole, and trust me, you will. I mean, if you really get into it and it really hits you and you really absorb it, it will change your entire life. It will change how you look at the world. It's called Rich Dad, Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki.
Okay.
There's an audio book you can get right on YouTube. You don't even have to buy the book. You can just listen to it. Just put in Rich Dad, Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki, and you can listen. It's like a 6-hour audio book.
Wow. Okay.
It will challenge your thinking. You will walk away like not like, not in a political sense, but everything that you've been taught about business and you will, and about work and the system that we're in, it will challenge that belief.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's one thing. I grew up poor, and my parents never, they couldn't even help me with my homework, let alone give me
finances,
real advice. Yeah.
Right.
And
my parents too.
Yeah, when I was lucky enough to be in a district that was very rich. So I did get to learn a lot, but I left in the beginning of 10th grade. But it just goes to show, when I went back to get my GED, I got it right away. So whatever information they had taught me up until 10th grade, because I left in the beginning, the first semester, was enough for me to get my GED.
Okay.
So it makes a difference.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So I know people that never graduated high school. They're millionaires.
Yeah.
They just, I'm not saying not to go to college, not to go to school. That's not what I'm saying. My point is that there's other knowledge out there that you can get outside of school that will help you. And the more education, the better. Don't get me wrong. I don't tell people not to go to college, but depending on what you want to do with your life, maybe college maybe it's not what you need to do right now. It just depends, especially in this day and age with all the student debt and everything. You got kids going to college because they think they have to, when they don't.
Well, I don't think she has the time right now to do that. At her, she wants to start already getting.
Oh, for her, I wouldn't recommend. Like some people say, well, maybe I should take a finance class or a business class. Those classes are designed for you to work for somebody. They're not designed for you to. And and I say this to people, and please forgive me. I'm going to use some language that may not be. Don't worry, I won't use the F word. But I say this. I say this to people, and I apologize to the females that are listening right now. But I say this to people: life is this. You're either getting your dick sucked, or you're sucking dick. Which one you want to? Which area you want to be in? It's up to you.
But my dad used to tell me too when I was younger, growing up. Like, I forgot who. I think her name was Jackie O'Nass, or somebody, and he would always use this chick as an example when I would complain about being poor.
Yeah,
but money can't make you happy. This lady killed herself, and I didn't understand it until I got a little bit older. But
it's true.
It's absolutely true.
So we had, check this out. We had a triple murder in the richest part of my town. It's called a place called Oak Hill. It's like got all the multi-million-dollar houses up there. They had a triple murder up there like a year ago. Okay, dude went up there and killed a bunch of people. You know what I mean? He killed a bunch of his family. Okay, so it's crazy. They had another incident not too long ago in another kind of richer area. I live in an upper middle class area, I should say.
He killed a bunch of his family.
Oh yeah, he shot him with
Probably
a shotgun.
for money.
Yep. Because he wasn't getting something everybody else was.
Did he get cut off or what?
It was so it was over finances. It was basically some of the family got a certain amount of money or a certain amount of assets, and he didn't get as much as they did, and he felt that he should have, and they refused to give it to him, so he decided to kill them both.
Ain't that a bitch?
And now nobody's got nothing.
Now the state gets it.
There were other family members that ended up getting it. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's a nice, big, beautiful house. It was a 5,000 square foot, 5-bedroom, 4-bath, on about a half an acre. Okay. Beautiful home. Had like I don't know if there was like those old like Greek pillars in front. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Big tall ones. You know what I mean? Nice, beautiful house, and yeah, it's triple murder. Can't sell that damn thing right now.
I would imagine not.
Yeah. People are like, what?
I don't. When I don't desire to have millions. Okay, that'd be nice, but no, I just want to be comfortable and make sure that the people around me are okay.
Yeah. That's me too. I'm don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm certainly trying to be, because I'm not rich,
right?
But I'm certainly trying because I'm trying to build. I'm right now. I'm trying to build a network of people to help me with. I think I mentioned this the other day to you guys, but help with my overage business, which is part of the. If you go to my website, it's asset recovery. So that's another part of the business that I'm trying to build right now because I think that's really going to be huge.
You mean like repo stuff like that?
No, no. That is a form of asset recovery, but mine is more specifically overages on foreclosed houses. So I'll give you an example. Okay, so there's a couple of guys that teach this. They're all over like YouTube and stuff. So you can they charge like $1,500 or $5,000 and we'll teach you how to do this. It's actually really easy. It's really not that difficult to do.
I don't want to pay somebody that. I know.
I'll
figure it out on my own.
Don't worry. You don't have to. You can just ask me. So basically what it is when a house is foreclosed on either by a tax sale or like a trustee sale, like you didn't pay your mortgage and they foreclosure, they took your house. Well, if they sell the house for more than what was owed, that excess is claimable. It's called an overage. Okay. So what I do is I help people get that. Make a long story short.
Oh, okay.
And it's not easy. Now a lot of depending on the state and the county that you live in, sometimes it is easier, but here's the thing. Okay, and here's the big kicker, and this is what people don't understand is after a certain period of time, the county gets to keep that monny.
Yeah.
So
you're talking about secondary liens and so on.
Well,
people that attach the property.
No, it's strictly.
So they have their own claim.
Yeah, well, they can make a claim, yes, on that excess funds. So let's say, for instance, I'll just give you an example. Okay, let's say that you have a house, you owe $100,000 on it. Okay, it sells $450 at auction. So there's a $50,000 overage. So that's claimable money by the former owner. Now, if there was like a second mortgage or if there was a lien, they go first before you or the owner. So let's say they had like a $15,000 second mortgage and maybe they had a mechanics lien of $5,000. There's still $30,000 left over that's claimable. What the thing is most people don't know they can claim that money, number one, because the counties, I mean, the laws, most counties, all they have to do is either send you a letter to the place that you just had to leave, or they have to just put an ad in the newspaper. And who the hell reads the newspaper nowadays? You know what I mean?
Does it go to escrow?
No. It goes to it goes to either a trustee who will then turn it over to the county clerk. If it's a tax sale, it'll go to the county tax office, and it'll be held there.
Hey, have you heard of this new thing that they're putting out that people could come in and take over your deed without you knowing it, registering it?
Yes, it's possible.
And there's insurance for that now.
It's possible to do.
How is that possible?
Well, because I know the cracks in the system, it's certainly possible. Because all it takes is someone to forge your signature, okay, and contact the lender, maybe like a private lender or something like that. And especially nowadays, you can
just claim it to somebody else.
No, what ends up happening is they just impersonate you, or what they do is they sign a
So it's identity theft.
Right, it's identity theft, or they sign a fake quitclaim and get a few people like a notary that doesn't know what's going on. They use a fake ID. It gets quitclaimed over. They get a loan or something against the house, and then they just take off.
Oh my God! I gotta ask you this quick.
Sure.
Now, coming to that notary thing. Now I see people advertising for mobilized notary, pay $1,500, blah blah blah.
You could become a notary.
That's another thing. Why would I pay you for something I can study and pay to get on my own, right?
Because they're certifying the signature saying that you are who you are.
Well, I think what she's saying is why would she pay somebody to get her to do that?
Yeah.
Because you got to get registered and you get a seal and everything that comes with it.
No. I'm saying they want
You're like a registered agent.
They want you to pay them $1,500 for them to teach you how to do this. Why would I pay somebody $1,500 when I can teach myself?
So you know all the rules, because there's all kinds of rules.
Right, but I can do it on my own, John. Why would I pay you $1,500 for something I can research myself?
Yeah, why not? Just go down and apply.
Right, that's why I'm like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think like the school here for notaries, I don't think is that much, but you can go down and just take the test. You don't have to pay anyone anything, right? But you can also pay for like a preparatory school where they'll prepare you for the test. Okay. Now here in California, it's like you can do it on like a Saturday. You can just go to the test, or you can take the class, take the test afterwards, and you're a notary.
Because I was thinking about that too. Because I'm like, maybe rich people want you to just come to their house and do it for them. They don't want to have to go anywhere.
So part of my business is mobile notaries because I have to. All right, so well, I don't do it. So I have to have certain notarized documents signed by the claimant. And I have to send, and usually I send a mobile notary. So I have to contact mobile notaries. They go out and they charge between 50 to, it depends on how many documents.
Yep. Signature.
So it can be anywhere from 50. It's usually a minimum of 50 up to $150. It just depends.
Every time they use that stamp.
Okay.
Yeah, you usually pay by like the signature, and like he said, like that, then the stamp has to be used.
So that wouldn't be something bad to put under my belt either.
Oh,
no, it's a side job.
Public notary right next to your name.
Yep.
It's the same way with housing inspectors.
Yeah.
Housing inspectors, another one.
I'm gonna definitely get on top. This is gonna be my part-time job. I'm gonna.
Because they get paid like $500 a job.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to get a notary license, at least in most states. I don't know about Wisconsin though. I don't know anything about Wisconsin. So
they do a criminal background check and stuff on you.
Okay.
Well that takes that out then. No, I'm just playing.
No.
Well, in California, I mean, even if you have a record, I know people with felonies that have real estate licenses. So it wouldn't surprise me if people,
Yeah, but if you got like forgery and stuff, they're not going to accept you.
Yeah, so it depends on. This is how it was explained to me. It depends on how long ago it
Well,
was.
I'll tell you what. 20 years ago, I did have something. 18 years ago, which I did submit my what do you call it? My pardon paperwork. So I'm praying that the state will accept it. But it doesn't have anything to do with something fraudulent or.
You should be fine.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with that. And I don't mind saying it live on air because I'm not embarrassed and I've said it before.
Yeah, no problem. Just check with there. And there's always ways to get exceptions and stuff like that too.
That's why I couldn't, a lot of people are like, you got to vote red all the way down the ticket. I'm like, I cannot do that because Scott Walker for 8 years wouldn't even consider looking at that. He did it for nobody.
Right.
I have to vote blue in my state if I want to get this done.
I'll tell you guys the primary reason that I'm voting the way I'm voting because I'm an independent. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I used to be both. But for me,
I'm the same way.
Yeah, so this is the reason why I'm voting for Trump. Okay, and it's not the only reason, but this is the number. I don't care what he does, as long as he promises to put originalists, judges, or Supreme Court judges on the court. Originalist, literalist judges, not these people.
John Roberts.
Yeah, not these people that are going to try and legislate from the bench. That's what I'm looking for. I just want them to look. The Constitution says this. I want them to be literal. I just want to say, okay, the Constitution says this. Say again?
Is that Supreme Court?
Supreme Court, yeah. As long as he does that, I don't care what else he does, to be honest. Because look, Donald Trump, listen, guys. Donald Trump will only be president at best for 4 more years.
Right.
All right. We have to think about what about after Donald Trump is out of office.
That's what I've been saying.
Okay.
I've been telling Mo that for a while now.
So you have to think about that. This is more long term. Okay. My kids.
Nobody's thinking long term.
Yeah. You can't think just the next 4 years. Or don't get me wrong. I want him reelected.
Look how fast these 4 years went.
Quick.
Yeah.
Did.
Quick.
Yeah. I got to get off the phone. My battery's getting ready to die. My screen already went dark.
Have a good night, John.
All right. Nice talking to everybody.
Yep. Talk to you later.
Good night.
Now, are you a prepper?
Who, me?
Yes.
I am.
You are. Okay.
I am.
Okay.
I do a few videos on it. I used to have another channel called Senko Prepper, but I haven't done anything on it in a long time. long time.
That's my fear. I heard Walmart about a week or two ago dropped a video about, they didn't drop the video, but it was a video with them confirming, like food shortages.
Yeah. So my thing is, there was this guy. This was years ago. I think it was called Miami Prepper. I don't know if you remember him.
Yes.
Okay. This guy named Carlos is like a Cuban guy. So he had a saying. I heard he was like a complete fraud though. but anyway, but he had this saying. He used to say he preps for people. Okay. And it always resonated with me because that's what I prep for. As I prep for people, and I also prep for not being able to, food, not, being in a SHTF or WROL situation, whether that's like a volcano that erupts or an earthquake or whatever, or a big fire or whatever. I know that I need certain supplies. I need certain things for me and my family, provided that I survive the damn thing.
Right.
That's kind of the first thing, right? So I've always prepped. I've always had food. We always had a minimum of 90 days worth of food, if not longer. I'm a Second Amendment guy, so I have firearms. We stockpile weapons, and I don't have like a huge arsenal, but I have enough to arm everybody here right now.
Yeah,
put it that way. And then, I make sure that me and my wife, she knows how to fire a firearm. She knows what to do in the event that certain things, like we were talking about, what if we have a BLM riot come through the neighborhood? Because I live in an middle class neighborhood. Okay, we're a target here if something like that were to happen. Okay, these kids, they don't. I'm not rich, guys. I'm not. I'm not. But I can't afford to live a lifestyle where I don't have to work. I don't have to punch in and out. I work for myself. I can spend all day with my son, which is a blessing, and I'm blessed to be able to do that. But at the same time, people don't know that. They think I'm some rich guy. A lot of people think that, and they might come through my neighborhood, right through my neighborhood, and try and do something. And I live kind of, as soon as you kind of come into my neighborhood, I live in that first house, so I'm like target number one, maybe two, actually. I mean, I'm like the first big house they see, and it's like, oh man, what are we going to do in that case? Me and my wife had discussions like, what if this happens? I mean, it'll probably never happen, but what if it does? So yeah, I've been prepping for, gosh, 10
I don't
years
know
now.
how a person could have 90 days worth of food for everybody in their family. You must have like a whole area full of stuff, because
We do. Yeah, there's the way that my house is constructed, there's certain areas of it that there's a lot of storage.
Okay. Yeah.
So we're able to utilize that area, and then it's like it's not visible. You know what I mean? So if someone were to come into the house, they would have to know exactly where to look in order to access it.
That's good.
Yeah, it also gives us a room that we can, if we needed to, we could go hide in. We could hide in a room and just stay there and hunker down.
You know what that makes me think of is that movie Columbiana, when have you ever watched that?
I have.
Yeah, at the end when she goes to find, the guys that killed her dad, and he was hiding in that secret room. I don't know why I just thought of that.
Yeah.
That's a
Trey,
good
you sleeping?
Nope. I'm listening, man. I'm sucking it up.
I'm
This is a really interesting conversation. It really is.
Okay. Just make sure.
My son.
Yeah, I'm just sucking it up, man.
My son is a big gun guy. Not a big
So
gun
am I.
guy,
I
but
love guns.
yeah,
me too.
he's got a few. The only issue that we've had lately is bullets.
Yeah, a lot of places are running out.
At a reasonable price is
No, that's not going to happen. And places are running out left and right.
$1 a bullet.
Yeah. And these places are running out left and right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can't find 22 at all anywhere where I live.
Wow.
I've got a shit ton of it, so we're good.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, in my neighborhood, I doubt that people have what he does. So I'm not really concerned that way, but you never know. You can only do the best you can do anyway.
Right, exactly.
I'm not going to worry myself to death about it.
Right.
Oh, God.
So yeah, it's we live in some scary times, but you got to be prepared. You got to have a plan for everything you do, and then you have to, like in the Marine Corps, like one of the things that we used to always rehearse. What I mean by rehearse is like, okay, if we're dropped into a battle zone somewhere, let's say we're being heloed in, where are we going to go? Where are you supposed to be? What are you going to do? You know what I mean? What's the plan? That's just something I took with me. So whenever I get into a certain situation, I do as much research as I possibly can, reconnaissance, right? I do as much reconnaissance as I can on the situation, and then I have a plan.
With military mindset.
Yep. Well, just about situational awareness. It's just, you got to do, look, there's always going to be a situation where you're not going to know everything, but there's usually always something you can do. Like, you know where you live. You know what I mean? You know the best ways to get in and out of where you live. And if you have to get out on foot, like that's another thing. It's like a lot of people don't think about that. What if you have to get out on foot? What are you going to carry with you? Are you going to have a bug out bag ready to go? Because you're not going to be able to go through and carry. There's no way I'm going to be able to carry all my ammo. There's no way.
Right.
If I had to leave, right? So what am I going to take with me? Is it going to be ready to go? So me and my wife have bug out bags. We just grab them and go. I know exactly. There's weapons, everything that we need to survive for a minimum of 72 hours, minimum. And then and we have some medical food, obviously, some ways to protect ourselves, and then we have a way out where we're going to go, what we're going to do. There's a few people that we've coordinated with here or at least I've coordinated with here, that we kind of have a plan, and on where we're going to go and what we're going to do. And
Yeah.
I was talking to her today. As a matter of fact, she's scared to death. She thinks that, these people or these rioters are going to come through town and they're going to start killing people. That she really is scared to death. I had to calm her down a little bit. I was like, well, look, we live in a small town. Chances of that happening here are probably slim to none. But now
you never know. You never know.
You, Dre, I'm worried about you, brother. You in a big city.
Yeah. I told him.
And everything is out the roof, man. I mean, it's expensive.
Yeah, you need
rent
to.
is expensive. If you get a business, the space is expensive. I mean,
you need to think about where you're gonna go in case the shit hits the fan, man. Because big cities aren't gonna be where you want to be. Trust me. Things get really bad. Like they start running out of food. Like power starts going out or something like that. You do not want to be there. You want to be out of there. You might want to start looking into maybe where you're going to go, what you're going to do. Maybe you got some family out in the country. You might want to say, hey, can I put up a tent out in your backyard if things get really bad?
Well, I got a brother in Washington, and I got a sister in Texas.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, but my mother's here in Chicago. My father's here in Chicago.
Well, that's just the thing. When everybody bugs out, guess what the highway is going to look like?
Yep. So when you want to get out early, swoop them up, put them in the car, and say, we're going to Texas. You know what I mean? Or we're going to Washington, or we're going to some other spot. You want to think about all that. Now, you never want to have to do it, but, you want to think about it. You want to think about, what am I going to do if this happens? Or if something were to happen to me, what's my family going to do? That's the biggest thing I think about. Am I going to be able to prepare my wife, my son, my mom? Am I going to prepare them to do something in case I'm not able to go for some reason, we get separated, or I get killed, and they need to survive?
I bet I was the first one to call my aunts because they're out in the country and say, hey, if things go haywire, can I come in your basement? She was like, well, that basement, it's not finished. It's old. This house was built. I said, I don't care about any of that.
Yeah.
I just want to know, can I come to your basement?
Yeah. What you can do is get a tent. Just tell them, can I tent out in your backyard or somewhere on your property? Usually people don't have a problem with that.
There's a trailer out there that we use like hunting season. People
there you go.
There. So, and it's got electricity and running water.
Yeah, as long as you have access to electricity, you have access to it. A tent will do fine.
Right.
Fine. Yeah.
Definitely deer out there. You won't starve. So
that sounds like a perfect situation.
Yeah. So I can have a half-assed plan.
You want to survive mode.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hopefully I never have to worry about it.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't plan. Not that I'm planning on it. It's just I want to be prepared in case something goes down. And it's just like what you were saying, man.
You have to fall off the grid, right?
Yeah. Well, you don't necessarily have to do that. You just have to, find yourself a situation where you can survive. Whether that's falling off the grid or not, that's.
I just like the way military people think. They just fall off the grid if they want to. And you wouldn't know where the fuck to find these people.
They go through hell in the military. They're trained that, especially if you're in a position like Marines, like he was. They're taught survival.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's Marine Corps and Army are probably the most. They probably teach more of that. Air Force doesn't teach that much, but their mission is different. So they're not going to really go over a lot of the things that maybe the Army or the Marine Corps will go over.
It was funny when I went to the VA to visit my dad once. When I was going through the parking ramp, the guy asked me what I was there for and what my dad did. And I said, he was in the Air Force. He said, oh, that doesn't count. I said, oh, okay. And he had on his U.S. Army hat. I don't know. He was just like that. The Air Force account. He was an old grumpy man. I just laughed and was like, "Okay, have a good day, sir."
Oh, we're still on, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought, well, last few nights it's just been kind of us.
You know, I was thinking earlier today about an idea to how to get some of these people with talent that are homeless exposure. I got a friend that plays the guitar. He is amazing, and it's just he sits in the subway and he plays for money.
Right.
And I was trying to figure out how to get some of that hidden talent exposed.
Started
and
using.
People,
Started what?
Started
yeah,
YouTube
because
channel.
Because I know a few people that are very talented, and these people just do it for money, just to eat.
So I've been thinking about I've been thinking about putting a YouTube channel together about I'm going to call it The Forgotten. I have a lot of ideas, but I'm going to call it The Forgotten, and I'm going to be interviewing homeless people in my area. And but for you, I mean, what you could do is you go and say, hey, find a few of these talented people and just say, hey, look, I'm starting a YouTube channel, and what you want to do is you just want to have a YouTube channel dedicated to, that demographic, and then showing the talent that's out there, because these are people that have worth. They're just in a bad situation. You know what I mean? They have talent. They have things. I think it's a great idea, man. And then you might be able to use that and then get like a Patreon or something like that. Get people to donate, and then you can use that money to help them. You know what I mean? And then it could fund what you're doing. It's okay to put a little money in your pocket. It's okay.
You can go in different directions.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go in different directions, with something like that.
And then you could maybe put a nonprofit together at some point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you can make it your own career.
Man, listening to you just sparked my mind. Listening to you just sparked that, man. I'm just like, wow, you could do some things.
Like I was telling you, Andre, the other day, it's like, look, if the black community could come together like a lot of communities, like the Asian community does, if they could do it the same way, you wouldn't have half the problem. You wouldn't.
Oh my God, they would be so freaking successful.
Yep. Absolutely. I mean, think about how many successful. I mean, our music is like dominated. You know what kills me, man? I remember this was back in the '80s when rap music first came out. I remember people saying in 5 years we'll never hear about it again. Now it dominates the industry. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like there's so many things, so many talented people in every community. But you know what I mean? There's so much power. It's just I try to get people to understand. I know you and I may disagree on this a little bit, but I try to get people to understand that if they just have the knowledge, they just seek the knowledge, and they plan together, anything's possible.
Andre, you want to be a man?
I'm just listening. I'm telling you, man, this guy has got me like thinking totally different. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's good.
Well, somebody got me to think totally different. I'm just passing.
I'm an open-minded individual, believe it or not.
No,
I'm an open-minded person, believe it or not.
Yeah. It's tough to.
I can be stubborn as hell too when I want to.
Well, me too. And that's the hard part is like because you have to change who you are in a way, the way you think. You know what I mean? So like we're conditioned so much to say, shut our minds down. You know what I mean? Say, oh, I can't do that, or I don't have the money for that, or I don't really know. I'm not educated for that. And then what it does is shuts your brain down. So the next time you say that, and Robert Kiyosaki talks about this in his book. Next time you say that to yourself, go, well, how could I do it? The next time you try to shut your brain down, because then now when you ask that question, your brain starts to work. You start using your brain again. You know what I mean? You condition yourself to think about things differently, to solve problems, and to figure out how to make it work. Okay? And sometimes you can't make it work. Sometimes it's a dumb idea or whatever, right? I get dumb ideas all the time, but I'm conditioned to think about it, think it through. What do I need to do in order to make this happen? Because I have to. I have to do it for my clients. I have to figure out.
Yeah, that's interesting. I was reading this philosophy of Bruce Lee, and he said that if you think you can't do something, you already lost.
That's right.
And I was like, wow, that's amazing, man. You know, the mindset, the mind is powerful.
That's right.
You know, but we don't even use half our brain, man.
Right. And this is what I was trying to this is what I was trying to get at you the other day is like, look, your mind is just as valuable, just as strong as anybody else's mind, regardless of color. And you can do it. And people of any race can do it. Are there hurdles? Yes. We can agree on that. But it's not an excuse to fail.
Right.
That's why I teach my kids.
I think the children need a warrior. I think the children need a warrior and a champion out here, because I say this again: kids are not safe in America. Period. There's nothing to protect them, and you got fucking creeps out here trying to make laws to where they can mess with children, and it's illegal. I mean, it's sick. It's fucking sick to even think that these people out here think that this is okay. It's not okay. And if they make that law, who kids are you going to be fucking with? Because these parents out here will fucking kill you, man, over their children.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a sick world that we're living in. And I just hate the direction it's headed. It started with this, I hate to say this, with the gay marriage stuff. You know, you open a gate up and all these other fucking creeps think they can run through this door too. You know, it's just sick, man, how this society is running. And I ain't got nothing against nobody that's gay or anything, but there are other people out here with these sick minds that think, oh, well, since they could do it, we could do it too.
Right. They're co-opting. They're,
you know, and
trying to sneak in.
I mean, when you start messing with children, dude, yeah, I mean, you start messing with kids, dude, that's where I draw the fucking line, dude. Period. I draw the line. You take advantage of an old person or a child, someone who's defenseless, you're a fucking coward to me. You know? You're a coward. And I have no respect for people like that. And this country is being ran by these fucking people that think this is okay.
Yeah, I remember there was a cat.
You gotta draw the line somewhere.
Yeah, I agree. There was a cat that mentioned like a lot of stuff you're talking about right now about pedophiles, stuff like that. Probably about 2 years ago, I thought he was crazy. I really did. I was like, come on, man. You know, they ain't all pedophiles. That ain't happening. You know what I mean? That's all a bunch of bunk and everything. Well, now it's like, well, wait a minute here. There's something we're talking about, you know.
The industry and the politics are full of these motherfuckers.
Yeah. So my point was, this cat was telling me, this is what he was telling me. This was during the first election when Donald Trump got elected. He was telling me that Donald Trump is going to expose all this, and that's kind of part of the plan. This guy, now this is the crazy part.
That's what he told Hillary. He said he's going to jail.
Yeah. This is what he told me. So this guy's from Ireland. Okay, he's not even in the United States, and he's telling me this stuff.
Yeah.
And he's telling me this stuff before it's ever even been talked about. Yeah. You know. And now here we are.
How would he know that? That's crazy.
Exactly.
That's why he told.
Go ahead, Andre. I'm sorry.
Because you got all these cults. You got all these cults out here, and these people know what's going on, but it's secretive. You know, when they had the Pizzagate thing, it just revealed that Hillary suppressed the investigation of that because she was a part of it. She was a part of that. You know what I mean? And in order to cover her own ass in her own best interest, she suppressed the investigation. So it's a lot of shit going on. These people are fucking satanic cults, and if you put too much pressure on them, something will happen to you, and they won't lose any fucking sleep about it because this is how they're comfortable. People like me, a trumpet blower, make them uncomfortable. And this
Yeah.
guy, we gotta get rid of him because he's gonna start exposing this shit.
Hey,
And they
Andre,
work best in the
if I
dark.
didn't, yeah, if I didn't know any better, Andre, I would say, are you voting Trump? Maybe.
No, but I do like I do like some of the things Trump do. I do.
Okay.
He's actually grown. I've grown to respect him a little bit. I'm still
That's
not
fair.
a fan of him,
Right.
but I've grown to respect some of his ideas. You know?
Right. No, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I
Can I
do.
say something that's
But
crossing?
I heard something that scared the hell out of me though, where he was talking about using the military to put vaccines. You know, he's
No,
really with this vaccine shit. If he
no.
is, then he's lost me.
He
He's lost me. Talking about
he's made,
forced vaccines. I'm not with it.
Yeah, that's more of a rumor.
yeah, he's
Yeah.
made it clear that
Yeah.
it's not something he's gonna force. It will be optional. But here's the deal: everybody that works
Okay.
in the community, you know, this is where they're gonna catch you because they're gonna be like, oh, well, you know, you can't work without this vaccine. You can't do this without the vaccine. If you get any type of medical
Oh yeah.
care, you can't go to, you have to have the vaccine if you want to continue. They're going to try to get you from every single corner. Most of us
Right.
aren't 100% independent. You know, a lot of us
Mhm.
work for people, you know what I mean? They're
Right.
going to get us one way or
Yeah.
another.
Yeah, like my wife will
Yeah.
have to get it because she's in the medical
Well, that's the
industry.
beauty of my job. I'm a barber. I don't fucking have to take that shit if I don't want.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, but I mean, are you in a position to really want your wife
Yeah,
to
I'm
do
not.
But you know, I actually okay. So you know, and this is where we may differ. I actually don't, as long as it's a choice that I get to make. I don't have a problem with taking the vaccine personally, but that's not. I don't want it forced upon you.
Okay.
You know what
Okay.
I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah, I
Oh,
personally
no,
don't have a
I'm
problem.
not taking that shit.
Yeah, then don't. Then that's your choice. Absolutely. Then
Well,
don't.
I've heard in the military. I heard in the military, you guys have to take so many shots.
Hell
It's
yeah,
unbelievable. Like,
it is. They line you up like an assembly line, and
yeah.
they just.
Well, maybe that's why you're so you. But do you think that's maybe why you're so lenient to maybe even getting this vaccine? Because I'm
Well,
not
you
doing
know,
it. I don't give a fuck.
yeah,
I
yeah,
don't give a fuck. I'm not doing it.
yeah. For me, I mean, like I said, it's just it'll you know, you have to weigh pros and cons, right? You know, I mean, you have to look at a situation and
Yeah.
go, okay, what are the pros and cons of this situation? And if it goes against you morally, then that's the trump card, if you will. You ain't gonna
I
do
just
it.
don't trust these motherfuckers. I just don't trust them. I don't
Yeah,
trust
yeah.
CT.
No,
I don't trust none of those motherfuckers.
so I've
You
had
know,
pretty good luck.
I'll take it if they take it first. If CT and his family and Donald Trump and their family take the shit, then I'll do it. But other than that,
Yeah,
kiss my ass. I don't
No,
trust.
I hear you. I hear you. So, so like me, I don't have a problem with it. But like I said, it's all about choices. It's like if they try to say you have to take it, then I may not, because then at that point it's like, well,
No,
wait, you're taking my
right,
choice away from me.
right.
Okay, I
Your
mean, I would
freedom.
take
You're
it. Now you're
infringing on
telling
my
me
freedom now.
right. But now you're telling me I have to take it. Wait a minute now.
Right,
You know,
right.
if you make it optional, okay, I'll go ahead and roll with you. But you know, if you try to tell me that I have,
Not if you telling me I have to do it. Huh?
right. So
And
you know,
that's why I don't like. Hey, you telling me I have to? No, I don't trust you, motherfucker.
now you may have to, like for certain things, like if you work for the government or you work in the medical industry, because I know in the medical
No.
industry they're going to make her take it. So
Yeah, no. Check.
right.
So
Right.
I'm good.
You know,
Straight up.
I was watching a YouTuber and he mentioned he's a military person, but he mentioned something about how get ready because you know the racism thing is gonna get thrown out the window. You know, like saying how like coming
Yeah,
down the
because it's all it is a distraction
yeah, like
to what's
people
really
don't
going
want
on.
to hear it anymore.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just a distraction to really what's going on with these fucking people, man. You know, they would have been talking about Harvey Weinstein and Epstein and all these fucking people. But with all this shit going on, they don't talk about it. It's just swept under the rug. But eventually, they're gonna start probing into this stuff. Because since he died, they found out a lot of stuff. They were watching him all the time, but it was just limited information. But since he's died, they went in his house and found all these pictures and all these documents and paperwork that had all kind of incriminating information.
That's what I give Trump the most credit for. I really do.
Yeah,
Is busting.
yeah, because he told Hillary. He said he told Hillary you're going to jail. He told her that. A lot of people didn't listen and understand what he was saying, but I did. I said, "Oh, he got balls, man." He said he's going to put her in jail, and the way she looked is like, yeah, right. You know, some of these people are so connected, they think they're untouchable.
I looked at an indictment. I'm not lying. Somebody showed an indictment. And now I have a Pacer account, but I'm too scared to put the case number in, like they're gonna track me. But
I've heard about that.
yeah, so many people are on this indictment, and I know I mentioned it before, but it just really freaked me out. Like, is this real? Like, are they really gonna go after all these people?
Yeah,
These are
I'm
big
telling you.
names.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's gonna rock people's world because the thing is, people don't think this stuff is happening. Like he was saying, the truth was saying earlier. He was like, man, he thought the guy was crazy when he was talking about it, but this stuff is really going on, man, and it's in the dark. It's a secret society. Like they're using code words for kids, like girls was cheese pizza and boys was sausage pizza. And this is like, and if you reading this stuff, you don't really, it's not really incriminating because you don't know what they're talking about.
Stuff's weird.
Right. Now, if they're coming out directly saying little boys, little girls, that's different. But they're using pizza as a term for children.
Yeah,
And
probably
it's
switched it up now.
right. So even if you're looking at this with the naked eye, you can't even say it's incriminating because you don't know the fucking codes of what they're talking about.
I saw a post on Facebook. This lady reported it was a little boy in his underwear, and he had like his thumb in his underwear, like pulling him out a little bit so you could kind of like see his hip.
Yeah, it's sick what these people are doing to kids. There's an actress who got.
And Facebook acted like, oh, well, thank you for the report, but we don't find this to break our guidelines. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. I don't want to say the real reason because I don't want to get you guys in no shit. But, when it comes to those Jewish people, man, it's really fucking disgusting.
Oh, yeah.
Those people are fucking disgusting. And it doesn't surprise me. Zuckerberg does not find that disgusting. It doesn't surprise me. But if you say something about Jews, it'll make sure to cancel your fucking page. You know what I mean? It's just crazy.
Well, that's
crazy.
People put their money behind certain things and money talks. So that's why they say when there's no protection for this group or that group, it's because the money isn't there. If the money was there, the protection would be there.
I did some research on Hitler and the reason why he ran the Jews out of Germany because they messed up the economy and they had pornography and all. They introduced them to this stuff.
Oh my
pornography and all this stuff.
Put this on private.
Well, I'm just telling you some historical facts, though. They destroyed the economy.
That's the argument that he made. Yeah,
and they had pornography and all kind of sick shit. He got rid of all that stuff because it brought a different element to Germany, and they didn't like it. And this was money.
This
is how they make money. So, you should read about it. This guy wasn't crazy like they made him out to be. They give us a narrative, but when you really do the research, this guy was not nuts like you think he was. he was trying to save the world. He said he was trying to save the world from the Jews. He said they want to take over the world. Look at it, what's going on. They run every fucking thing. It's true what he was saying. He said, this is, it's just crazy, man. How if you really listen to bullshit,
it's
you're
easy
really
to say the little black hats.
right. You know, and say he was this, he was that, he was a madman. No, he wasn't. Hitler did what he did for a reason. And if you look at what he did it for, he was actually right.
That's crazy. I never, I had to look
He was
at
actually right. He said they're going to take over the world.
So that is the narrative usually put out by neo-Nazis, that type of thing. But I'm not calling you a neo-Nazi.
No, I'm just going by what I read. And,
right.
I'm the furthest thing from a neo-Nazi.
Right. Obviously, right.
But but I did do some reading. I do read. I love reading. I love to research things and find out for myself. I can hear a story about a person all day. You know, say for instance, you were like rich and famous, they can say what they want about you. But I know you're on a little bit personal level. I would know it's bullshit.
Yeah, and I'm just one of those people. I may not agree with Dre, but he's got a right to say, believe what he wants. And I may not agree with him, but at the same time, I mean, it's interesting to kind of discuss. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Conversation.
Well, I like the truth, man. I don't like people telling me what to think or what to, if somebody says something about Kelly, I know Kelly a little bit. It's not just gonna fly with me. Where they say, "Oh, she's this and she's that." No, fuck you, man. I know Kelly. She's not a fucking racist, okay? So you're not gonna tell me that. You know what I mean? I like the truth. I'm one of them people. I'll call you on it too. If you're sitting here lying to me, I'm gonna call you out on it. I had a guy saying on here the other day he had Jewish DNA. Was that you?
That was me.
I think we were talking. But what I was saying is that Judaism is a religion. How can you have Jewish DNA? Right. And it's impossible.
So there's a genome associated with. So what my point was this: is there's a genome identified associated with Jewish people. Now, whether that's whether that is an indication of a religion, it's just certain people that are identified as Jewish have this genome. And because I have some answers. Now I'm not Jewish, so I don't have a problem with what you're saying. So
okay, I don't want to. I was just thinking that too. I was like, I don't want to offend the guy.
It doesn't offend me. I have no problem with it. But I do have that genome. I mean, it's very small percentage.
Well, I must say that Judaism is a religion.
It is.
So
it's just
people got that confused too. They think Jews are a race. No, anybody could be a Jew. A Jew is one who studies Judaism.
Right.
So that's all it is. Right. And anybody can be a Jew for that matter.
Yeah, you could convert if you wanted to. There are people that do that.
Yeah.
Convert over to Judaism.
I know they have like traditions and their little things they do. Yeah, I know all about that.
I actually dated a Jewish girl for a while. It was interesting.
Well, you had to be Jewish to marry her, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would have had to convert.
Yeah, see, that's what.
Yeah, I would have had to convert. She was like, and well, we weren't really that serious, but it's just something she
I hear their sex life is weird when they're married.
I don't know about when they were married.
Some weird stuff.
Well, I don't know about when they were married, but I mean, ours was pretty normal, just like any other.
Okay.
So
I heard some weird stuff, like they don't take their clothes off and all this stuff.
Well, I know that there's weird. Yeah, I know that there are certain because there's different types of there's Hasidic Jews or different types of different types of Jews. But I've heard something like that about certain groups. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just like, wow, that is weird. That's weird.
Hey man, however you want to get down. If you like having clothes on and that gets you off, hey, whatever. There was this one kid I read.
I like to get butt naked myself.
Yeah, a little too much information, but
Well, I'm just traditional with it, you know.
No, I understand. There was this one cat that I read about one time. He had to have sex with his socks on. He couldn't do it.
Well, it's funny. I was like that a little bit too. That's weird, but I know my feet are disgusting, so I just like.
So Mo's channel just got all kinds of craziness going on right now.
That's the beauty. You can talk about anything, man. I love it. I love the platform he has, and he's really serious about people having their freedom of speech, and I like that, man. You know what I mean? You might not like it, but person has a right to say it. You may not like it, but you know, people got a right to believe and express themselves how they feel.
Yeah, and that's one of and that's one of the reasons why I'm not in. Well, I'm not into the Antifa BLM move. I really blame more Antifa for this part than BLM, but
well, I know there's to me they're like anarchists or something.
They don't.
Some kind of group that's trying to keep shit going. And it's a reason why, because I believe they do want to bring the military in at some point, so they keep this bullshit going to keep it on a level where people are going to say, oh yeah, we need the military. These people are losing their fucking minds out here. So yeah, we need to bring them in. And it'll be easy right now to do that because of all the madness going on.
Yeah, I don't think that'll happen until if Trump wins the election, then he might do that, but I don't think that's going to happen.
But we have calm and everything gets calm. It'll be hard for them to bring the military in. People are like, for what? There's nothing going on.
I don't think he'll need. No, honestly, I don't think he'll need to. I think there's enough federal forces to do. You know what I mean? Law enforcement. Because some of these, what's funny is a lot of these BLM or these Antifa guys, they're rich white kids, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like some kind of anarchy shit going on where they're just keeping all kind of shit going and keeping everybody on high alert. Yeah. And then it's a reason for that. And I believe they really want to bring the military in. There was a couple of efforts he did try. Like in Portland, he brought the National Guards in. Yeah. And it was like, man, get these people the fuck out of here. We don't want them here. So, he pulled them out, but yeah, he's a couple of efforts. He did try it a few times.
Yeah. So the National Guard is more directed by the now they can't be directed by the president, but they're more directed by the governor.
Yeah, they are the original. What you call these people? The militia. That is the original militia.
Yeah,
they are the only militia, really. Even though they call these other groups militia, they're not. They're fucking terrorists. If you ask me. But it's true.
Yeah.
All these fucking guys, these fucking groups walking around with guns and going to the White House and taking over federal buildings. That's terrorism.
Oh yeah.
That's not no fucking militia. Militia is the National Guards. They're the only ones.
Well, I mean, so for you and I decided that the law enforcement wasn't doing nothing. And we need to protect our own. You and I could form a militia.
That's right. But, let them tell it, yeah.
Yeah.
But they'll probably take us out so fucking quick that our fucking head is spin, Well, you guys got guns and, they'll find reasons to fucking take us out.
So, I mean, that's forming a militia is kind of one of our most basic freedoms. But it's vilified nowadays. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, got guns and a lot of these movements. They call them anti-government or whatever you want to call it. They would be found as terrorists. And other.
Yeah. Some of them are. I'm tripping because we got 8 people still watching.
Yeah, I guess we're talking interesting stuff. I mean, we never went this far. What is it, 5 hours?
So yeah, I mean it's been on
almost 6 hours. Yeah. Ooh, that's a new record.
Is it?
Yeah, because usually we get about 3 or 4 hours and we're done.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. Did Mo go away?
Yeah, Mo. Kelly was here for a minute. Maybe she's. Maybe she's. I'm
gonna have to head out.
I guess, man, you really have a good conversation and people still listening, right?
we'll do it again, but I have to head out here, man. It's like 2:30.
Yeah.
I got to be up somewhere.
Yeah, it was what 4 in the morning here.
Man, I don't know how you do it.
Yeah, I'll give me a few hours in, but I've been napping most of the day. That's why I came on late. So yeah, I was asleep. Then I realized Mo was on. I said, let me jump on here real quick.
Let's
And,
quick, man.
Yeah. Hey man, it was always great talking to you, man.
Yeah, I gotta go to bed, man. Ooh.
Huh?
I gotta.
What you say, Kel?
I gotta go to bed. I gotta be the
I know.
man for one.
I know.
So what's the
You still got Carolyn on here, and
So what's the longest one of these things have gone?
Oh shit, longer than this.
Oh
really?
John
I
just
thought
said
this was a new record, Kelly.
no. John just said it. Mo did 12-hour video.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So
I ain't got enough.
So we really ain't done shit. I thought we were doing something here. We ain't done nothing.
yeah, this is a record for me. But
Yeah, I don't think I got a 6 hours in me. I don't think I got another 6 hours. I don't think I could do that.
Oh no, I ain't trying to break that record.
shit.
We'd have to start earlier.
I got a lot of shit I could talk about, but
I've been thinking about starting a business podcast too.
Do it.
Hey man, you got some really good ideas, man. If you got me thinking on that level, hey, let me start a business.
Well, I was thinking
I really want to.
I was thinking about bringing maybe like interviewing some people that like some bankers or some mortgage brokers, just some people in the industry. You know what I mean?
Oh, what's up, BMT? What's up, my dear? Thank you for stopping through. Appreciate it.
Business minded talk.
We'll give a shout out.
I like that.
We'll give a shout outs. Wow.
Oh yeah, check out BMT. He's awesome, man. That's my homie. I love him to death.
I know you guys be talking about him a lot.
Yeah. He does some great shows. He's an amazing interviewer and a great friend.
Well, maybe one day I can get on his show and we have some good topics I can talk about.
Oh yeah, he has some good shit. Yes, definitely.
I'll have to check him out. I think it's the first time I've ever seen him. So check him out.
I'll drop his I'll put his link in the chat room and you guys can subscribe and check him out because he has some great panels and you know it and he's been mixing it up and having different people on, which is great.
Yeah, maybe I could take shot fire over there. Yeah, that's funny, man. But yeah, it's raining like a motherfucker here right now.
Yeah.
Lightning and thunder and shit.
It was thunder in here earlier, but
yeah, it's here now.
Is Mo sleeping?
Yeah, he's sleeping.
Trying to wake his ass up.
I heard him when he says it. So you gonna take over? All right. There you go. I'm
gotta go to bed. Well, he's on vacation, man. That's another thing. That's why I'm trying to, like I want to start this business and hurry up and do it because he works hard. He's coming on 50, and it's like, no, I gotta.
Hey, same thing here, Kev. I'm 51, and I'm still working like I'm 20.
And I don't. I hate that.
Yeah, like 2 years ago, I was working 2 and 3 jobs at one time. And I was just exhausted. It was killing me. I had to stop. I was like, I'm not getting a good rest. And, I'm up to 3 or 4 in the morning every night, 3 or 4 in the morning, working 2 jobs. So I'm just like, oh, this shit is killing me. I can't do it anymore.
Right. That's why I figure out something easier for him where he doesn't have to work that hard.
Yeah.
So,
I really like to get my own barber shop, so I really love to do that.
You know what, Jay? I hate to keep promoting my town for you, but
I'm listening to you. I'm listening.
It's better money up here, man. I'm telling you.
See, I'm a versatile barber. I cut white hair, black hair. I don't discriminate. Money's green. So I've been able to. The community I live in is very diverse. So I've had exposure to white, black, Chinese. I had all types of clients, you know, and then that's rare for a black barber to have, you know, a diversity like that. But I liked it, you know what I mean? And it made me versatile.
Is that true that the black barbers? I mean, or at least maybe a lot of the ones you know, they pretty much just do black people's hair.
And to a certain degree, yeah, because like if you're in a black community, really that's all that's coming through.
Right.
You may every now and then get a white guy, but in my neighborhood where I'm from, it's so diverse that you've had all these people around. You have Chinese, you have white, you have black, and you know people walk in the shop and want a haircut. You know, I don't turn money away. I don't care what color you are. Hey, I got you. Come on. Have a seat. You know, it's a hustle, man, for real. If I can't cut white hair, that's money I lose.
That's right.
You know, so somebody else gets that money. So I have to be able to step my game up. So like, okay, yeah, I got you. And I give them and a lot of guys are surprised. They don't think a black dude can cut their hair. But I be lacing the shit out of them. They're like, dude, what's your number? Oh, man, this is awesome. I've never had a nice haircut like this. And I specialize in kind of making neat haircuts. I mean, you know, clean. And so I really love what I do. You know, I love being a barber. I love doing it.
You should have your own shop, man.
Yeah, I definitely should. You know, I'm tired of working for other people. You know, that's really the goal, to have my own shop. You know, and I don't really want to build a super big shop. But I would like to have at least maybe 3 or 4 barbers in there.
Yeah, I just want to have your own.
And we give out great haircuts. I want good barbers working with me. You know.
But it'd just be nice for you to make money while you're not there.
Yeah, and it's a con game. I feel guys coming in there talking about, oh man, I got this clientele, and then these guys don't have shit. Right. And they can't even cut hair. And they can't even cut hair. You're like this. You're like, wow. You know.
My cousin's a barber. He says he's full-blooded Korean, and he said he said the same thing like you said. He said he cut all kinds of different people's hair because he says, you know, everybody has a little different kind of hair, so you got to kind of handle it differently. You know?
Yeah. And you should be able to do that. I don't like shops who go ahead, we're gonna cut black people's hair. You ain't no fucking barber.
Who the hell said that?
You're not a fucking barber. No, there's a lot of white barber shops. They don't cut black people's hair. They don't know how. I respect the fact that you're telling me that you don't know how and you fuck my hair up. You know what I mean? I respect that, but just on a level that you can't do black hair, then to me you're not a barber.
Yeah, you need.
There shouldn't be anybody that walks through that door that you can't service.
Right. I agree.
You know, that's the key. You gotta be able to do that. You can't just be, oh, we don't do this here. No, you got a bad reputation. People like, oh, this guy little fucker. They don't know what they're doing in there, you know?
Right.
So yeah, it's many facets in the game. But I love it like because there's no cap on what I can make. If I got the clientele, I could make $6,000 a day. If I got that kind of clientele.
Right.
So that's the beauty of barbering. There's no limit to how much money you can make in a day or in a week.
So a men's haircut, like let's say I said, hey, I want a fade, right?
Mm-hmm.
How much do they charge in Chicago for that?
Well, the going rate, I would charge you in my shop where I'm from. I would charge you $30.
Wow. Okay.
Now, and these guys tip. I might end up getting $40, maybe $50 sometimes.
Okay.
Anywhere between $50 to $45, right there. I've had people give me $100 tips.
Okay.
I've had it. One day I made about $800 one time.
Okay.
In one day. So, you know, that's the beauty of this thing. And I really need to set up more things like that where I would have this group that was getting married, some kind of groom package where he can bring everybody that's in the wedding and I can charge them maybe $200. $300. And that'll be good cash money for me.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and now they got gentleman clubs.
I'm falling asleep here, y'all.
I'm sorry. They got gentleman clubs. They serve you a drink.
I'm gonna broadcast. Y'all can talk on the back.
Yeah, we're getting off here. Hey, Dre. So I'll talk to you. Probably tomorrow, or the next day. I'm sure I'll be on here.
All right, brother. All right, y'all.
Okay,
have a good night.
Hey, man. Hey, Dre. Look in the private chat. You got my email there. Email me.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, Kills.
All right. You guys have a good night.
You too.
All right, Kills.
Good night.